America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The Morality and Bottom Line of Celebrities. The night breeze was blowing, and Martin accompanied Anne and the other two out of the Avalon bar, chatting and laughing all the way. Anne and the others drank 2 more glasses, and their faces were flushed. You came here with a crew, and are staying in the hotel? Martin had already inquired clearly that the 3 people were about to participate in the filming of The Trial of the Beauty, and asked, you drank, I will take you back to the hotel? Anne smiled and said, it's not good to ask you to run a trip. Martin said, I can't let you call a taxi again. If this gets out, I will be said to be ungentlemanly. He deliberately joked, Annie, you have to consider my reputation. The 3 of them were completely at the mercy of Anne. She thought about it carefully and nodded slightly. Martin, then I'll trouble you. There were many people at the door at this time, and Martin protected and very gentlemanly, and walked towards the car. Avalon is a nightclub frequented by Hollywood stars, and there must be reporters and paparazzi stationed at night. Martin faintly heard the sound of camera shutters, and immediately further demonstrated his gentlemanly manners, moving closer to Anne, to block the person coming from the side. Anne saw Martin taking the initiative, to block people for her, and nodded with a smile. This man is indeed very gentlemanly. When he came to the side of the car, Martin opened the passenger seat and blocked the roof with his hands. Just as Anne lowered her head to get into the car, 2 paparazzi rushed over and took close-up photos. Martin waited for the flashing lights to light up, closed the car door immediately, quickly walked around to the driver's seat, got in the car and left quickly. He believed in the professionalism of the paparazzi in Los Angeles. The paparazzi did not disappoint him, and several motorcycles were hanging behind him not far away. Compared to when she was in Avalon, and seemed to be drunk, and was a little silent. Arriving at the Beverly Hilton Hotel, Martin parked the car, and sent the 3 people into the hotel lobby. The paparazzi's camera shutters were ringing again in the back. Before entering the elevator, Annie took the initiative to say, just send it here, you should go back and rest early. Martin was very graceful, good night and sweet dreams. Annie smiled and nodded, and entered the elevator with her 2 companions. Martin looked at the time, and did not leave immediately. He went to the hat shop next door, and bought a sports sweater and a new jacket to put on, and put on a baseball cap. Martin talked to Louise and Kelly on the phone for a while, and sent a text message to Bruce to tell him that he would go directly back to the apartment. Nearly 2 hours later, Martin, with his hat brim lowered, slipped out of the Hilton Hotel, and was captured by the paparazzi at the right time. Jody, an online entertainment reporter who had been following Martin recently, took pictures until Martin drove away, and then put away the camera. She paid special attention to the time. Martin and Annie went back to the hotel together. The former came out 2 hours later. When he came out, he changed his clothes, and wore a hat. What does this mean? For gossip reporters, this is enough to write a 30,000-word essay. Jody is sure that Martin and Annie have an unusual relationship, and are likely to be hooking up. The gossip about 2 people together attracts more attention than that about 1 person. Jody rode on his motorcycle, and saw Martin driving back to the apartment, so he immediately went home to finish his article. Almost at the same time, photos of Martin and Anne Hathaway frequently appeared in the gossip news trading market. Many paparazzi exchanged the newly taken photos for tens to hundreds of dollars. I don't know how many reporters started to write articles based on the pictures. At the Hilton Hotel, Laura, who had the best relationship with Anne, accompanied Anne back to the room. It was a pleasant night. Laura had a very good impression of Martin. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting and handsome guy. Anne was in a good mood too. She kicked off her high heels and sat on the sofa. She took out her mobile phone and opened the missed calls. She marked the name of Martin Davis on a number. Laura came over and sat next to her. Have you noticed that he is interested in you? Anne tilted her head, but did not answer directly. Laura asked directly, how do you feel about him? If you don't feel anything, I'll do it. He's very handsome and very elegant. I felt, how should I put it, when I was with him tonight. Anne thought for a moment. It's just very comfortable. A good man should be like him. Laura was able to get along well with Anne. At least she knew her position clearly. It seems that I have no chance facing her best friend, and didn't hide it. In fact, his shortcomings are obvious. Laura didn't understand. Obvious shortcomings. Too handsome, insecure. Anne is a New Yorker, so she would naturally observe some things that ordinary people don't pay much attention to. Didn't you notice that he drives an ordinary Volkswagen sedan, wears ordinary brand clothes, and wears an ordinary American watch? As soon as these words came out, Laura understood that Martin Davis was not a rich man. Anne was still thinking about this matter. He is a good person, but he doesn't have much money. Laura said, he just became famous. Let's talk about this later. Anne had roughly thought of a countermeasure, and she would wait for the time being, not express her position, not promise, and not give up. In Century City, as soon as Thomas entered the company, Natasha, the front desk clerk, came over. She handed Thomas a few newspapers. There's news about Martin on it, take a look. Thomas thanked him, took the newspapers upstairs, sat at his workstation, and flipped through them, and found that they were all entertainment gossip newspapers with relatively large sales in Los Angeles. These newspapers published the celebration party of the Wax Museum crew yesterday. It's normal, after all, the Wax Museum is a big hit, and is still ranked in the top 3 of the North American weekly box office chart. It would be strange if the entertainment media didn't pay attention to it. But when Thomas opened a celebrity gossip column in the newspaper, his eyes widened, thinking, no way, this speed is too fast. Anne Hathaway's love affair exposed. The man is suspected to be Hollywood star Martin Davis. A series of photos were published below. The two smiled and walked out of the bar together. The man guarded the woman got into the man's car, and the man went to the hotel where the woman was stayed for 2 hours before coming out, and his clothes were changed when he came out. Without reading the short essay written by the reporter, what would Thomas think of just looking at these photos? Martin and Anne are definitely having an affair. Is the action so fast? Thomas continued to look through and found similar news in several gossip newspapers. From the perspective of a reader, he would make such associations. He knew that the gossip reporter's essays would be more exaggerated without even reading them. Thomas admired Martin. This bastard was really fast. He suddenly covered his face. Yesterday he wanted to teach Martin how to pick up girls, but he was overestimating himself. Thomas picked up the phone and dialed Martin's number. After the call was connected, he heard a wheezing sound and immediately had a bad association. Martin, are you with that princess? The other end laughed. What are you thinking about? I'm working out and just had a fight with old Brooke. Thomas asked directly, what's going on between you and Anne Hathaway? Martin said, I met her in the bar yesterday. We had a few drinks together, and I sent her back to the hotel. Her Princess Diaries 2 sold well this year. Although the response and reputation are not as good as the first one, it is still at the forefront among the post-80s actresses. What Thomas cares about is not whether it is true or not, but whether it can make a profit for you. Actresses of her level are enough. Martin, don't let her go. Martin was dissatisfied. Hey, man, what are you talking about? Thomas was surprised. What's wrong with what I said? Martin said, I'm a fan of Annie. I like Annie very much. Our meeting yesterday was probably destined by fate. This is fate, nothing else. Do you understand? Thomas understood. You are so shameless. He added, you know more about this than I do. You can control the details yourself. Call me if you need anything. Hang up. In the gym, Martin hung up the phone. Bruce had taken off his protective gear and stretched his body. Martin put away his phone and did some stretching exercises as well. He asked, did Zomi succeed yesterday? I talked to him, but he drove away alone. Bruce sometimes admired this piece of shit Martin. I wonder, it's okay that mean attracts middle-aged and elderly women, but why can't someone like Anne Hathaway smell the stench coming from you? Martin patted his chest, because people like you are blind. I'm a good person, and a good person with a bright future. Bruce sneered. Why didn't you make an effort last night and go directly into her room? Martin retorted. Old Bruce, can you please have some professional ethics? Celebrities must have the ethics and bottom line of celebrities and should consider the reporters and paparazzi friends who follow them every day. If the story progresses too quickly, it will reach a climax all of a sudden, and readers will be bored. Our reporters and paparazzi friends will lose their jobs. Even though Bruce had seen how stinky this piece of shit was, he was still stunned by this novel theory. Martin came over and patted Bruce on the shoulder. "See, I'm a truly ethical and professional actor." Bruce was speechless. Their fitness trainer Ceci came in from outside and saw the two wiping their sweat. She said, "I have prepared drinks for you in the lounge." Martin politely responded, "Thank you." Ceci deliberately fell behind and walked with Bruce and took the initiative to invite him. "Old Bruce, do you have time at noon? There is a new Japanese restaurant nearby. I will treat you to Japanese food." Martin decided to create an opportunity for old Bruce. "I will go to Louise's place at noon and go to the studio to meet Wes and Agia in the afternoon. You are free to do whatever you want." Bruce was ready to say goodbye to Kim and immediately accepted Ceci's invitation. "Okay, I will treat you at noon." Ceci was very happy. "No need, I will treat you, if you say so." She thought to herself, "How about this? You treat me next time." Martin found that Ceci was very good at it. Before this date even started, the next date was already prepared. Bruce said, "Let's talk about it next time." Martin went to the locker room to take a shower and change clothes. When he came out, he said hello to Bruce and drove to Sherman Oaks alone. He didn't contact Anne Hathaway for the time being. He would arrange to have dinner with her when he was free. When the car was about to drive to the South Slope, someone stopped the car on the roadside. Chapter 152. People's favorite gossip. The area where the luxury houses in Los Angeles are located is basically a place with few cars, few people and few houses. The girl in school uniform stood alone on the side of the road, with her right hand raised and her thumb raised, waving towards Martin. Martin had seen her once. The car stopped next to the person and the passenger window was lowered. The girl bent down and looked to make sure she had recognized the right person. She waved at Martin. "Hi, handsome, we have met before." Martin glanced at the slightly chubby face and asked, "Are you Elizabeth from the Olsen family?" Elizabeth Olsen smiled very sweetly. "Are you going to Louise's place? Can you take me home on the way home?" Martin opened the passenger door. "Get in the car." Elizabeth got in the car and put her school bag on her lap. "Thank you." Martin drove. "You can stop any car. You don't have to worry about encountering bad guys." "Are you a bad guy?" Elizabeth turned her head and looked at Martin. "I recognize your car, so I dare to stop it." Martin was surprised. "We have only met a few times." Elizabeth reminded, "You often go to Louise's place, and every time you have to pass by my house." Martin asked, "Are girls as smart as you now?" Elizabeth giggled. "Handsome, you speak so nicely. By the way, I don't know your name yet." "Martin Davis." "Sounds familiar. I seem to have seen him in the newspaper recently." Elizabeth remembered, the male lead of a horror movie. Martin nodded and asked, "Didn't your sister drive you and drop you off when I saw you?" Elizabeth explained simply, "They were very busy today, so I took a leave of absence and came back. I took the bus here. There was no public transportation further ahead, so I was planning to walk back, and I happened to meet you." Martin said, "You are lucky." Perhaps the favorable environment she grew up in gave her extraordinary confidence. Elizabeth said, "Of course, I have always been lucky." Martin drove up the south slope of the mountain. Elizabeth said, "No need to stop. Go directly to Louise's house. There is no one at home." "Really?" Martin did not listen to her, but called Louise first. Louise said, "The Olsens are all attending a business event. Let her come over." Elizabeth said, "I don't know Louise well, but my sister knows her well." Martin drove directly into the gate of Louise's house and parked the car next to the villa. Elizabeth got off the passenger seat and saw Louise standing at the door of the villa. She greeted her politely and said, "I have nowhere to go for the time being. Can I stay here for a while?" Louise invited, "Let's have lunch together." Martin took the gift from the armrest box and went into the villa to give it to the housekeeper Mary. Louise asked, "What is it?" Martin said, "I ordered wine for you from overseas. You can taste it in small amounts, but don't drink too much." One glass can make a donkey fall down. Louise nodded. Got it. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat at the dining table. Elizabeth saw the beautifully prepared barbecue and said, "Meat. I like it the most." Louise said, "Don't be polite, just eat as you like." Martin didn't talk much, and the barbecue was more attractive. Just like last time, Louise specially asked a chef to come and make the barbecue. After lunch, the three chatted for a while. Elizabeth had the habit of taking a nap, so Louise asked Mary to arrange for her to rest in the guest room and wait for the neighbors to come back and send her home. Louise got in Martin's car and went to Warner Studios together. Passing by the next door, Louise pointed and said, "The real rich women are here. The Olsen sisters? Are they richer than you?" Martin asked curiously. Louise said, "Maybe he'll be a billionaire someday." Martin smiled. "I still want you to support me." Louise changed the subject and asked, "Has the promotion of the Wax Museum come to an end?" Martin said, "It's over. The distribution company has not arranged any overseas promotion. Yesterday's celebration party was the last public promotion event." Louise sat crookedly in the co-pilot seat and asked, "What are your plans?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to go to the Crew of the Hills Have Eyes to do post-production in the next few days. Some shots need dubbing." He turned into the main driveway. Originally, Zomi told a horror story. He received the first draft of the script yesterday and showed it to me when he went to the bar. "Unfortunately, it's not suitable for me." Louise asked, "The dwarf murderer you mentioned?" Martin said simply, "The script written by Zomi's friend focuses on a perverted heroine with dwarfism and a supporting actress. The supporting actor is not outstanding and is killed by the heroine in the end." During the filming of the Wax Museum, Martin would have been interested, but after playing the leading role, he would never play such a role again. Louise made a brief suggestion. "Whenever possible, choose the protagonist first. Even if you choose a supporting role, you should choose a supporting role with characteristics, not a stupid supporting role that sets off other characters." Martin thought of Alexander the Great again. "If you are interested, you can take a look. I think the script is very interesting, and Zomi's directing ability is also good." He mentioned this to Louise not because his previous life, Orphan, received a good response. Many Hollywood movies that were once praised on the other side of the internet have a high chance of being box office flops in North America. There are too many movies that have a great reputation, but very poor box office. Martin's judgment is based on the fact that this movie has a sequel. Louise is somewhat interested. After all, Zomi has just achieved success. Wait until he finishes the script and ask him to submit a copy to Pacific Pictures. When he arrived at Warner Studios, Martin called Zomi and reminded him to finalize the script and send a copy to Pacific Pictures. The post-production studio where the Crew of the Eyes on the Hill is located is next to the Crew of Alexander. When Martin and Louise came over, they saw Angelina Jolie. Louise seemed to be quite familiar with her and chatted with her for a while. In the first half of this year, gossip media published rumors about Pitt cheating on Jolie, but not many people paid attention to it, and it has not become a big deal yet. When Martin entered the post-production studio, he looked back at Jolie. It is said that this woman never hires professional public relations, and all public relations and self-marketing plans are all from her own hands. In Jolie, one thing is fully embodied. No matter how well a movie is made, it is not as good as good publicity. Martin found director Agia and went to the post-production dubbing room. Many shots shot on site were disturbed by the environment and could not get the ideal effect, so they could only be solved through post-production dubbing. He stayed in the dubbing room for half an afternoon and his work efficiency was pretty good. He redubbed more than 30 shots. When Martin came out, Wes Craven came back from a meeting at Warner Brothers. Together with Agia, the three of them went into the producer's office together. Craven talked about the important things first. House of Wax has received good box office response, and it has earned you a lot of points, Martin. Warner Brothers attaches great importance to this film with you as the absolute protagonist. It was originally planned to be released in April, but it was finally decided to advance it to early February, the weekend after the Super Bowl. Martin asked, "Will the film's advertisements be shown on the Super Bowl?" Craven said, "I have suggested it, but the specific arrangements depend on Warner Brothers." Aja flicked his hair and said, it is said that Super Bowl advertising is very effective. The #1 program in the United States. Craven watches it every year. In terms of TV advertising alone, there is nothing better than the Super Bowl. Martin pondered for a moment and said, I have some ideas about the promotion of the film. Aja was curious, I heard that a lot of your suggestions were used in the promotion of House of Wax. Martin would not be humble about such things. Some of them. Craven was an experienced man. It's definitely not the conventional promotions. Those have been played out. So, Paris Hilton. Martin just smiled, neither admitting nor denying. Craven said, in a few days, Warner Brothers will hold a film promotion meeting. One of you is the director and the other is the production manager. You should go together then. Martin replied, no problem for me. Call me to confirm the time. Craven, who had been a producer for countless times, reminded Martin, The Hills Have Eyes is completely centered on you. You are the main focus of public opinion. He made similar suggestions to Thomas. The Wax Museum has brought you some popularity. You should try to maintain the popularity. This will benefit your next film. Aja was quick-witted. I'll hold a party and invite a few French female stars over. Martin, can you pick one up? Martin said righteously, why is it that when it comes to creating popularity and topics, the first thing you think of is women? Aja spread his hands. Because the public loves to read gossip the most, and it is the easiest and most effective to create gossip about the affairs of men and women. Martin said, unless you invite Sophie Marceau, it's no use. You'd better find a Hollywood actress. Craven has been in the industry for decades and knows the market and audience better than Martin and Aja. Sophie Marceau has no appeal in North America and is not very popular. Martin realized that not only Sophie Marceau, but also Monica Bellucci have average appeal in North America. After all, it's not Europe. Then, the three of them went into the post-editing room together and watched the first cut of the sample film together. Craven and Aja discussed how to do the second edit. Martin listened carefully on the side without saying a word. Although he is not a layman in this area, he did have less contact with it before, not as good as Craven and Aja. The final editing right of the film is in Craven's hands. The title of the godfather of modern horror movies in Hollywood is not for nothing. After 2 days in the post-production studio, Halloween is coming soon. At this time every year, all the monsters and ghosts in Hollywood and even the United States will go out. Martin originally wanted to ask Louise to participate in the Halloween parade, but Louise was not interested. He thought about it for a while and called Anne Hathaway. I remember that your crew hasn't started filming yet. Are you free on Halloween? Martin invited. Let's attend the Halloween parade together. Anne adhered to the principle of not refusing and not being responsible and said, the crew will have a holiday at that time. I have participated in the Halloween parade in Greenwich Village, but not the one in Los Angeles. Martin immediately said, my princess, can your loyal guard accompany you to patrol the territory? Anne smiled. Yes, but you are responsible for the princess's styling and dress. Martin replied, no problem. On the last day of the month, 3 updates are delivered. Friends who still have monthly tickets, please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 153 A Perfect Match. On South Broadway in Burbank, in the shop, where the costumes were custom made for the previous art party, and followed Martin into the dressing room and asked curiously, have you prepared a surprise? What kind? It won't be a killer look, right? She had said in advance, Martin, even if I wear makeup for Halloween, I don't want to be ugly. You are so beautiful and elegant that even God can't bear to destroy you. Martin's words sounded particularly nice. Annie, even on Halloween, you have to be the most beautiful. The 50-year-old designer Hannah greeted the two. Please come this way. Anne saw a dark leather coat hanging on the hanger, and high-heeled leather boots standing next to it, and a shelf above it with black hairpins and goggles. Who am I? She asked Martin. The look Martin chose was naturally the character that impressed Anne the most. He said, Selena Kyle. Anne frowned and thought for a moment, then asked tentatively, Catwoman? Martin nodded. Let's try it. Anne went to the clothes and accessories and looked through them. It seems completely different from Halle Berry and Michelle Pfeiffer. Martin thought for a moment and said, the real-life version of Catwoman, and turned around and asked, are you Batman? Martin smiled, of course, and pursed her lips into a line and sat in the MacU chair. 2 stylists came over to help her with her look. Martin followed Hannah to another dressing room. Hannah whispered, "Where's Mean? Why didn't he come?" Martin remembered that Mean had gone upstairs with Hannah last time. "He's been busy recently. You can call him if you miss him." Hannah muttered, "I really miss him a little, and his mouth." She quickly added, "Mean speaks very nicely." Martin heard Bruce mention it a few days ago, that Mean was having a hot relationship with the woman he hooked up with in the bar. Entering the dressing room, Martin changed into Batman's uniform. Of course, it was not the one with 2 grapes on George Clooney's chest, but the one that Bale wore in the new Batman trailer. In the studio lobby, Bruce checked the time and went out to find a public telephone booth. He took out his address book and dialed the first number. "Hello, American Rumors? I have an important message for you. Martin Davis and Anne Hathaway will participate in today's Halloween parade. I have confirmed that they will appear in the open air theater as a couple." The other side replied, "Thank you for your information. If you can leave your name and mailing address, we will have a kind heart." "No, I'm just a concerned citizen." Bruce hung up the phone and called the hotline of another gossip magazine, Hollywood Daily, to betray Martin and Anne Hathaway again. The stage is set. How can we miss the audience, such as reporters and paparazzi? Bruce made more than a dozen calls in a row. In addition to gossip newspapers, he also notified some free paparazzi. In the afternoon, the Hollywood Halloween parade will begin. Martin and Annie got off the car and just arrived next to the open air theater. The stunning looks of Batman and Catwoman immediately attracted countless reporters to take pictures, especially Annie's Catwoman. Martin said to Annie as they walked, let go naturally. Don't think about the princess in the past. Those are all fake. You are now a thief, or thief who steals hearts, and you will steal everyone's heart today." Listening to Martin's encouragement, Annie naturally relaxed, threw away the memory of the princess, took cat steps, and strode forward. Martin is such a shameless person, and tons of nice words came out. "Annie, your sexy charm will definitely charm everyone." Annie pursed her charming smile. The Batman next to her is good in every aspect, but unfortunately he doesn't have the most important ability of Bruce Wayne. Martin took off the Batman mask. As a star, Annie automatically pushed up the goggles on her eyes without being reminded. The goggles were stuck together with the hairpins on her head, as if she was born with cat ears. Maximum, a reporter from Entertainment Weekly, was taking photos, and couldn't help but exclaim, "These two are so cool. One is tall and strong, sunny, and handsome. The other is hot and sexy, a perfect match." The Hollywood Bowl has gathered a lot of people who are ready to participate in the Halloween parade, which can be described as a riot of demons. Among the large number of demons and ghosts entering at this moment, Martin and Anne are like bright lights in the dark night. Reporters and paparazzi rushed up to take photos. Anne really enjoys the feeling of being in the spotlight, which makes her feel like a real princess. Maximum from Entertainment Weekly came over to interview, and the microphone was extended between Martin and Anne, saying, "Martin, Anne, you are so cool and stylish. Martin, you are Batman. Anne, is this your Catwoman look?" Anne's words were very interesting. "This is the Catwoman look that Martin came up with specifically for me. He said it matches my figure and temperament very well." Martin said at the right time, "Don't you think Anne is more charming than the Catwoman in the comics?" There were exclamations and camera shutters around. The reporter from the American Rumor asked, "Martin, Annie, are you dating?" Martin didn't answer, and the question automatically went to Annie. Annie was somewhat knowledgeable, and said, "Actually, no, Martin and I are very good friends now, and Martin is very outstanding and talented." After saying something, like "you are a good person," she didn't forget to give people hope. In the future? Who can say what will happen in the future? Martin has been accompanying her, and he is as happy as a dog. The paparazzi's crazy photo taking made his smile even brighter. Martin and Annie entered the open air theater together, and Annie's hand touched Martin's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Several times in the middle, she held Martin's arm and quickly let go. Later, Maximum put away his camera and was about to look for a new target when a strong man appeared in front of him. Bruce was very polite. "Give me your business card." Maximum was not a newcomer and understood what this meant. He took out his work business card and handed it to the other party. Bruce was about to leave when he saw an acquaintance, the female paparazzi who had appeared below the North Hollywood apartment. Jody also recognized Bruce as someone close to Martin. Seeing him approaching, she asked, "What do you want?" Bruce pointed to the parking lot on the side of the road and said, "Let's chat." Jody put away her camera and followed him to the side of the road. Bruce invited her into the car. Jody got on the passenger seat and said directly, "Do you have high-value news? What do you want?" She looked at Bruce, who was much better than the fat landlord of the North Hollywood apartment. Bruce asked, "I heard that you have cooperation with many media." Jody nodded. "I'm an entertainment blogger and also contribute to many entertainment newspapers and magazines." Bruce had learned about her specifically. "If your reports are more biased towards Martin, if there is any news about Martin, we will notify you first." Jody thought seriously, thinking of the Wax Museum, that was a big hit at the box office, thinking of Martin and Anne, the popular young actress, and thinking of Martin's new film being released. She took out her business card and stuffed it into Bruce's hand. "You can call me anytime." Bruce emphasized again, "Don't forget the premise. Your articles and photos must be biased towards Martin. You should be able to see that Martin's momentum is very strong, and there will be a lot of news that the public is interested in." This inspired Jody. She thought carefully. The series of news about the Wax Museum produced an extremely sensational effect. Could it be related to Martin? She suddenly discovered a key point, that shameless mean often followed Martin around, like a follower. And now Anne Hathaway, who is recognized by the entertainment media industry as a figure who can rank among the top 4 female stars born in the 1980s. If Martin and her really want to be a couple, 1 + 1 will definitely be greater than 2. Jody immediately said, "I'm a staunch supporter of Martin." Bruce said, "That's it." Jody got out of the car and left. Then, Aquaman Bruce went to find the next paparazzi. Martin's pond will get bigger and bigger and can raise a lot of fish. Jody got out of the car, found a quiet place, and took out the recorder. For a paparazzi, news is everywhere. Jody put it to her ear, pressed the play button, and a lot of noise rang out. Shit. She turned around to look for the bastard, but didn't find anyone. She couldn't help but make up her mind that she would sleep with the guy sooner or later and make him provide inside news. The annual Hollywood Halloween parade began. This is a feast for ordinary people, and it is also a stage for celebrities to create topics. Just as Martin and Annie walked hand in hand on the street, Bruce picked up the camera and became a temporary cameraman, taking photos of the two of them getting along intimately so that he could post them on his blog in the evening. Suddenly, Bruce found that Anne's follower Laura was also taking pictures. The two greeted each other in tacit understanding. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. The two smiled at each other and continued to take pictures. This is the unforgettable love of the stars. Martin and Anne walked on Hollywood Boulevard, waving to both sides from time to time, and occasionally whispering, both intimate and happy. Batman's costume was okay, but Anne's Catwoman costume was not exposed at all, but it was particularly eye-catching. From time to time, people who were traveling with them came to take pictures together. There were even passers-by who ran into the parade and wanted to take pictures with the two. Martin and Anne were very friendly and never refused anyone. There were always a few paparazzi following Martin. The Halloween parade lasted until the evening. It was not yet 10 o'clock, and Anne took the initiative to say goodbye. "Martin, you can take me back." Martin replied, "I'll have someone drive the car over right away." Anne glanced at the Bentley on the side of the road, but didn't say much. Martin noticed it, grabbed Anne's hand and walked away. "Come this way," Anne said as she walked. "Today is the happiest day since I came to Los Angeles." Martin turned back, looked into her eyes and said, "There will be happier times," and encouraged him. "Then I'll wait." Bruce drove over. Martin took Anne in the car and sent her back to the hotel. This time, he came out quickly. "It can't be the same every time. You must have morals and professional qualities, control the rhythm, and consider the jobs of the reporters and paparazzi who follow you." Chapter 154 I want you to be the male lead. In Century City, Thomas had been waiting in the Starbucks store in the shopping mall, drinking cup after cup of coffee, and finally waited for his future. Martin and Bruce entered Starbucks and saw Thomas under the lights at a glance. Bruce asked, "Is it an illusion caused by the lights? Why is Thomas's forehead brighter than before? Don't you think he is better than before?" Martin strode to the opposite side of Thomas, pulled out a chair and sat down, looking like a good client who felt sorry for his agent. "You have been waiting for a long time. You have worked hard." Thomas closed his laptop and said, "It's nothing. I often work overtime. Especially recently." He has gotten used to it. Bruce took out a memory card and handed it to Thomas. "I took the photos." Thomas took out the card reader, inserted it into the computer, checked the photos one by one, and nodded frequently. "The photos are very good. Martin, you and Anne are no different from real lovers." Martin emphasized, "I'm pursuing Anne, and Anne also wants to date me. This is the outburst of real feelings." Bruce said lightly, "Anne's followers are also taking photos. You pervert don't understand love at all." Martin glanced at old Bruce. "Every love is different. There is always something special." After looking at the photos, Thomas said, "I have a copywriting in mind. The best couple costumes for this Halloween parade. Martin Davis and Anne Hathaway." Martin agreed. "Okay. Thomas, please take the trouble to write the manuscript tonight." Thomas was full of energy. "Leave it to me." Martin and Bruce immediately left Starbucks, and before leaving, he generously treated Thomas to a cup of espresso. Thomas worked all night to finish the manuscript until the early morning, revised it again and again, and then rushed to the cooperating newspaper office and handed it to the editor of the newspaper office together with the selected photos. "When I left, I found that the sky was bright in the east. Many movies were released during Halloween. The popularity of the Wax Museum was suppressed by the new movies, but Martin's name and photos still maintained a certain exposure rate, especially on the internet. Many websites reprinted the photos on his blog. Martin and Anne Hathaway's couple costumes of Batman and Catwoman were well received. Couple topics need to keep a good rhythm. If you come out to feed dog food every day, people will soon get bored." Martin's enthusiasm for Anne quickly cooled down, and he contacted her from time to time at the Hilton Hotel and returned to her room after attending the script reading meeting, took out her mobile phone and checked it, but there was no reply. Martin sent her a message first, and she replied again, and then Martin didn't reply for a long time. Anne was a little crazy. What does this mean? He doesn't care about her? A few days ago, he was as enthusiastic as her. Anne was uneasy and couldn't help sending another text message. "Are you busy with work?" Still no reply. After waiting for a few minutes, when she was about to get angry, the phone rang with a text message alert. "I attended a meeting at Warner Brothers." Martin's reply was very targeted. "My next film has a release date. Unlike House of Wax, I will be the absolute protagonist." Anne asked, "Horror film?" Martin continued to throw bait. "Wes Craven's horror film. The second version has just been cut. The internal previews have received high reviews. The original release date was set for April. I received a lot of attention at House of Wax. Warner Brothers has confidence in the film and has specially moved it up to February, and has been working hard in Hollywood and knows the weight of Wes Craven. His horror films have been successful for more than 10 years. What Warner Brothers has done is clearly optimistic about the film and Martin's future. If the future is good." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Laura went to open the door and Anne found that her agent Maher Dakshi had come. Maher came from CAA and was a capable subordinate of CAA co-founder Braun Lord. Anne quickly sent a text message to Martin and stood up to greet him. "Maher, why are you here?" Maher, who was much older than Anne, smiled and said, "I came to see if my little princess was immersed in love." Anne said, "Martin and I are ordinary friends. Love is part of an actor's career, and it is a very important part. Maher, as an agent, also considers work first." "Annie, do you have a good impression of Martin?" "I have a good impression, but," Anne generously admitted that, as far as she could see, Martin had many advantages and only one disadvantage. Maher's face was full of encouragement. "Nothing. An agent is not a friend. Anne can tell the difference. There are some things she won't say to her agent. I'm from New York in the north, and he's from Atlanta in the south." Maher put away her encouraging smile and said, "These are not obstacles." She specifically reminded him, after the popularity of The Princess Diaries 2 passed, your attention has been declining, but recently your attention has soared. And knew why. Because of me and Martin? Maher said directly, a beautiful love should be a booster for an actor's career. And said, I asked Laura to secretly take some photos and send them to the newspaper, and also asked her to contact the paparazzi. You did a good job. Maher encouraged, maximize the value of a relationship. She asked, do you need me to talk to Martin's agent? Anne was silent for a while and asked, how to talk specifically? Maher said, when he confessed to you, or you confessed to him, the first time you held hands, the first kiss, going on vacation, visiting each other on set, and the subsequent cohabitation quarrels, all have media coverage value. Although Anne was mentally prepared, she was still a little surprised. Isn't this going to make all of your private lives public? Brian Lord is Madonna's agent, and I was Brian's assistant at the time. Maher suddenly talked about something and related. Madonna's status is brought by her career, but how did she get so popular at the time? She dated one male star after another, including those outside the entertainment industry, seduced Dennis Rodman, and sent a bathtub to Jordan. These made her a top-notch topic in the United States. She had specifically inquired before coming. Martin's next work is a horror film by Wes Craven. He will definitely be the male lead. The success rate is over 80%, and his future is promising. Annie was a little confused. I'll think about it carefully. Maher comforted, don't worry, if you miss this one, there's the next one. Annie subconsciously said, can the next one be as good as Martin? Maher sighed secretly. The little girl has not yet stepped out of the primary stage of judging people by appearance. However, Martin Davis is indeed handsome and has temperament, especially the zombie machine gun dance, which makes people want to experience it in person. Remember to inform me in time if there is any progress. Maher did not stay for long and left the hotel with a few instructions. After Halloween, the crew of The Hills Have Eyes took advantage of Martin's recent popularity and released the first official poster of the film. The poster uses a mountain town as the background. Martin is covered in blood, holding a baby in his left hand with two broken fingers, and holding a baseball bat covered with blood, flesh, and bones in his right hand. A scarred German shepherd follows him on one side, and two deformed and terrible corpses lie behind him. At the top of the poster, the title of the film is written, The Hills Have Eyes. The cast marked in extra large text below has only one person, Martin Davis. As one of the three giants of the crew, no actor competes with Martin for the role. The poster also has a subtitle, Save the Children, Face Evil. Hollywood movies never go out of style, and are the favorite themes of North American audiences. Then there is the release time, which is especially easy to remember, the weekend after the Super Bowl next year. There are still more than 3 months before the film is released, and it is far from the promotional explosion period. The crew took advantage of Martin's popularity and released a version of the poster, and then quickly fell silent. Both the crew and the distributor Warner Brothers recognized Martin as a focus of the publicity. In this era, whether it is acting or popularity, they are all made with resources. Martin's schedule gradually stabilized. He went to Warner Studios every day to participate in the post-production of The Eyes Behind the Mountain. Occasionally, he asked Anne out to work out and practice shooting according to the schedule. Venice, a seaside hotel. Kim Kardashian, in disguise, came to the top floor of the hotel and knocked on a door. Bruce opened the door and let Kim in first. He looked around and closed the door. After a moment, he suddenly opened the door and observed again. There was nothing unusual, so he closed the door and went back to the room. Kim rushed to Bruce. You are finally willing to find me. She was different from other women. Kim rushed into Bruce's arms backwards. Bruce asked, have you met Paris? Yes. Kim was happy and lost. Paris and I have officially broken up. Bruce said, I saw it in the newspaper. You almost fought. Kim's voice unconsciously raised. She is jealous of me. She is jealous that I have changed from a bad girl to a celebrity like her. Bruce motioned for her to continue. Kim added, that bitch said that I became famous only by borrowing her name, and my popularity will soon fade away, and I will never be able to compare to Paris Hilton. Bruce thought this made sense. After Kim consumed Paris, the popularity would naturally fade away. Kim raised her head and looked at Bruce eagerly. Is there any way for me to stay famous for a long time? She has experienced the brilliance of being the center of attention and doesn't want to go back to obscurity. I have nightmares every night. I dream that I become an ordinary person again. No, I will never be an ordinary person. Bruce came here to say goodbye to Kardashian. The movie marketing has been completed and the practice is done. He said, sorry, Kim, I have no other way. Kim felt something and took a step forward. She turned her head while twisting her waist. You want to leave me? Bruce learned Martin's scumbag nature. You can call me anytime. I can come out anytime. Kim turned her head and lay on the table. Actually, I thought of a way. Why is Paris famous? Why do people always remember her? Because her videotapes always exist. Bruce looked at Kim and guessed something. Under Bruce's training, Jin quickly awakened in some aspects. If I also have such a videotape, will it have the same effect? I think it can. She turned back again. I want you to be the male lead. I just finished writing the 3rd chapter. I need to make some minor changes. I think it will be published before noon. Please vote for me. Chapter 155 Seeking a new job, asking for monthly tickets. Early in the morning, while having breakfast at a nearby restaurant, Bruce told Martin about what happened last night. Martin was somewhat surprised. It wasn't you who proposed it, but she asked you to be the male lead in the videotape? Bruce deliberately put on a cocky look. Hey, man, look at me. The real love saint is here. The evolution is very fast. Martin put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. The most critical question. Love saint Bruce, have you agreed? Bruce said, I told her to think about it carefully. Martin pointed at him and said, that's it? You have the nerve to call yourself a love saint? You are clearly a coward without balls. Bruce fought back. Mr. Scumbag, do you dare to shoot it? Martin said without hesitation, if Annie invites me to shoot it, I will definitely agree. Bruce was really a little scared in the face of Kim's request and found a reason and excuse. Kim will sell the videotape to a distribution company for distribution to the whole of North America. Martin was very considerate and even found a buyer for Bruce. Jenna's company will buy it. That's not the point. Can you listen to me? Bruce said the reason he had racked his brains to find a group of Mexican traffickers are still looking for me. What if they see the videotape and chase me? Martin said disdainfully, just don't show your face. I believe you can do it. He also added fuel to the fire. Don't forget, who are you? You are Bruce, the man that King Kong girl Sophia can't forget. The day was once again exhausted. Bruce threw down his knife and fork, got up and left. He would never say a word to Martin today. After breakfast, Martin rushed to Warner Studios. As the production manager of The Hills Have Eyes, he attended the post-production and distribution meeting between the studio and Warner Brothers with Craven and Adja. At the meeting, the promotion of the film was discussed specifically. In view of the great success of House of Wax in promotion, Martin's suggestions were also taken seriously. Of course, Martin can make suggestions and ideas, but to actually implement them, it still depends on the professionals of the crew and Warner Brothers. The large-scale promotion of The Hills Have Eyes will not be launched until after the new year. Warner Brothers decided to push the film's advertisement into the Super Bowl. In addition, the publicity staff of Warner Brothers reminded Martin that it would be best to maintain a certain level of popularity before the film was released. Craven's Golden Signboard and the success of House of Wax played a role in the blessing of the male lead Martin. After spending the 3rd weekend in North America, the North American box office of House of Wax has accumulated $47.56 million, and it will definitely exceed $50 million in another week. Overseas, the film has been released in more than 30 countries in Latin America, Europe, and Australia, and the overseas box office has exceeded $30 million. If nothing unexpected happens, the global box office will exceed $100 million. After the meeting, Martin went to the Alexander post-production studio next door, ready to call Louise to have lunch together. When he went there, Louise was seeing Angelina Jolie out. Julie had met Martin last time and couldn't help but curious. Wouldn't you like to introduce him? Louise said generously. I discovered a talented actor in Atlanta, Martin Davis. Martin took the initiative to say, hello, Julie. Julie shook hands with Martin. I see a star rising. Others said good things, and Martin also complimented. Julie, you are the bright moon in the night sky. All the stars are eclipsed. Julie said, I'm just a second-rate actor. Martin's words came out, you are my idol. I like Laura. The two chatted for a few words, and Julie's agent came over at this time. She said goodbye and left quickly. Martin followed Louise into the office, and the walls were covered with promotional materials of Alexander the Great. He looked at the 4 maquette photos on the left, each of which was a different one for Alexander the Great, and asked, the male lead of this film is Colin Farrell, right? Louise looked up and said, director Oliver Stone's original choice was Heath Ledger, but several other producers and I were very worried about his condition, so we rejected this candidate. She took off her black-rimmed glasses and rubbed her brows. The investment is too high, so we have to be cautious. Martin came and sat down opposite her and asked, I heard that a preview for theater managers was held? Louise was worried again. The preview didn't go over well. She paused for a moment and expressed her concerns. Hollywood has made a general mistake in its judgment of the market. The recent epic films have received generally poor responses, and the loss of this project is likely to increase. Martin comforted, it's okay, I'll support you then. Louise said directly, in a month at most, I'll turn you into a pauper. Martin said, drunkard, you should look at people from a development perspective. My current salary is several $100,000. If The Hills Have Eyes is successful, my salary will be in the 7 figures. Louise smiled and shook her head. I have completed all the post-dubbing for The Hills Have Eyes. Martin said seriously, I will look for a new job soon. Louise asked, does your support group in Atlanta have spare energy to join the group? Martin knew she was talking about Vincent and Sophia, and said, as long as The Hills Have Eyes is successful, they will definitely continue to participate in the group and even invest more money. They are waiting for The Hills Have Eyes to be released. He shamelessly asked directly, dear, do you have a suitable role or project to recommend to me? Louise did not respond, and reminded emphatically, you have not paid off your debt to me. Martin spread his hands. Hey, drunkard, don't we have sincere feelings between us, and do we give everything for feelings? I took advantage of you, and you became an international bartender. You took advantage of me, so I should become an internationally famous movie star, right? Louise threw away her worries and laughed happily. After laughing, she said, you are good at making people happy. Are you in a good mood? Seeing her nod, Martin said straightforwardly, International Bartender Master Ms. Louise Meyer, I heard that you have invented 2 new cocktails? Louise understood. Yes, I plan to publish it soon, to truly solidify my title as a global bartender master. Martin came here prepared, and gave her an octopod. Master, can you sign for me in advance? Louise opened it, and took a look, then put it away with satisfaction. Since you have a fan club, and can organize a party, I will give you a good chance for the sake of fairness. She thought for a moment and said, Pacific Pictures Script Project Library is open to you. It includes scripts submitted by screenwriters, projects recommended by directors themselves, and some initial plans for producers to attract investment. It's not as good as the 6 major companies, but there are still tens of thousands of scripts and initial plans for hundreds of projects. Martin was very excited when he heard this. The script library of a film company would not be easily open to the public. Louise poured cold water on him first. Most of them are useless. Hollywood has tens of thousands of original scripts registered every year, and thousands of projects initiate initial plans, but only a very small number of them eventually become movies. Martin asked the latter, initial project plan? Louise simply said, just like House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes. Most Hollywood movies do not have scripts first, but producers come up with suitable ideas, or encounter literary works and real stories suitable for adaptation, and then start to organize, including attracting investment, finding producers, finalizing directors, hiring screenwriters to write scripts, etc. She emphasized the adaptation. Many initial plans only remain on paper. Some producers submit adaptation plans that are almost worthless if they are not invested in, because they don't even have the copyright. Martin carefully calculated, if he wanted to organize a project, what would be the chance of success? funds, he certainly couldn't use his own, and the money he had was not enough to make a movie, so he could only wait for the box office of The Hills Have Eyes to be released. Connections. He glanced at Louise. If it didn't work, there would be an agency behind her. Thinking of this, Martin shook his head secretly. He hadn't found a project yet. Louise said, "Come with me to Pacific Pictures this afternoon and pick whatever you want. You really know how to do business. Drunkard, is this what you call a fair trade?" Martin said viciously, "You've already put together all the valuable projects, and the rest are all moldy garbage thrown in the warehouse, and you just throw them to me, treating me as a garbage recycling station?" Louise told the truth. "I don't have any suitable projects at the moment." Martin certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to browse and select scripts from a film and television company's library. At noon, Louise had lunch with Martin, and the two came to Pacific Pictures next to Warner Studios. This company does not directly produce films, and the number of employees is not large. The 3-story office building is also rented from the office area of Warner Studios. Louise drank and planned to take a lunch break, so she asked her assistant Nikki to take Martin to the database on the first floor. The custodian had received Louise's notice and led Martin into the warehouse. He pointed at the computer and said, "There is a directory search here. You can search for project outlines. In addition to the scripts that the company has bought out the copyright and will keep them for a long time, other scripts, plans, etc. will be cleaned up once a year." Martin nodded. "Thank you. As you like." The custodian left. Martin sat in front of the computer and was about to turn it on when the most important thing suddenly came to his mind. He quickly took out his mobile phone and called Robert. "It's me. I'll help you again." The other side automatically replied, "I understand. The ceremony will be held immediately." Martin thought to himself, has it evolved into a special ceremony? He said, "Robert, thank you." "You're welcome." Robert seemed to be saying a prayer. "I wish Martin Davis all the best." Martin was full of confidence. He pressed the power button, opened the database, and searched for scripts and project information in the past year. He first read the script, glanced at the name, and then looked at the story outline. Many Hollywood movie scripts may have their names changed several times before they are pushed into production. Some of the movie titles in previous lives are not even direct translations from English. Even a small company like Pacific Pictures has thousands of contents. As long as the name is unfamiliar and the plot is not memorable, Martin will just pass it. After searching for a long time, he still doesn't feel familiar. Martin is considering that, if it doesn't work out, he will wait for the market response of The Mountain Has Eyes and continue with this style. But without the powerful social media to help, it's hard to say how effective it will be. His current fame and appeal are far less than Kino's. Here comes the third update. Please vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Trying to Organize a Group. After looking through all the script synopses, Martin rejected them all. Original films are not valued in Hollywood. Among the original scripts submitted by ordinary screenwriters, the chance of finding a successful one is naturally very low. After all, the ordinary films that can leave an impression on him are not ordinary films. Martin went to look through the project plans submitted to Pacific Pictures. Most of these are adaptations. Screenwriters or small producers find literary works or real stories worth adapting and recommend them to production companies. They often attract investment and then buy the copyright. Martin soon found a familiar story outline. The adaptation of A Black Stockbroker should be The Pursuit of Happiness, if I remember correctly. The project is certainly not suitable for him. The black people can be rejected first, and the personal appeal of Will Smith is the key to this film. In this era, the Emperor Smith can make money, even if he plays a piece of shit. Martin's deepest impression is Superman Hancock. If the shabby movie is replaced by a male lead with less appeal, it may fail. Martin still called to ask. After all, this is Louise's project library. He has a little conscience, but he still has a little. After calling, he was disappointed. Relativity Media had obtained the authorization in the first half of the year. Later, Martin saw Frank Miller's Sin City. After asking, he found out that the rights to adapt the illustrated novel had been in the hands of Weinstein's Dimension Films as early as last year. Don't expect the fat man to spit out what he swallowed. Martin found that today was a bit unsuccessful. Could it be that Robert's ritual was only useful when auditioning for a role? He thought about it and called Bruce. "Old Bruce, please buy me a bottle of Coke. It must be produced in 2003. Bruce was puzzled. It's less than 2 months before 2005. You want me to buy Coke produced in 2003? Martin nodded. Remember, it must be produced in 2003. Bruce agreed. Martin will not look at the project library for the time being, and we'll talk about it later. Nearly half an hour later, Bruce came over with a box of canned Coke. He opened the box, took out a can, and threw it to Martin. "It's hard to find. I got it from a discount store." Martin motioned Bruce to be quiet, put the Coke in front of the keyboard, mouse, and monitor, waited for a while, then opened it, and drank it all in one breath. He continued to look through the project library. When the database turned to the last page, Martin saw a comic adaptation project. The submitter was a screenwriter named Michael Bratt, who participated in the script writing of Little Thieves and Fast and Furious 2. He wanted to adapt a niche and unpopular comic of Dingneo Comics into a script. The comic is called Wanted. Martin had just met Julie, so he naturally thought of the movie adaptation of the same name. According to the project planning introduction, the comic is a short story that Dingneo Company released last year, with a total of 6 episodes, and the original author is Mark Miller. Martin was somewhat familiar with this name, but he couldn't remember it when he thought about it carefully. In his previous life, he was like most people. He watched a lot of American comic adaptation movies, but he had never read the comic itself, let alone the author. The only American comic book author he knew was Stan Lee, because he often made cameo appearances in Marvel movies. Martin checked Mark Miller on the internet, an author who had participated in the writing of DC Comics many times. Among his numerous works, Wanted was not very famous, and received very well. Perhaps it was for these reasons that when Martin called Dingneo Comics, they confirmed that the copyright for the adaptation was still there. Martin thought carefully that the film should have been a success. James McAvoy later played Professor X, and Julie continued her sharp upward trend after cheating with Pitt, and seemed to have entered the 20 million club at one point. After quickly browsing the remaining items in the database, Martin turned off the computer and said, "Let's go, Bruce." Bruce followed Martin and threw the can into the trash can, wondering, the taste of the 2003 Coke is nothing special. Martin said hello to the custodian and went out of Pacific Pictures to find a comic book store. There was one near Warner Studios. Martin went in and asked the owner, but he was surprised that the niche store didn't sell Wanted. The boss called several colleagues and finally found all 6 issues of Dingneo Comics that published Wanted. Wanted has not yet been published as an independent book. Martin went to the coffee shop next door and carefully read Wanted. It was not unexpected that the comics and the movie were completely different. The comics are a self-deprecating carnival, without a trace of moral integrity, full of all kinds of obscene jokes. The protagonist Wesley transformed from an ordinary person into a supervillain, and reached the peak of his life, highlighting the reality of good defeating evil. The male protagonist is the perpetrator standing on the evil side, not the guardian on the hero side. Another important character Fox is a black man in the comics. If it is filmed according to the comics, the villain male protagonist will kill crazily, and the movie may become a niche carnival for some groups, but it will definitely fail. Martin is self-aware. As a super student, he has no ability to adapt the script. His acting is okay, and he can think of some crooked ideas for publicity. In addition, he has a not very strong fan group behind him, and the fan group has a high degree of trust in him. The rest is far behind. Martin thought for a while, found the number he had written down, and called Michael Bratt, claiming that he had seen his project plan and was interested in promoting this film project and wanted to ask him how to adapt it specifically. Bratt did not describe it in detail, but roughly said, "If I write the script, I will definitely make a big change. With good and evil opposing each other, the male protagonist is righteous, and Sloan and his subordinates are naturally the evil side. Because he did not have the copyright, he was worried about being kicked out, so after a simple statement, Bratt no longer mentioned the script adaptation. Martin chatted with him for a few more words. The reason why the other party submitted the project was not only to be a screenwriter, but also to develop in the direction of producer. There is no way, without the title of producer, the screenwriter has no human rights. Martin did not know much about the copyright market of Hollywood comics. According to Bratt's estimate, this kind of unpopular comic can be obtained within $500,000. Then there are various pre-development costs such as screenwriters, directors, producers and finding investors. After experiencing the Wax Museum, The Hills Have Eyes and Jeans, Martin also wanted to set up a plate by himself, but his ability, experience, and funds would face huge pressure. After coming to Hollywood, he received a total of $1 million in salary for the 3 films he made. With his savings in Atlanta, he had at least $1 million to spend after deducting various expenses. Martin remembered another thing, that he had to reserve taxes. However, investing in the film and television industry can partially offset taxes. He couldn't spend all his money on a film project, and this amount of money was far from enough. Martin found that it was safest to ask a rich woman to support him. Louise's experience and ability were not a problem. The project came from the inventory of Pacific Pictures, and it would be unkind not to bring Louise along. Martin couldn't do such a deal alone, so it was most appropriate to ask Louise to cooperate. Martin immediately called Thomas. In Hollywood, where there are many film and television production companies, it is very simple to set up a studio, and there are professional companies that provide one-stop services. After drinking a cup of coffee and making a few calls, Martin found that he still had to continue to be supported by a rich woman. Take action quickly before being squeezed dry by Louise. Martin left the cafe and went to Pacific Pictures, where he found Louise in the president's office. Louise was wearing a professional suit and black-rimmed glasses, and was handling official business, which was completely different from her dissolute appearance when she was in private. She glanced at Martin. Any results? Martin pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. The comic adaptation recommendation project number 040717. The work wanted by Dingneo Comics. Louise opened the database to search and quickly found it. She had seen this project and was more or less impressed. The comics are relatively niche and the style is dark and cult. She remembered more content. Michael Bratt called me and I talked to him a little. According to his idea, the production cost will be at least $35 million. If star actors are invited, the budget will increase significantly. Martin said, I just called Bratt and talked about the script adaptation. I think this project is promising. Louise shook her head and reminded, Martin, you have been in Los Angeles for less than a year. Martin knew that he had no persuasive power, and he didn't dwell on the so-called prospects of the film. Those were all nonsense. He simply said, I plan to set up a studio, buy the copyright of this work, and then communicate with Bratt in detail. If it is appropriate, he will write the script. Louise understood what he meant. You invest in advance, and the rest of the funds will be solved by a combination of funds. Martin said, this project must be released after The Eyes on the Mountain. As long as The Eyes on the Mountain is successful, I'm 90% sure that I can convince Vincent and Sophia to continue investing, which will solve half or even more of the investment. We need to find a way to raise the rest of the funds for the compilation. Can you and Pacific Pictures participate? Louise was alert and asked, Martin, what are you planning? Me. Martin couldn't help but smile. I'm planning to become a superstar earlier, so that I can make more money to support you. Louise sneered, do I need to remind you? You have a black heart. Martin knew that words were not convincing. You helped me this time, with 5 brand new cocktails, not improved recipes. Sure enough, you have a black heart. Louise confirmed, you actually hid so many private goods. In Los Angeles and Hollywood, she was not afraid of Martin's rebellion. After a moment of hesitation, she said business as usual. Pacific Pictures can help you organize the compilation, but I must not reduce my fees. If the film fails, Pacific Pictures funds will be drawn first. The same applies to profits. She is invincible. Martin had no foundation. It was his first time to compile a cocktail, and he had no experience. He needed an old hand like Louise, so he immediately responded, "No problem. As for compiling a cocktail, the production funds must be from others." Louise suddenly laughed. "This project requires an investment of tens of millions of dollars. If you mess it up, your career will basically be over. Idiot, don't you want me to support you? Then I will lock you in my wine cellar, keep you as a slave, and research new cocktail recipes for me every day." Martin was so thick-skinned that he deliberately said, "I know you want to protect me so that I won't get my head blown up by the fan club." The two finalized the initial intention, and there were still a lot of things to do later. Chapter 157 Full copyright. In the following days, Martin was busy setting up the studio with the assistance of Thomas and related companies. There were many vacant rooms in the 3-story office building where Pacific Pictures was located. Martin rented an office with an inner suite as the studio's residence, and the studio was named Davis Film Production Company. In addition to Martin and Bruce, the company's official employees were only part-time operators from Pacific Pictures and shared with Grey Company. Davis Studio was established quietly. On the day of its establishment, Martin solemnly invited Thomas, the burden bearer, to dinner. No matter how black-hearted a capitalist is, he can't just let the horse run without giving it grass to eat. Besides, Martin is a good man with a conscience, not a capitalist. Thomas listened to Martin's introduction to Wanted and said, "When Hollywood stars reach a certain stage, they will definitely participate in investment and production to gain more say, such as Brad Pitt, Leonardo, Rachel Witherspoon, etc. Isn't it too early for you to take this step now?" Martin listened to the sincere advice and said, "My situation is different from this." He had the best reason and excuse. "You forgot Louise. This is a project that Louise is optimistic about, and she is actually in charge of the platter." After hearing this, Thomas immediately felt relieved. Martin had Louise to support him, and his starting advantage was already great. Martin said again, "As long as the results are not too bad, it will not be difficult for me to attract investment." Thomas touched his shiny forehead and secretly reminded himself not to look at Martin with the eyes of other actors. He saw with his own eyes that Martin had a support group in Atlanta. Kelly Gray, the owner of the largest film and television company in Georgia, and the female King Kong, all of whom were real rich people. Thinking of the female King Kong, Thomas looked at Martin with sympathy. It was not easy for him to work hard for his career. Tyson and Holyfield are no different. Martin suddenly noticed that his agent looked a little strange, so he decided to add more pressure to him. After all, he had already treated him to a meal. He said, "Negotiation is your specialty. Go talk to Dingneo Comics and buy out the copyright of Wanted." Thomas frowned. "Agents cannot directly participate in film and television production." Martin said, "I didn't ask you to participate. It won't be produced in a short time. I just asked you to negotiate the copyright." Thomas, "Look around me, except for those who mess up things, like Old Bull, and those who are unreliable like Mean, you are the only one who is truly talented." Thomas was very pleased. "That's true." Martin said very seriously, "I can only ask you for such an important matter." "Okay, leave it to me." Thomas asked again, "What's your budget?" Martin told the truth. "I will be responsible for the initial development funds. You know I'm very poor, so the lower the better." After dinner, Thomas returned to the office alone to work overtime, collecting sales and market reactions of Wanted, understanding the relevant situation of Dingneo Comics, etc. He had to be fully prepared before contacting Dingneo Comics. Martin came out of the restaurant, got in the car, and looked through the dating schedule for Anne Hathaway, and said, "Bruce, the crew of The Tribulation of Alice is shooting a night scene tonight. You call the paparazzi, and we will go to visit the set." Bruce said, "It's time for a date again." Martin said, "Thomas and the crew of the Eyes on the Mountain both suggested that a week is the best unit." Bruce found a spare phone and said, "Poor love." Martin retorted, "You can enjoy a beautiful love while working. Don't you think it's killing two birds with one stone? Only a pervert like you would think so." Bruce started to call the paparazzi. A few minutes later, he started the car and drove Martin straight to downtown Los Angeles. On the way, Martin went to pick up the gift he had ordered. Unlike Atlanta, downtown Los Angeles is a veritable slum. For safety reasons, the crew chose to shoot the street scenes on the main road at night. When Martin arrived, Anne was filming. She looked very different from the princesses in several movies. She wore a ripped denim jacket with metal buttons, heavy smoky makeup, large metal earrings and necklaces, and looked like a street girl. It was impossible to keep filming youth movies that pretended to be young forever, and Anne was also seeking transformation. After she turned 25, it would be difficult for the audience to accept her role as a young girl in a mainstream Hollywood movie. There were a lot of young actresses waiting to take the lead, and Disney princesses would be eliminated as they aged. Anne Hathaway was considered to be a good Disney princess. Martin got out of the car with a gift and stood outside the studio, not disturbing the crew's normal work. During the break in filming, Anne saw Martin and waved to him. Soon, paparazzi and entertainment reporters appeared. There was an unwritten agreement between Hollywood and the entertainment media. When the crew was filming, entertainment reporters and paparazzi generally did not take pictures, but the crew would also provide news appropriately. Jody got off the motorcycle and saw that the crew had not filmed yet. He quickly picked up the camera and took a picture of Martin holding the gift, and then took a picture of Anne, who turned her head to look at Martin. If he took another picture of the two of them meeting, he could earn at least $100 tonight. The crew filmed for a while and entered the stage of midnight snack to replenish energy. Martin came to Anne with a gift box. "Why are you here?" Anne smiled. Martin opened the gift box. "I called the crew and knew that you were filming a night scene tonight. I was worried that you wouldn't eat well, so I ordered golden donuts for you." Laura and Sandy, who were next to him, came over to see. When they saw the gift box Martin opened, they exclaimed, "Queen Golden Donuts can only be ordered in advance." Anne came closer, thoughtful. Martin put it in front of her. "Try it." Sandy was very envious. "Annie, you are so happy. I envy you so much." Anne felt superior. She picked up a donut, took a bite, swallowed it and said, "It tastes good. It suits my taste." She signaled Laura and Sandy with her eyes. Martin responded quickly, "It belongs to you now," and pointed at the box and said to Sandy and Laura, "You can do whatever you want." The donuts, which cost $100 each and had to be ordered in advance, attracted many people from the crew to look over and ate them in small bites, feeling very proud. The crew did not film, but the paparazzi's cameras kept flashing. And also noticed it, broke off a small piece of the donut and put it to Martin's mouth. "Try it too." Martin opened his mouth and let Anne put it in his mouth. The camera shutters rang out. Martin ate it and said, "It tastes like you. It's really good." Anne stared at Martin, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Unfortunately, Martin keenly noticed the change in Anne's expression and had a vague guess and said, "I wanted to visit the set earlier, but I was held up by work these days." Hearing this, Anne was a little dissatisfied. How could work be more important than herself? Martin continued, "I have just set up a studio and will invest in a new film project. It will involve tens of millions of dollars, so I cannot afford to be careless." Anne's dissatisfaction immediately dissipated, and she asked curiously, "Your company? A tens of millions of dollars project?" Martin certainly would not do such an unethical thing as cheating people, and everything he said was the truth. "The total investment may be more than $40 million US. I have some connections in Atlanta and can get more than half of the investment. The rest will be solved through compilation. If all goes well, I will serve as the second producer and the leading actor." Anne blinked her beautiful eyes, and her dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace. The only flaw on the opposite side seemed to be gone, and her expression was full of cheers and joy. "Martin, you are amazing. You are starting to develop into a producer now." Martin deepened her impression. "Wait until the crew is set up here, and I will take you to visit." Anne wanted to witness it with her own eyes. "Okay." She picked up the remaining half of the donut and put it to Martin's mouth again. "You are so tired and hardworking. Eat more. I have been busy shooting recently and ignored you. You must take care of yourself." "Don't worry, I will." Martin ate the remaining donuts and pointed to the box. "Another one." Annie shook her head. "No more. Eating too much will affect the camera." Martin took Annie's water bottle from the side and handed it to her, and then took a trash can. After Annie drank water and rinsed her mouth, the trash can was placed at her feet. Annie covered her mouth, spit out the mouthwash, and smiled at Martin. "Thank you." Martin said, "It's my duty." Annie tilted her head and watched Martin throw away the trash. Her big mouth pursed into a beautiful line. "He is handsome, has a good personality, has a bright future, can attract tens of millions of dollars in investment, and is so considerate." Annie's heart pounded. She quickly held it down and secretly reminded herself, be reserved, keep a high profile, and keep him hanging. The cruise break time was about to end. Annie glanced around quietly and found that there were many reporters and paparazzi around staring at her and Martin. Before she went to touch up her makeup, she came to Martin, grabbed his hand, and looked at him affectionately. "Work is important, but health is more important. Take a rest, and don't get too tired." Martin held her hand back and said affectionately, "Annie, you are my motivation to promote the project. I swear, you will be a real princess." Not far away, the female paparazzi Jodie caught this scene. She flipped the digital camera and looked back at the photos just now. She smiled with satisfaction at first, then spit and cursed, "You bitches." If these two people didn't have an affair, she would eat the camera. The crew resumed work and Martin left immediately. As expected, there was gossip about him and Anne in the gossip entertainment newspapers the next day. It is enough to maintain a certain level of heat. Soon, Thomas, who was carrying a heavy burden, brought good news. After several negotiations with Dingneo Comics, he finally reached an agreement and bought out all the copyrights of Wanted for a total price of $350,000 US. Not only the film adaptation rights, but also the full copyright including comic sequels, novel adaptations, TV series adaptations and animation adaptations. According to Martin's idea, if the movie is successful, the rights to adapt the series can be sold to online platforms such as Netflix in the future. Therefore, we must make the movie as successful as possible. Chapter 158 Project Prototype, asking for monthly ticket. What is the most important thing for a film project? It's not the script or the director, but the funding. At the critical moment, Martin called the Georgia support group again. He revealed the existence of this project to Vincent and Sophia over the phone. Then he called Kelly Gray. "As long as Eyes Across the Hills is a box office success, I will definitely participate in your new project." Kelly proposed 2 new conditions, "but I have 2 requests." Martin first looked at the specifics. "Just tell me." Kelly's first request was normal. "Since it is a project led by you and the drunkard, it's okay to shoot in Atlanta, right? It's also normal to sign a site lease contract with Atlanta's #1 filming base, right?" Martin thought of Georgia's tax incentives and responded, "That's what I was thinking, so I called you." Kelly suddenly lowered her voice. "Another condition, you bring Louise to Atlanta. I want to take revenge on her. This slut dared to let me listen for half a night. I want you to tie her up, not only to let her listen, but also to make her see but not touch." Martin thought to himself, as expected, it's still a hidden rule. If he has an autobiography in the future, the title will definitely be, "A Gigolo Who Uses Women to Get to the Top." For the sake of his future, Martin accepted these unspoken rules. He gritted his teeth and said, "No problem." Kelly seemed very resentful. "We have a deal. If you can't do it, don't blame me for turning against you and throwing you into the Atlantic Ocean to feed the fish." After hanging up the phone, Martin recalled the bloody history of using Kelly and Louise to get to the top. It can be called a bloody history. As for trapping Louise to Atlanta, there is no rush for this matter. The project is still early. Beast House Club. After receiving Vincent's call, Sophia hurried over. When she came to the stairs, Scott, who was carrying a bag behind her, crossed his legs and walked into the club slowly. Hart was drinking at the bar. When he saw Scott, he pulled out a high chair and said, "Sit down, man." Scott waved his hands repeatedly. "No, there's no room for now. We've always wanted to go to Thailand." Hart drank the beer in his glass. "You don't even have to go to Thailand," Scott said in a very stylish way. "You don't understand the happiness in it. This is the sacrifice for true love." Hart couldn't stand it and was afraid of vomiting on the spot, so he hurried to the backstage. In the office on the second floor, Vincent described Martin's situation in detail. Sophia stroked the fat on her face and said, "I watched the filming of The Hills Have Eyes. The situation was exactly the same as what Martin told us. The crew is working very hard on making the movie." Vincent raised his cowboy hat and said, "House of Wax has grossed over $80 million worldwide. Martin is getting a lot of attention." He picked up some newspapers and handed them to Sophia. There are a lot of California entertainment newspapers touting him, saying he is a Hollywood supernova, a new force in Hollywood, and the most powerful man in Hollywood. There are many similar reports. It seems that Martin is very popular. Sophia's intuitive feeling was that she asked, "Has the release date of The Hills Have Eyes been confirmed?" Vincent took out a routine bulletin and handed it to her. "The weekend after the Super Bowl, the distributor Warner Brothers is very interested and will advertise during the Super Bowl." Sophia quickly read it through. "Martin is still trustworthy." Vincent asked, "Will you continue to invest?" "Why not? Our funds have to go somewhere." Sophia still had the same attitude as before, right back to Martin. "As long as there is no problem with The Hills Have Eyes, we will continue to invest in him." Vincent thought this was the safest way and said, "Then wait until The Eyes on the Hill is released. I'm going on vacation soon. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do." Sophia was about to leave. Vincent reminded, "Change someone else. Don't cripple him." Sophia didn't care at all. "You don't understand Scott's goodness." She said nothing more and went downstairs. That day, Vincent wrote back to Martin. After several collaborations, the two sides had a certain foundation of trust. Martin asked Louise for help and pushed forward the early planning as soon as possible. For example, the script. Hollywood screenwriters have a low status, but the script is one of the foundations of a film project. After Martin obtained the copyright of Wanted, he immediately contacted Michael Bratt, the original project planner who had participated in the production of 2 films. That day, the two made an appointment to meet at Pacific Pictures. "Hello, Michael. I watched Too Fast and Furious and The Gremlins. Great works." Martin watched the movies to understand the screenwriter. Bratt is in his early 30s and looks more like an actor than a screenwriter. He is very confident and promotes himself. The 2 projects I participated in were both commercially successful. Martin has specifically looked up relevant data. Needless to say, Fast and Furious 2 and The Gremlins did not do very well at the box office, but they received good responses in the home entertainment market. Commercially speaking, both films are successful works. This is also one of the reasons why Martin took the initiative to find Bratt. Successful people are more likely to succeed. Martin then introduced Louise next to him. "This is Ms. Louise Mayer, president of Pacific Pictures." Louise shook hands with Bratt briefly and took the initiative to step aside. "You two talk." Bratt said directly, "I'm surprised that you bought the copyright so quickly." Martin didn't beat around the bush. "The original comic is too cult. I don't think it's suitable for a movie. The hero Wesley killed all the good people in the world in the comic, so it's doomed to be a movie. I think your last statement about the clear distinction between good and evil makes sense." The copyright had already been in the hands of the other party, so Bratt simply explained in detail. "The film I envisioned is a very cool action and gun battle type. Some scenes are closer to The Matrix, of course. The first one, not the crappy stuff in the last 2. He picked up 2 cups and placed them on both sides of the coffee table. "Therefore, we can only intercept part of the content and settings of the comics and set it as 2 factions with clear distinctions between good and evil, the traditional Hollywood model." Martin has been recalling the movies he has seen these days. Apart from the curved bullets, the miserable hero and Julie, and Alum, his impression of the rest is very vague. It seems that there are shots similar to the bullet time in The Matrix. Bratt said, "I discovered this project in the first half of the year. Not only Pacific Pictures, but other companies have basically submitted it. Unfortunately, no one pays attention to it. The original comics are too unknown and too cult. I originally thought that it might take 5 or 10 years, when there are more comic readers, before people will really pay attention to it." Martin asked about some ideas about the story. Bratt's ideas were similar to what he remembered, so he simply said, "Michael, I want to invite you to be the screenwriter of this project and adapt the comics into a script suitable for commercial movies." Brad was full of confidence. Then you have found the right person. I have carefully considered the adaptation in the first half of the year. I can come up with a first draft of the script in 3 months at most. Martin knew that this required patience. I want to see the first draft of the script before March. Brad nodded. No problem. The two sides reached a cooperation intention, and the specific contract negotiations were handled by professionals. A production manager under Louise was experienced in business and was responsible for the specific matters of the early planning. I suggest that you continue to cooperate with Warner Brothers after The Hills Have Eyes succeeds. Louise said, with me here, at least I can guarantee your normal income. She is experienced and has been cooperating with Warner for many years. Martin listened to her and said, bringing in Warner Brothers is also a guarantee. Without Louise, he would not dare to do this. The 6 major Hollywood companies are very pitfalls. Louise said, the premise is that The Hills Have Eyes can succeed. If you succeed in 2 films in a row, Warner Brothers' evaluation of you will naturally go up a level and they will be happy to continue to cooperate with you. Martin said, will my initial investment in purchasing the copyright be included in the cost of the film? Louise nodded slightly. Just like before, set up a separate film studio. Martin thought of the candidate who would come forward to register the studio, Mean. As long as Mean is given a major supporting role, he should have no problem. Martin put away the materials and asked, how much is Angelina Jolie's salary now? You want her to play Fox? Louise had just heard Martin and Brad discussing the plot, and it was not difficult to guess. Jolie and Pitt just filmed Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and she got $10 million. She thought for a moment and said, Tomb Raider 2 failed, and Jolie's box office appeal is questionable. Martin asked again, when will Mr. and Mrs. Smith be released? Louise said, it seems to be next summer, either in May or June, I can't remember. Martin had a general impression that the turning point of Jolie's Hollywood career was not the Oscars, but this Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and her appeal has skyrocketed since then. Gossip scandals are sometimes not necessarily a bad thing for Hollywood stars. Louise reminded him, you should think more about the director. The script doesn't mean anything. In the past 10 years, I have seen too many good scripts turned into bad movies and bad scripts turned into box office hits. Why is the status of screenwriters low? Because no matter how well the script is written, the words are still words, not images. Martin asked, do you have the right person? Louise said as a matter of course, it's a cool action and gunfight movie. Michael Bay and the Wachowski brothers are the first choice, but they are not suitable. The salary is too high. Martin understands the importance of directors to film production. Send a notice to the Directors Guild. Well, I'll ask Thomas to report the project to WMA. There may be a suitable candidate inside the agency. Also, spread some news overseas. Who the hell remembers who the original director is? This is an action and gunfight movie, and there is another position that is very critical. Action director or action director together. Louise said, you ask your old Bruce to go to the Directors Guild. Martin called Bruce, and after discussing it together, Bruce took the materials and left. The next day, the Directors Guild posted a notice on its recruitment bulletin board about recruiting for 2 positions, an action shootout director and an action choreographer. Of course, relevant experience is required. After a brief negotiation, Brad joined the project as a screenwriter, responsible for adapting the script. In addition, when the project is officially launched, he will be listed as an executive producer with a total salary of $120,000. Here are the third updates. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 159. There are so many good people. In the shooting gallery, Martin wore a headset, held a Beretta 92F, and shot at the moving target one by one. After long-term practice and some natural talent, his shooting skills gradually improved, and he could hit the moving target with every shot. After a magazine was finished, the electronic target automatically reported the results. Martin turned his head, took off the headset, and asked Bruce, can I officially become a civilized person? Bruce said, a real civilized person must have rich practical experience. Martin shook his head repeatedly. I'm doing this for filming and self-defense. I would rather be a coward than tortoise. He was still very curious. What else do I need for actual combat? Bruce did not speak, put on the headset, stood in front of the target, picked up the pistol, and shot. He also hit every shot, but the number of rings was not as good as Martin's previous score. Martin understood and said, "Shooting speed." Bruce nodded. "That's right, shooting speed. In a real encounter, there is no extra time for you to fully aim. Often, whoever shoots faster will survive." Martin shook his head and sighed. "You have been single for more than 30 years, and your hand speed is not comparable to that of someone like me who started messing around in my teens. People like you will be beaten to death sooner or later." Bruce loaded the magazine with bullets. "I'm talking to you about shooting, and you're showing off to me that you have many women." Martin changed the subject. "You've read the comics. Can that kind of bullet turn in reality?" Bruce said, "I've never encountered it, but shaking hands is pure nonsense. Guidance technology should be able to achieve it, but the cost is not worth it." Martin returned to the target, put on earplugs, and continued shooting. He deliberately increased his shooting speed. Bruce knew that Martin was preparing for an action gun battle movie, and during the shooting intervals, he also talked to Martin about some actual combat cases and experiences. More than an hour later, Mean came over. Bruce had already booked a lounge, and the three of them went there together, drinking and chatting. Martin brought a bottle of drink to Mean and asked, "How were your 2 auditions?" Mean's face was full of frustration. "They were all messed up." Bruce was quite surprised. "Isn't there a 50-year-old female casting director in a crew?" "At first, I thought the hands. No, it was the mouth that determined the role." Mean unscrewed the drink bottle, took a big sip, and then said, "Who the hell would have thought that the casting director was a lesbian?" Martin couldn't help laughing. "You can't bring your best." After getting along with Mean for a long time, Bruce gradually let go of his prejudice against skin color and patted Mean on the shoulder. "That's good. So you don't have to become a sausage-mouthed person again." But Mean raised his head slightly. "Boss, old Bruce, although these 2 auditions failed, I still have other opportunities. Remember the woman who picked me up at the Avalon bar? Her name is Victoria." Martin carefully recalled the night he met Anne Hathaway, the one in her 40s. Mean nodded. "That's her." Bruce exclaimed, "Man, you have improved from over 50 to over 40. Amazing." Mean laughed cheerfully. "I think so too." He continued what he was saying just now. "Victoria said she works in a film foundation and can help me find a role." Hearing this, Martin felt something was wrong. "Is she reliable?" "She's not a liar, is she?" Mean scratched his head. "The question is, what can she cheat me of?" "Cheap money and sex." Bruce glanced at Mean and shook his head subconsciously. Mean spread his hands. "I have no money, but I'm still a man." Martin opened his briefcase, took out some information, and handed it to Mean. "The project I talked about when I called you, a supporting role, a gunsmith who is good at using guns. During this period of time, you can practice shooting and learn more about guns." Mean immediately responded, "Boss, I have no problem. Martin needs a younger brother who can resist the thunder. I have established a film studio. You join in as a production manager with a salary of $500 a week, and then you follow old Bull to register a film studio." He discussed these with Mean on the phone. Mean has been in Hollywood for several years and knows that there are risks, but opportunities always come with risks. 99% of actors in Los Angeles who want to find such opportunities don't even have a way. Mean agreed. "Boss, I will do whatever you say." Martin carefully instructed Mean a few more words. "This is too common in Hollywood. Every movie sets up a company with separate accounting, and there must be employees of the company to take over. Those who come forward are often trusted and reused personnel." Martin remembered something. "Old Bruce, buy a lot of coke from 2003 and keep it well." Bruce had already taken action. "I contacted Robert. He has collected a lot of coke produced by the original factory in Atlanta in 2003. The taste is absolutely pure. He will send a batch later." Martin reminded, "We will pay for the cost." Mean was very curious. "Boss, it's almost 2005. Can we still drink coke from 2003? Special use." Martin had a strange idea. "How about we set up a sect?" Bruce understood Martin's nature and immediately replied, "The Mormon kind?" "Mormonism." Mean raised his hand and mouthed to agree. "I like Mormonism the most." "Boss, if you become the leader, can you give me a high priest or a diocesan bishop?" You two, your heads are full of rotten ideas. Martin was angry that his younger brothers only knew how to do bad things and had no serious thoughts. My idea is to set up a coke cult. You don't have to think about the high priest. I have already selected someone. The deputy leader is still okay. Mean asked, what about the sect's purpose? Martin thought seriously for a while. Coke is unparalleled. Bruce sneered. What theory? The coke cult is just a concept for now. I don't have money or power, so let's just keep it on paper for now. Martin decided to teach him a few secrets. When the coke arrives, each of you take a few cans. You can drink a can before doing important things. Bruce said, will you clean up our shit and piss then? Martin was too lazy to say more. Let's go. Old Bruce will treat us at noon. Bruce glanced at the time. I'm busy at noon. I have to go to Kim's place. Martin was curious. Have you decided to be the male lead? Mean didn't understand. Old Bruce is also planning to be an actor? Martin deliberately said, the kind that will be famous all over the world in the future. Bruce was an old scumbag. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll keep her hanging for now. No promises, no giving up. Mean said at this time, Victoria has an appointment with me at noon. I have to go over there too. Bruce and Mean left the club first. Martin was alone, and there was no point in going out. It happened that the club provided a buffet, so he just had lunch at the shooting club. Martin got some food and sat alone in a quiet place. Just as he was about to start eating, someone came over. What a coincidence. Martin, the person greeted him. Martin thought about it and remembered who the person was. Pinto, the agent of Mike Vogel who was fighting against the Diamondbacks. He nodded slightly. Hello. Pinto pulled out a chair and sat opposite Martin. I rarely see you go to the company recently. Didn't Thomas help you find a new job? Martin certainly wouldn't tell him the truth. There is still a movie that has not been released yet, so there is no rush. Pinto came here specifically. I have several good projects on hand, which are not the company's resources. I have a good relationship with several producers at 20th Century Fox and Universal Pictures. Their projects will give priority to my recommendations. Martin seemed to see a hoe. I haven't had a good rest since the filming of Wax House. This period of time is very precious to me. Pinto did not give up easily and asked, I remember you came to the company in December last year. It will be a year next month. Martin's first agency contract was for 1 year. I have no plans to leave WMA, and I will renew my contract with the company then. Seeing that the other party did not respond at all, Pinto frowned slightly and said, several of them are roles in big production projects. You really don't want to listen? His words became direct. I have been in the industry for 8 years. I have an independent office, connections, and resource networks. Those small agents can't compare. Martin thought, this hasn't been a big success yet, but there are more and more good people around him. Pinto came closer and lowered his voice. As long as you switch to me, you will be my #1 client, and all the resources in my hands will be tilted towards you first. Martin looked at Pinto. Thomas was indeed a level lower than Pinto, and the office was the most direct manifestation. He and Thomas were golden partners, and so on, which was naturally nonsense. If the other party was an agent at the level of Ari Emanuel or Jim White, Martin would agree without saying a word. In Martin's eyes, Pinto might not be better than Thomas. He specifically reminded, I remember that poaching is strictly prohibited within the company. Pinto couldn't help laughing, but when the client's contract expires, you can take the initiative to choose a new agent. You will have a chance to choose next month. Martin asked directly, what's in it for me? Pinto said, have you heard of Fox's epic project? It's about Jerusalem and the Crusades. It's a Class A production with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. I have been friends with the producer for many years. I can help you get the leading actor, or at least a supporting actor. Martin stared at Pinto, his face full of surprise. Pinto thought he was touched and smiled slightly. I can tell you in advance that the director is Ridley Scott, a first-line director, and it's a Class A production. I have a chance to compete for the male lead. This statement is obviously a lie. Martin can be sure of this. What can he do now to compete with the Elf Prince? He said tactfully, this matter is too big. I need to discuss it with my manager. Pinto could hear the meaning of Martin's words. Seeing him say so, he did not force it and nodded. I hope you make a wise choice. Martin had already made a choice in his heart. After lunch, he took a short nap in the lounge. Martin waited for Old Bull to come back and went to the field to practice shooting together. That night, he changed into a dress and accompanied Louise to Kate Winslet's film party. Chapter 160 Liar. The Hollywood Awards season has kicked off, and celebrities, directors, and producers have generously donated money to compete for the Oscars. A sentence from European professional football is most suitable for the Oscars. On the lawn of the luxury villa, Kate talked to Louise and Martin. Those who spend money may not win the award, but those who don't spend money will definitely not win the award. Louise smiled and said, "You have multiple brand sponsors behind you, and they are willing to pay for you." Kate said, "It's okay this time, and it's okay next time, but if it happens a few more times, the sponsors will abandon me." Martin gained a lot of information from their conversation. When actors compete for important awards, the sponsors behind them will also help. It seems a bit like the way Adidas and Nike play in the sports world. Seeing that no one was around, Louise whispered, "Who is the main competitor this time? I'll send Martin to take her down." Kate also laughed. "Good idea. Hey. Martin reminded, "The person in question is standing right here. Don't you ask for his opinion?" Kate blinked at Martin. "Louise keeps calling you a tough guy. If you can really help me get rid of my competitor, I'll thank you very much." Martin took the initiative to step back. "I can't do it." He has been reading newspapers a lot these days, and The Old Cowboy and the Tomboy's $1 Million Baby has been screened in Los Angeles. Suddenly, Leonardo, with his hair combed back, appeared. He greeted him from a distance. "Kate." Kate strode forward, ignoring Giselle Bundchen beside Leonardo, and hugged him tightly. The two separated, and Leonardo said, "Kate, this time I must speak out for you. That little golden man should have belonged to you in 1998. Kate and Leonardo were straightforward. "If you stand up, some of the votes that voted for me will be cast for others." Leonardo said, "You make me so sad." Kate called him and Giselle over. "Let me introduce you to two friends." He introduced Martin and Louise. Leonardo knew Louise and shook her hand politely. He just nodded to Martin politely. Gradually, more and more guests came, and Martin and Louise went to other places. Most of the people who came to participate in the film screening tonight were people in the circle or the media commentary industry. Martin met many people with Louise. Many well-known British actors and directors in Hollywood also came. Rachel Weisz stopped and chatted with Louise. She is currently working with Warner Brothers on Constantine, and the two often meet at Warner Studios. With Louise, Martin was much more restrained than when he was alone. There was no other way. "I couldn't embarrass the rich woman." A tall and thin man came over and greeted Rachel. He was probably like Martin, and wanted to meet more people at the party to expand his network. Rachel had a good relationship with him, and took the initiative to introduce him. "Martin, Louise, this is Chad Stahelski, a stuntman and action director of my crew." She introduced Martin and Louise. Martin shook hands with him and said, "I seem to have seen you in many movies." Chad smiled and said, "I started out as a stuntman. Since the 1992 film The Envoy of Justice, I have frequently played roles in some film and television works, and I have also played Buffy the Vampire Slayer." Martin understood that this was a stuntman who turned action director. "I personally like action movies very much. Strictly speaking, the two works I released are also action oriented. I have seen both Zombie Dancing and House of Wax." Chad recognized this as the little star who often appeared in the gossip media with Anne Hathaway. The action design of several scenes in Zombie Dancing is really great, and the creativity is particularly good, especially the flying battle. Martin was not modest. "Those action scenes originally came from me." Chad was surprised. "You also understand action design?" Martin nodded. "I understand a little, but not very professionally. I have practiced fighting. I can use swords, guns, bows, and arrows, and I have also learned kung fu for a while. In fact, he also practiced Marzan. In his previous life, he really sharpened his head for a little chance. But later, there were fewer and fewer crews for real shooting, and martial arts gradually became dance fighting." Chad seemed to have met a kindred spirit. I have also practiced many kinds of fighting and know a lot of routines. I also went to the crew of The Matrix to learn. I have to say that the action directors from Hong Kong are much better than the traditional Hollywood action mode. In Martin's eyes, the action design of Hong Kong movies in this era is still better than Hollywood. The action is sharp, the sense of attack is explosive, and it looks good when filmed. Chad said, a large group of our action directors found the producers and filmed their teaching scenes with high-speed cameras. We analyzed them frame by frame and gained a lot. He looked very impressed. Their gunfight combined with action design is indeed unique. The two chatted and ignored Louise and Rachel Weisz. The latter two took people to other places to leave room for chatting. Martin nodded to Louise and continued the previous topic. In addition to specialized action fighting, you also involve gun battles. Of course. Chad is a commercial filmmaker. Pure action fighting has a narrow audience, but it is different when modern firearms are added. Bullets are flying, headshots are bleeding, and close-range fighting can stimulate the audience's hormones. He took 2 steps forward and patted a small palm tree. For example, if this is an enemy, what would you choose first when you have a gun in your hand? Martin said, shoot him to death. Yes, use a gun. This is America, and there are guns everywhere. Chad clenched his fist and placed it in front of the tree trunk. The tree is the enemy's body, and my fist is the enemy's head. The enemy is moving at high speed. How to deal with him? Martin said without hesitation. Hit the target's largest torso first to make him lose his ability to move, and then shoot again. Thinking of the stupid designs of many gun battle action movies, he hated it. You must shoot the enemy again to kill him, so that the enemy has no possibility of fighting back. Yes, that's it. Chad's idea was obviously the same as Martin's, quick and clean, leaving no hidden dangers. The two of them kept talking about action design, which lasted until the second half of the party. Seeing that some guests were starting to leave, Martin said directly, I'm planning a gunfight action movie here, and I want to design some very cool action scenes. If you are interested, we can discuss it together after I have some ideas here. Chad nodded. It will have to wait until I finish my work on Constantine. He asked a key question. What about the project budget? Action scenes are very expensive. Martin gave a more conservative number, no less than $40 million US. Chad was able to serve as one of the action directors in the Constantine crew, so naturally he didn't want to go to a crew that was too bad, even if the other party's concept was very suitable for his appetite. Concepts belong to interests, and work is related to eating in the future. Louise came over at this time and said, we should go. Martin nodded. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. After saying goodbye to Chad, the two walked slowly towards Kate. The guests were saying goodbye one after another, and each guest who left would receive a gift from Kate. This is an open secret in the Oscar rush. Martin and Louise also received a handbag each. There was no one around now, so Kate talked to them a little more. I think I have a good chance of getting nominated. Kate was not optimistic. It's almost impossible to win. Louise comforted. You are still young. There are plenty of opportunities. Kate smiled. Should I prepare for the next time in advance? Martin continued. It sounds like you have prepared something. Kate nodded slightly. Someone recommended a novel to me about that crispness. I'm reading it, and it feels good. Martin said sincerely. Kate, I wish you good luck. Someone else came over, and Louise said, let me invite you out for a drink some other day. She and Martin got into the car at the door of the villa and left Beverly Hills. Take you back to North Hollywood? Louise asked. Martin asked, can't I go to your place? Louise said to Nikki who was driving, go home. Martin thought of Kelly and said, if the preliminary planning of the wanted order goes well, I plan to shoot it in Atlanta, where there are tax incentives. Louise knew it as soon as she heard it. Did you talk to Kelly on the phone? Yes. Martin gradually had an idea. Kelly told me that she prepared a surprise for you. Louise became interested. Surprise? She is not plotting against me, is she? Los Angeles, Pasadena. In a suite, Mean lay on the sofa panting. His almost white face was covered with sweat. He took a tissue from the coffee table and wiped his numb lips hard, almost without any feeling. It was really tiring. Mean struggled to get up. picked up the Red Bull that had been prepared long ago, drank it all in one breath, turned his head to look at the bathroom, and asked, "Honey, are you not ready yet?" Victoria, who was over 40, said, "I'm touching up my makeup." "Wait a moment." Min muttered, "Women are really strange creatures." "What did you say?" Victoria vaguely heard the voice. Min said loudly, "My dear, you said you would help me introduce the crew and roles." Victoria smiled and replied, "You have to be patient." Hearing this evasive words, Min couldn't help but think of Martin and Old Boo's words. Could this woman really be a liar? The problem is that she didn't cheat anything. She paid for the hotel rooms every time. Cheating? This thought flashed through Min's mind, but the other party was a good-looking woman, although she was in her 40s. Even if she had enjoyed it many times, it seemed that he would not suffer any loss if she kicked him out now. The bathroom door creaked open, and Victoria, who had put on her dress and touched up her makeup, looked elegant, shrewd and capable. Min looked at her strangely. "Didn't you say it would be tomorrow morning?" Victoria smiled. "Let's stop here. I gradually lose my feelings for you. It's time to end it." Min said in his heart, "It's true. But he didn't intend to entangle. It's better to end it." Victoria didn't think so. She took out a certificate from her clothes and put it in front of Min. "LAPD, you are suspected of engaging in illegal transactions." Min was completely dumbfounded. She didn't hear a word of what the other party said. "I have to go out today, so there are only 2 more chapters." Chapter 161, Light a Fire. The pickup truck turned into the parking lot. Martin looked at the small building not far away. There were many paparazzi gathered at the door of the building. These guys have a very keen sense of smell. Los Angeles has an actor per capita and a news informant per capita. Bruce made a phone call and said, "Mena's agent Munir and lawyer are already inside." Martin opened the door and got out of the car. He walked towards the office building with Bruce, ignoring the paparazzi reporters, and entered the office building. After explaining the purpose of their visit, a civilian staff immediately took them into an office. Munir and the lawyer were waiting here. Martin asked, "Is he okay?" Munir said, "He is a good person. He can leave after paying the bail." Martin asked directly, "How much is left?" "I have collected part of it. Mena's part of the film remuneration is still there." Munir said quickly, "It's still $5,000. Martin wrote a check for $5,000 and gave it to Munir. Munir and the lawyer went to handle the bail procedures. After a while, the two took Mena out. Min saw Martin and lowered his head. "Boss, I'm glad you're okay." Martin walked out first. "Let's leave here first." He reminded again, "There are paparazzi and reporters outside." Min slowed down a little. "Boss, you and Old Boo go first. I'll go out later. Meet at the fitness center in North Hollywood." Martin and Bruce went first. When the two got in the car, Min just came out of the building. The paparazzi reporters were excited and wanted to put the microphone into Min's mouth. Bruce laughed heartlessly. He grabbed the headlines again. Martin shook his head. "It's better not to have such headlines." Arriving at the fitness club, Bruce opened an independent lounge. After waiting for a while, Min and Munir walked in together. Martin ordered some wine and snacks. "Sit anywhere." Min cried, "Victoria has no professional ethics. I didn't say anything after having enough fun, but she also arrested me to report." Martin said, "Fishing." Bruce knew a lot. The FBI often does this, using fake news on the internet to lure dealers or perverts. Munir interrupted. "Lawyer." The bail middleman said that Min was too excited about Paris's matter and had been targeted by the LAPD for a long time. Martin asked Min, "I remember you said you didn't take her money." Min was helpless. "This time she secretly stuffed $100 into my pocket, and I didn't pay attention." $100. I'm worth $100. Bruce asked, "Didn't they ask anything else? For example, what club are you in?" "No." Min said, "Someone warned me not to say anything because my nuclear weapons in there might kill me for no reason, and I didn't say a word." Bruce said, "Fortunately, you didn't do anything stupid. Don't be confused by external propaganda. They don't follow the rules." Martin asked Munir, "What did the lawyer say?" Munir asked carefully and said, "In the end, it should be a high fine, suspended sentence, and community service." Martin reminded Mean, "You'd better not go to that club. Stay calm recently, and don't get caught again." Mean lowered his head and said, "Boss, I will listen to you." He vowed, "I will pay you back the money as soon as possible." Martin waved his hand and said, "If there is an audition opportunity, you can audition normally. If there is no audition, you can help the crew with the preliminary planning work." Muni was just a small agent. He kicked Mean and said, "I will keep an eye on him. If he dares to mess around again, I will sell him to Mexico." Mean was first played by others until he was tired of it, and then he was caught to report. His usual lively and cheerful personality disappeared at this time. "I will report to the studio tomorrow." Muni left first. Mean went out of the back door of the fitness center alone, looked back, and said to himself, "I thought the boss would abandon me and not care about me." Not to mention helping the boss register a studio. Even if he faced 20 people over 50 years old, he would rush up for the boss. Martin, if there are more, you have to think about it. After all, it is related to your life. In the lounge, Martin couldn't help but say, "LAPD also plays so extravagantly." Bruce shrugged, "Spending public funds to enjoy the body and mind. You don't think that LAPD are all law-abiding and professional people, right?" Martin laughed. How could it be? Because of the short time, he still remembered that he saw a news report before he died that the Los Angeles officials themselves disclosed or leaked all the undercover list information of LAPD. What a damn thing this is. Those LAPDs in special positions will probably doubt their lives. Bruce said again, "A friend of mine in the army said that the largest gang organization in Los Angeles is LAPD." The next day, with the cooperation of professional institutions, Mean registered and established a separate accounting wanted studio, and the studio rented a small studio at Warner Studios. Martin has invested $700,000 in the project to buy out the comic copyright, screenwriter Michael Bratt's screenwriting fees, and other various expenses and reserves, which will be fully accounted into the film production cost at that time. Counting the various expenses such as labor and management incurred during the period, at least $2 million has been invested. This is definitely a conscience price in Hollywood. For 6 major companies like Warner Brothers that operate compilation projects, if they don't have to pay $5 million in management fees for a $50 million film, they would be embarrassed to say hello to the other 5 Hollywood companies. Martin knew very well that he needed to move up now and build a brand with word of mouth, and he couldn't go too far. To put it bluntly, cheating also requires a brand name and strength. After the news of recruiting directors and action directors was released, the studio quickly received more than 20 resumes. Martin had never heard of most of these names, and they had no outstanding works in the past. He didn't dare to take too many risks and use directors without successful experience. In this regard, Martin could only discuss it with Louise. Louise, wearing black-rimmed glasses, carefully looked through the resumes of directors brought by Martin, and said directly, "There may be talented, capable, and dreamy directors among them, but they have not proved themselves, so their talents are worthless. If the investment is only $1 million, we can take risks, but at the level of tens of millions of dollars, all these people will pass." Martin had experienced the torture of dreams turning into reality in his previous life, so he agreed with Louise's statement. "I would rather spend more money to hire a director with successful experience than take the risk of using a talented newcomer." He asked, "How is John Woo?" "He is very good at gunfight action movies." "John Woo from Hong Kong?" Louise thought carefully and shook her head slowly. "His personal style is too strong, especially in the gunfight genre." "Do you think he will make a cool gunfight action movie with novelty, or another John Woo style movie?" Martin has seen too many John Woo style gunfight action movies. At this moment, flying white doves, solemn churches, dancing like romantic movements and gunfights seemed to flash before his eyes. Martin said, "The latter is more likely." Louise reminded, "He is a mature director who has been famous for many years. His style has long been established, and it is difficult to change. Moreover, forcing him to change is unpredictable." Martin nodded. "I understand." Nikki knocked on the door and said, "Thomas Lane is here." "Thank you." Martin got up and left Louise's office and went to Davis' studio downstairs. Thomas was waiting in the inner room of the office. When he saw Martin, He said, "It's nothing important. I just sent Oscar Isaac to the studio for an audition. I passed by here and came to see him." Martin sat on the sofa and said, "I remember he was another client of yours?" Thomas specifically said, "He is a Latino. His acting style is completely different from yours." Martin nodded and added fuel to the fire for Thomas at the right time. "A few days ago, Mike Vogel's agent Pinto came to me." Thomas said, "The VIP incident has nothing to do with you." He was halfway through his words when he suddenly reacted. His face was a little nervous. He quickly adjusted his breathing and pretended to be relaxed and asked, "About your agency contract?" Martin said directly, "Yes, Pinto wants me to choose him as my exclusive agent after the agency contract expires. Also, he promised to get me the leading role in a Class A production at 20th Century Fox, an epic film directed by the top director Ridley Scott." Thomas couldn't help but grab the armrest of the sofa hard. He didn't have the ability to play the leading role in a Class A production. That was Ridley Scott. His last epic movie, Gladiator, was not only a big hit at the box office, but also won Russell Crowe the Oscar for Best Actor. Even though Thomas' brain was working fast, he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Martin, he's just painting a rosy picture for you." "I rejected him," Martin said righteously. "I have never forgotten that when I first came to Los Angeles, it was you who helped me gain a foothold and let me settle down in Los Angeles." Inexplicably, Thomas's heart was relieved. Martin's words were loud and clear. "Thomas Lane, we are a golden pair." Thomas suddenly felt that he owed Martin a little bit. A leading actor in a Class A production. Martin at least had a chance to compete. But he couldn't even find a chance to compete. Thomas gritted his teeth secretly, with an unprecedented determination. "Martin, I promise you that within a year, even if I have to sell my ass and accompany old men and women, I will fight for you to play an important role in a Class A production. I swear." He didn't dare to say too much, because the Class A was the limit he could hope to reach. Martin said casually, "Just do your best." When the fire was ignited, Martin did not just talk, but also took practical actions. "If the wanted project can be operated, there are roles suitable for your other clients. Just ask." Thomas smiled and said, "No problem, I won't be polite with you." Martin asked again, "Is there a suitable gun battle action director at the company? I have released the message, but there is no reply yet." Thomas thought for a while. The company has a lot of director clients. The biggest ones are Eastwood and Michael Bay, and there is no doubt about Mel Gibson, Tony Scott and Guillermo del Toro, and Brad Bird and others who are also well known. "I have notified the agent." Martin knew that this matter could not be rushed, and said, "Pay more attention to the company." He emphasized, "Directors with similar successful resumes." Chapter 162 Fans Event, asking for monthly tickets. After get off work, Martin and Bruce returned to their North Hollywood apartment. Antonio set up a table under a parasol at the door, with 5 hamburgers and 2 steaks lined up. He admired the sunset, savored the hamburgers, and enjoyed the leisurely life of millionaire. Martin went over, got a bottle of iced drink, and said, "Rich man, you are too leisurely. If you keep eating like this, obesity will crush you." Antonio's leisure turned into vigilance. "Martin, what do you want to do? You've made a lot of money, right? Invest it. Now there's a good opportunity." Martin tried to get investment. "I'm running a movie." Antonio raised his hand to interrupt him. "Stop. Martin, stop talking." Martin stopped and looked at the fat landlord. An opportunity to make money. Antonio picked up the hamburger. "I have food, drink, real estate, and savings. As long as I don't invest, start a business, or get married, I will live very comfortably until I die." His words suddenly hit his heart. "I'm a millionaire, a rich man. Why should I fight like you?" At this moment, Martin felt what old Bush felt, turned around and walked towards the door, and did not forget to leave a sentence. "From now on, don't talk to me for a week. There's your express delivery. Jessica will receive it for you." After Antonio said this, he bit the hamburger with a big mouth and ate it deliciously. Bruce looked Antonio up and down and gave him a thumbs up. "You are awesome." Seeing Bruce's strange eyes, Antonio suddenly felt that the burger was tasteless and his bud was restless. He urged, "Go upstairs quickly. Don't disturb me while I eat." After Bruce left, Antonio felt inexplicably relaxed, and his bed was stable. Martin went upstairs, came to the opposite side, and knocked on the door gently. Jessica opened the door and saw Martin, and immediately said, "You are back." "Yes, the express is here." Emily squeezed past Jessica with a cardboard box, and brought the box to Martin. Martin said, "Thank you." He pointed to the rooftop. "Let's have a drink upstairs later." Jessica responded first, "Okay. We have something to tell you." Martin looked at his watch. "See you on the rooftop in half an hour." "Okay." The two hurried back to put on makeup. Martin returned to the room and Bruce followed from behind. While Martin was unpacking the express, he called a nearby restaurant to send wine and dinner. Martin opened the box, and it was full of horn carvings, all in the shape of human figures, with a big mouth and a red nose. All of them were clowns modeled after him. Some were very funny, and some were very scary. Bruce picked up one and said, "The carving is getting better and better." Martin turned over the envelope at the bottom again, and after opening it, there was a letter inside, written by Lily. The letter was very short, and it mainly talked about one thing. Some people at Merita Public High School slandered House of Wax, and she led people to deal with those bastards one by one, basically stuffing a smelly sock in each person's mouth. Bruce asked, "Do you need a gift in return?" Martin thought of his own collection. "Where is my crocodile tooth pendant? You gave it once." Bruce reminded him, "You want to give the same thing a second time. Man, be a human being." Martin put the things away. "Let's talk about it later." Last time, Louise and Kelly, two sluts, mailed a set of carving tools back to Atlanta in his name. Lily mentioned the movie in her letter, and Martin said, "Collect some movie materials and mail them to her someday." Someone from the restaurant delivered the dinner Bruce wanted. Martin called Jessica and Emily, and called Antonio downstairs to have dinner on the rooftop. Hearing that there was something delicious, Antonio moved his fat body and rolled up. The five of them sat at the long dining table, eating and chatting. Jessica asked, "Martin, have you been following the blog recently?" Martin said, "I read it occasionally. I'm very busy these days. I'm preparing for a new movie." Emily immediately asked, "New movie? How big is the production? When will it start shooting?" "It will take." Compared to her, the younger Jessica was much calmer. Seeing her companion silent, Emily automatically stopped asking questions. "It's just the beginning of planning, and it's still a long way from the official preparation," Martin said vaguely, and asked Jessica, "What's wrong with the blog?" He had limited energy and couldn't follow it every day. Thomas was in charge of the blog most of the time. Jessica said, "Rachel is going to call a gathering of active members of the fan section. Everyone will pay for it. Your new film will be discussed at the gathering." Martin asked directly, "What do you think?" Jessica said carefully, "Here's what I think. Bring some pictorials or autographed photos of you to Rachel and ask her to distribute them to active members of the fan section. They will become a point of support for the fan network. She has studied at a professional art college, and her cultural level is higher than Martin's. I think fans need to be managed. A loyal fan may lead 5 or 6 people around him, or even more, especially to buy tickets when the movie is released." Antonio suddenly interrupted, "That's not entirely accurate. For someone like me, even 10 of the most loyal fans can't pull me away." Bruce looked at his weight and said directly, "I guess even 20 won't do. Movies make money from ordinary people." Martin then lied, "You are a rich man, and a miser." Jessica smiled at Antonio. "People like you are not in the group I'm talking about at all. Don't pay attention to him." Martin pondered for a moment and said, "One of my new movies will be released in February." Jessica knew, The Hills Have Eyes, but except for a main poster, no other materials have been released for the time being. Martin looked forward. "I'm completely different from the Wax Museum in this film. I'm the absolute protagonist. I will apply for some promotional materials about me from the crew. You can take them to Rachel." Jessica was surprised. "Great, they really want it. Do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Seeing Jessica shaking her head, Martin said, "Come with me to Warner Studios tomorrow morning. The crew should have some related promotional materials. I will apply for a batch, and you can take them to Rachel then." Emily said, "Okay, Jess and I will wait for you early in the morning." The next morning, Jessica and Emily drove with Martin to Warner Studios. Martin asked them to wait in the lobby and went directly to Craven to tell him the story. Craven has been in Hollywood for decades and has worked on commercial films from beginning to end. He immediately had an idea. It's been half a month since the first poster was released. According to the normal rhythm, the crew should also carry out the second wave of publicity. This activity is good. After all, you are the absolute protagonist of the film. Martin continued his words. I think so too. This is a formal publicity activity. Informal publicity can only be launched after the new year. Warner Brothers' publicity and promotion budget is still sufficient. Can we start on both fronts at the same time? With him as the publicity center, the benefits are self-evident. Martin certainly wants to facilitate it. Wes, this is what I think. How about making it an official event? I remember you mentioned last time that the first version of the trailer has been cut out. Take this opportunity to hold a release ceremony for fans. Craven thought about it and said, absolutely. The crew can release the first trailer at the event and then fully launch it on the media platform. At the same time, give promotional materials to fans and media on site to warm up the film in advance. There are only a little more than 2 months left before the release of The Hills Have Eyes, which is not a long time. Craven simply called a meeting with the crew and the distribution representatives of Warner Brothers to discuss together. Bruce went to inform Jessica and Emily, asking them to wait patiently for a while. If they really couldn't sit still, they could go to the studio. Emily wanted to go and take a look, but Jessica stopped her. Let's wait here for a while. After more than 40 minutes, a crew member came to call them. The two saw the famous Wes Craven. A publicity director of the crew came to discuss the subsequent activities with the two in detail. Emily didn't expect that an event initiated by fans at first would be valued by the crew and turned into official publicity. In order to express his importance, Martin personally logged into the blog and posted a reply under Rachel's call in the fan section. I just saw that everyone's support is the most important to me. To thank everyone for their support, I plan to support the event and apply to the crew of The Hills Have Eyes for a batch of the latest materials to be brought over. After posting, many replies appeared below. Martin calmed down, waited patiently for a while, and posted another message. I just contacted the crew of The Hills Have Eyes. After hearing about everyone's support for me, the crew decided to sponsor this event. The crew will cover the event expenses, give away my information in the film on site, and contact the media to report everyone's support for me. The first trailer of The Hills Have Eyes will also be released at the event. As soon as this reply came out, the blog immediately became active. The number of people signing up for the event soared. Maybe someone notified Rachel, who personally asked Martin, and posted a new post, calling on everyone to support on the spot. The Wax Museum was selling well, which helped Martin attract a large number of fans, many of whom use the blog as their activity base. Under Rachel's new post, the number of people who signed up quickly exceeded 100. The crew also acted quickly, immediately mobilizing the budget, planning the event process, contacting the media, and booking the venue. Jessica and Emily also became liaisons between the crew and the fan group. Let them join the crew temporarily. Martin needed labor to help him do things, and it would be best if the crew paid for it. They will be used in the subsequent publicity. Craven didn't care about this expense, and nodded and said, okay. Martin asked, can you? Jessica immediately said, I have no problem. Emily hesitated. She still had a role to audition. Jessica kicked her with her feet, thinking that Emily's brain was all on her chest. Emily reacted, I'll join. When the others left, Wes Craven was still considering it. After a while, he said to Martin, just ordinary fans. The enthusiasm is still not enough. Martin reacted quickly, I'll find a way to bring Annie over. 2 updates today. Gathering manuscripts for the next round. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Pitfalls. Opposite the Warner Studios, the Smokehouse restaurant. Martin ordered steak and looked over at the stage. A young pianist was playing jazz. The cheerful music made people relaxed. Across from him, Bruce flipped through his notebook and asked, "The time and location of the event have been determined. Should we notify the gossip media and paparazzi now?" Martin retracted his gaze. "They are far less interested in normal film and television news than in entertainment gossip. It won't be too late to call after I make an appointment with Annie. He is very educated and considerate of others. We can't let our journalist friends go to waste. We must further improve our professional ethics and resolutely not do bad things like cheating and deceiving." Bruce wanted revenge and deliberately asked, "You won't cheat? Are you and Annie true to each other?" "Of course." Martin used the most appropriate metaphor. "My feelings for Annie are as real as diamonds." Bruce felt that there was something wrong with Martin's metaphor, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was. The cheerful music continued, which happened to be the type that Martin liked. When the waiter brought the steak, he pointed to the stage and said, "The pianist is good." The waiter smiled and said, "His name is Sebastian. He is a pianist." Martin nodded and said, "Send a bouquet of flowers. The bill will be charged to this table." After the song was over, the waiter sent the flowers over and whispered something. Sebastian nodded to Martin to thank him. Bruce calculated the time. "The publicity event is in line with the exposure rhythm of you and Anne." Martin responded, but turned his head to look at the door. Angelina Jolie and Louise entered the restaurant together. The two walked over here, and Martin stood up and greeted, "Why are you here?" Louise smiled at him. "No one is treating us. We can only come here to pay for it ourselves." Martin abandoned Bruce without loyalty and said, "I'll treat you to lunch." Because he often went in and out of the crew of Alexander the Great, Julie had seen Martin several times and was familiar with him. She said, "Let's go together." The three sat at another table and ordered their own meals. Louise asked Martin, "Is there any progress on Wanted?" "No." Martin said simply, "The crew of the Eyes on the Mountain is planning to organize a publicity event, and I'm here to help with ideas." He would not ignore Julie. If the crew had a superstar like Angie, the media would rush to report it. The other party's words sounded nice, but Julie did not lose her head and smiled. "I'm not a superstar. Now few crews dare to use me as the heroine." Martin asked, "I heard that you made an action movie." Julie's current situation is not good. "My most successful film to date is Tomb Raider, but the second one has average response." Martin praised, "Lara is cool and sassy, and everyone around me likes her." Louise's eyes swept across Martin's face, and suddenly remembered what Martin and the screenwriter of Wanted, Brett, had discussed, and planned to rewrite Fox, the black female supporting role in the comics, into a white female killer, and a cool girl. Julie said, "It's a pity that there will be no third part." Martin could hear that Julie was not opposed to action type roles. He didn't say much. With his qualifications, he had no persuasive power. Louise would talk about what needed to be said. When the meal came, Martin changed the topic to war and refugees. Sure enough, Julie had noticed these and was moving in this direction. Because of the common topic, by the end of the lunch, Julie's impression of Martin had changed from a slight impression to a deep impression. Martin paid the bill and returned to the studio with Louise and Julie. Julie went to participate in a publicity event. Martin went into Louise's office. Louise was curious, "When did you care about Afghanistan and Iraq?" Martin went to pour a glass of water and started to talk nonsense. "Isn't this our universal values and democratic sentiment?" Louise sneered, "Americans don't believe in this, but those who have lost their homes do." Martin didn't say much. Who knows? He got to the point. "I want to invite Julie to play in Wanted, the role of Fox." Julie's salary is not cheap. The heroine of Mr. and Mrs. Smith was paid $10 million US. Louise was full of doubts. It's hard to say whether this $10 million US is worth the ticket price. Martin felt that Julie's salary might still decrease. Alexander the Great will be released in December. Although it involves Louise's package funds, Martin can only watch this matter with his current ability. The salary of Hollywood commercial films directly refers to the performance of the actors in the last 3 films, and the most critical one is the most recent film. Martin knew very well that the success of Wanted in the previous life was due to Julie's appeal. Since Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Julie's career has entered the fast lane, and she has become one of the few actresses in Hollywood who can carry the box office alone. like Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron, Cate Blanchett and Meryl Streep, etc. In terms of commercial appeal, Jolly is more than 2 levels behind. Martin has specifically inquired about it. Mr. and Mrs. Smith will be released in May next year. Louise looked at Martin. What do you think? Sometimes I can't see through your thoughts. Martin laughed happily. I'm such a pure person, but you always see through me at a glance. Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. I'm not even sure if the you I see is a real you. Martin patted his heart. Do you want me to dig it out and show it to you? Louise opened the drawer, flipped through it, found a wallpaper knife, put it on the table, and pushed it over, making a gesture of invitation. Martin picked up the wallpaper knife, pushed it up, pushed it to the bottom, and no blade was exposed, and said, I know you can't bear to part with it. Louise threw a box of blades over. Martin put it away, and put it in his pocket, as if he had never said what he just said, and changed the subject neatly. Let's talk about this later. Even if we invite her, Julie may not agree. Louise understood Julie's situation. She is short of money recently. She will definitely agree if the salary is about right. Seeing that she was about to take the blade again, Martin said, I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. I'll meet you at your house another day. After leaving the studio and coming to the entrance of the studio, Martin met Bruce and said, let's go to Paramount Studios. I want to see my favorite Anne. Bruce started the car. You have too many favorites. If they form a favorite alliance, will you be beaten to death? No. Martin said seriously, because you will protect me. During the lunch break, Rachel logged into her personal MSN account and entered the group she had created some time ago. Most of the dozens of most active users in Martin's blog area joined Rachel's fan group. She quickly edited a notice to inform all members that a fan meeting for Martin and the Hills Have Eyes will be held in the ballroom of the Burbank Hotel next Saturday, and the first trailer of the film will be released at that time. A male fan asked, boss, should we go there after we have dinner, or? Rachel had an impression of this person, a little fat man, and replied, the crew provides a free buffet, and everyone who attends will receive gifts. Another person followed up, Rachel, you are amazing. You have fought for such good treatment for us. Rachel sent a smiley face emoticon. Martin fought for us. I plan to have an ordinary dinner party. After Martin learned the news, he specifically sought support from the crew, so this event was held. Martin is so cool. I love Martin the most. Always support Martin. Amid a long list of cheers, a user named Phobe asked, should we prepare a gift for Martin? Others responded one after another. Someone asked, what should we prepare? There were all kinds of answers, and someone even suggested giving Martin a doll. Phobe asked Rachel, you have attended Martin's meeting. Is there anything special? Rachel quickly remembered the most special thing. Last time, Martin asked us supporters to write encouraging messages for him, and he used this to motivate himself to keep working hard. By the way, Martin still remembers the message I wrote for him. This is great. Martin will always remember us. Phobe said, it's more meaningful than us pooling money to buy Martin a watch or jewelry. I believe Martin will like it. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. In the studio of Paramount Studios, the crew entered the rest stage. Anne walked quickly to the rest area and was in a particularly good mood when she saw Martin brought gifts again. Laura said from behind, Martin always brings you gifts. I envy you so much. Anne smiled happily. Others' envy was her satisfaction. Recently, she specifically asked through her agent Maha that Martin had indeed established a new film studio and was planning a comic-based film project called Wanted. The project also issued a director recruitment notice in the Directors Guild, and the expected investment will not be less than $40 million. After seeing the photos in the recruitment notice, Anne was very sure that she had found true love. So Anne also prepared a little gift. Laura, where is the gift? Laura handed Anne a pink gift box. The two came to the lounge area. Martin personally moved the chair and cleaned the non-existent dust on it. My princess, please sit down. Anne did not sit down, but deliberately moved the chair next to her place. You sit too. The two sat down side by side, one affectionate and the other full of love. They are really a perfect match. and took out the gift first, grabbed one of his hands, and stuffed it in his hand. "Every time you come here, you give me something. This is my return gift to you. You are not allowed to refuse." "Okay, I'll take it." Martin took it and asked, "Can I open it?" and nodded. Of course. Martin opened the box and saw a pearl bracelet. He exclaimed, "It's beautiful," and specifically said, "I got this souvenir from the crew of the Princess Diaries. It is very memorable. I like it so much." Martin took it out and put it on his wrist. He has been in many film and television crews and seen countless props and accessories. It is not difficult for him to judge that this is just an ordinary artificial pearl bracelet, and its actual value should not be comparable to half a golden donut. Martin couldn't let it go. He seemed to be completely knocked down by the goddess's gift. He smiled like a dog and gave Anne the gift box he brought. "I went out for something yesterday and came back to right after 6 p.m. The second chapter is not finished yet. I will post the second chapter later. A 40-year-old man has a lot of shit. Chapter 164. The real scumbag is Old Boo." The gift box made of mahogany was very high-end, making people look forward to the treasures inside, and also asked, "Can I open it now?" Martin said, "It belongs to you now. Tiffany? Or Patek Philippe? Or pigeon eggs?" Anne opened the gift box with great expectations. There were 2 exquisite small gift boxes inside. She opened the small one first. There was a pendant lying on the black velvet cloth, which looked like the fangs of some animal. She opened the other one and saw a clown with a bloody mouth standing there. The clown was obviously Martin. Anne was still smiling, but the disappointment in her heart was like an oil well erupting. She secretly despised. "That's it? Not as good as a golden donut." Martin said, "This is the trophy from the saltwater crocodile and bison that I hunted when I was filming in Australia. I specially found a master carver to make it carefully." Anne's prop necklace was a real pearl, so his gift was also a real saltwater crocodile tooth and buffalo horn ornament. The saltwater crocodile was more than 6 meters long, and you may not come across one in Australia for several years. The buffalo horn used for carving is a rare blue-white right angle. These are all unique in North America, and you will never find the same one. Hearing this, Anne's disappointment dissipated a little. After all, it is of extraordinary significance, and maybe the only one in the world. She carefully looked through the clown carving, and found words on the sole of the foot. She asked, "Is the carver Lily Carter?" There were many clown statues in the express delivery that Martin received, so he didn't look at them carefully. He just glanced at them, and put them in the box. When he took it, he just picked one at random. He didn't even look at the sole of the foot. He didn't expect that Lily, the idiot, actually left a name. It is impossible to overturn the car. Martin reacted quickly enough and automatically set up a character for Lily. The Australian carving master is a woman named Lily Carter. She is extremely skilled and a top artist. I went to Australia in the first half of the year and only received these artworks now. It took me 6 months to queue up in the middle. This is in line with Anne's understanding of art. The works of top artists, let alone fang pendants and human sculptures, even if you just stick a banana on the wall with tape, are first-class works of art. And tentatively said, "It's too expensive. I can't accept it. It didn't cost much." Martin seemed casual, but the words turned just right. "I just owe you a big favor. When she comes to Los Angeles, I will help introduce her to the top celebrity circle in Hollywood." He pointed to the clown sculpture. "I'm busy with work recently and can't accompany you every day, so let it make you happy for me." The favor was indeed not small, and Anne made a decision in her heart. "I will accept it and keep it with me all the time." At the same time, a voice in her heart shouted, "I'm not that elegant. Just give me a vulgar gift." But she was so arrogant and had such a high character that she couldn't say it. At least not at this stage. On the other side, Laura stood beside Bruce, watching Anne and Martin being so sweet and giving each other gifts, and said, "They are so happy." Bruce replied casually, "They look very compatible. I remember you are Martin's manager." Laura knew she couldn't plot against Martin, and the manager around her was not bad either, so she took the initiative to extend her hand. "My name is Laura, a little actress, and I'm going to be Anne's assistant." Bruce shook her hand politely, quickly glanced at Laura from behind, and replied calmly, "Hello." Laura saw the other party's cold attitude and thought to herself, isn't it just that her butt is a little flat? Other conditions are good. Martin extended a formal invitation to Anne. "Next weekend, the movie in which I play the absolute leading role is A Hills Have Eyes. There will be a fan meeting and promotional event in Burbank. The film has received high praise in Warner's internal preview." He seemed like a young man who was eager to be recognized by his favorite object, and said with anticipation, "I want you to see the film first, even if it's just some trailer clips. Anne, can you go with me?" Even if Anne wanted to go, she would not agree immediately. Instead, she pretended to hesitate. "Next weekend, my schedule," Martin said. "Several of my friends, producer Wes Craven, director Alexander Aja, and several executives of Warner Brothers will be there. I was thinking of introducing you to them. You told me last time that you wanted to star in this film in order to seek transformation. I think jumping out of the Disney circle should be helpful to you. Since you want me to go, I'll go." Anne said in a tone of making sacrifices for you and me. "I'll contact my agent today and ask her to cancel next weekend's schedule." Martin clapped his hands vigorously. "Great." When the crew started filming again, Martin finished visiting the set and left Paramount Studios with Bruce after finishing work that day and called her agent Maha. Maha suggested, "The film you are shooting now will go the route of winning awards at European film festivals. In the short term, you will have a work vacuum period in North America. Since you got close to Martin, your exposure and media attention have been good. I think it is necessary for you to go. If Martin confesses his love to you, accept it. Then I will talk to his agent." Anne understood and was also seriously considering this matter. In the car back to North Hollywood, Bruce asked Martin, "Shall I call Mean?" Martin was surprised. "He is leading people to clean up the studio that our studio rented recently. Why did you call him?" "To get back the fake diamond ring you gave him." Bruce didn't seem to be joking. "You will definitely be able to use it when you confess your love to Annie. We can save some money and don't have to spend money on buying a new one." Martin gave a thumbs up. "Old Bruce, you have evolved again. You know how to save money for your employer." He shook his head. "No, I won't confess my love to Annie." Bruce grinned. "You are worse than a scumbag. As long as I don't take the initiative to confess my love, I'm not a scumbag." Martin has a lot of theories, so he doesn't have a major in scumbags. Otherwise it would be easy for him to get a doctorate. "I'll wait for her to confess her love to me to prove that she was the one who pursued me, not me who pursued her." Bruce was sure that the pervert in the co-pilot seat no longer intended to be a human being. Martin said seriously, "I have to be a good person and can't make promises that I can't fulfill. Look, I'm very responsible." Bruce thought of Anne's character. "You two should really be together, get married, hurt each other, and then write about your true experiences and make a family ethics drama." Martin pondered. "Anne's rank is not high now, but if she stays with me for a long time, her rank will definitely improve. Given her character, she might fake a murder scene and then hide away. It is not impossible for her to frame me for murder." Bruce has been to the UK, like Agatha Christie did to her husband. Martin has read related stories and reports before. When the White Lotus goes crazy, it's scary. Bruce reminded, "Aren't you afraid that Louise will go crazy?" "Louise doesn't like tea, she likes wine. Don't think that I have a very good relationship with her. It is essentially a transaction. There are emotional factors, but who knows how much." Martin has a good attitude because compared to most people in this circle, he is a lucky guy, and the unspoken rules he encounters are completely acceptable. "Who do you think I give my experience report to once a month?" Bruce felt deeply. Every industry is similar. The superiors require their subordinates to pay more. The American soldiers stationed all over the world, female officers and generals have many stories that have to be told. Martin agreed. Even being a scavenger is not easy, and you have to shut the fuck up. Bruce held the steering wheel with one hand and lifted his coat with the other hand. "If you say one more word, I will definitely blow your head off." Martin took the initiative to back down. "You have a concealed carry permit. You are amazing." He changed the subject. "Have you filmed with Kim?" Bruce said, "Kim wanted me to film, but I didn't want to." She begged me to be the male lead. As long as I don't film, I can do whatever I want. Martin saw a real scumbag. Old Bruce, be my teacher. I'm so much worse than you. Really, no matter who I face, I can't do whatever I want. Let me teach you a trick. Bruce reached into his pocket, trying to take out Vaseline, but took out a bottle of Fengyalgin. Martin was surprised and asked, have you used it? I threw it in my suitcase when I came back from Mexico and forgot about it. Bruce put it away again. I'll go find Kim today and try it. Martin reminded him, remember to record the video. Old Bruce, when you run out of money, you can make a lot of money by selling videotapes. Before returning to North Hollywood, Martin received a call from Robert Patrick, asking him to have dinner at a restaurant in Sherman Oaks. Patrick helped in the audition for the Wax Museum, so Martin rushed over immediately. He met Patrick in an Italian restaurant. There is an opportunity. Patrick always remembered Martin because of that special party. My 360 entertainment company is going to invest in a movie produced by WME. Professional wrestling star John Cena will be the male lead, and I will play the second male villain. If you are interested, there is a third male role, the villain's right-hand man. Martin's path is different from Patrick's specialization in villain roles, and he said, I may not have the schedule. The other party was well intentioned, so he quickly explained, I have an action gun battle drama in planning, and it will probably start shooting next year. Patrick asked, are you the male lead? Martin nodded, I'm the male lead. Patrick understood and couldn't help laughing. You are developing at an astonishing speed. I remember when I came to Hollywood, it took me many years to make a name for myself. Martin also laughed. I laid a foundation in Atlanta, and when I came to Los Angeles, I had the support of you, Wes, Aja, and Zomi, so I could develop. Patrick said, if you can play the protagonist, don't consider the supporting role. Don't play the villain when you can play a positive role, unless the villain is special and is on par with the protagonist. Finally, the second chapter was finished. Chapter 165 Retribution is coming. On Saturday morning, a huge poster was hung at the entrance of the Burbank Hotel. On the poster, Martin was covered in blood, holding a baby in one hand, and holding a baseball bat covered in blood, flesh, and bones in the other hand. A scarred German Shepherd followed him. A large number of entertainment reporters kept taking pictures of the poster. A short red carpet was laid at the entrance, and fans and media representatives entered the venue with invitations. Semi-wild paparazzi like Jody did not get tickets. More and more fans arrived, and many did not want to enter directly, but wanted to stand on both sides of the red carpet, holding posters of Martin Davis in their hands. Jody has been working hard in Los Angeles for 2 years, and has seen many examples like this. A successful movie completely changes the fate of the leading actor. Suddenly, a strange girl walked over from the side. She was very tall and her skin was so white that it reflected light. She asked, are you Jody? Jody put down the camera. I am. Jessica took out an invitation letter. Old Bull asked me to give it to you. Don't forget the promise he made to you. Jody then saw that it was an invitation to enter today's event and nodded immediately. Tell him that I always remember it. Jessica turned around and mixed into the crowd of fans, assisted the crew members, and urged the fans to enter. At 10:30, Martin's car stopped in front of the hotel on time. After he got out of the car, he turned around and took Anne Hathaway out of the car. The latter was wearing a black dress, and she was extremely beautiful in her gorgeous dress. When Anne reached out and took Martin's arm, all the reporters and paparazzi's cameras flashed. Martin took Anne to take a photo in front of the movie poster and soon entered the hotel banquet hall. As soon as they entered, the banquet hall was filled with extremely warm applause. Hundreds of fans took up their mobile phones to take pictures. The voices calling Martin were even more one after another. As representatives of the fans, Rachel and Phoebe came over and gave Martin a gift. Martin let go of Anne and hugged them one by one, saying their names. Good morning, Rachel and Phoebe. The latter was ecstatic, her hands shaking with excitement. Martin, you remember me? You remember me? Martin smiled and said, of course, I signed for you when the Wax Museum was released. Phoebe hurriedly urged, Rachel, hurry up, give our hearts to Martin. Rachel took a thick autograph book from a fan next to her and handed it to Martin. Martin then asked, "What is this?" Rachel helped him open it, thinking of Martin asking them to sign and write greetings. When they first met, she felt that she would definitely give Martin a surprise this time, and said, "These are all greetings from us die-hard supporters to you, encouraging you to make better works." With Martin's acting skills, his smile would only be brighter. Then, he looked at the greeting carefully. "Even if there are millions of stars in Hollywood, I love you the most." The signature was SYNOPSIS. The next one was written by Phoebe. "I hope you become famous soon. As long as you are willing, I will always be here." Phoebe said, "Martin, this is written by me. I wrote it." Someone next to him pointed at the autograph book and shouted, "I'm John. I wrote it on the second page." "I'm Ronan." The last page. "Martin, I will always support you." Martin quickly flipped through it. He didn't have time to count, but there must be hundreds of them. Seeing the excitement of the die-hard supporters, the autograph book in Martin's hand was so heavy that he almost couldn't lift it. This is not an autograph book. This is clearly a huge pit. He dug it himself, jumped in, and shoveled the soil to fill his own pit. Martin's face was excited, touched, and enthusiastic, and he almost choked up when he spoke. Thank you everyone for your support. I will definitely produce the best work to repay your support." He was crying in his heart. How could he remember this? Rachel then said, "Originally, we wanted to pool our money to buy you a souvenir, but later we all felt that this would be more meaningful. We are very lucky to grow up with you. It's Milner." Martin turned around, bowed slightly to the fans around him, and said loudly, "It is my greatest luck to have you by my side." Martin thought to himself that such a gift would only be enough once, and next time he would just give a souvenir. He was a vulgar person. Suddenly, and said, "Martin, I really envy you. Your supporters are so kind to you." Martin didn't want to answer. Was this the retribution for giving Anne a work of art? The atmosphere in the banquet hall reached a climax at the beginning. Daniel, deputy director of the publicity and marketing department of Warner Brothers, looked at these and thought about how much role Martin could play in publicity and marketing. Craven said at this time, "Martin can be used as a main promotion point. He is very popular. The most important thing is that he is very smart and knows how to cater to the market and the audience." Daniel nodded slowly. The conventional promotion method, with Martin as the entry point and the main promotion point. In the past 6 months, Craven and Martin have held many parties together and have been in and out of various nightclubs. It can be said that they really have fun together. The two of them are a director and an actor, and there is no conflict of interest. Craven is also willing to say a few good words for Martin. You have seen the preview version. Martin, the actor, is above the standard in both acting and action. I can guarantee that this film will definitely perform better than House of Wax. As long as it is profitable, the distribution company does not care who is promoted. Daniel saw the possibility of The Hills Have Eyes being a big success and said without hesitation, "After the new year, I will mobilize media resources." The fans were still partying, and Martin accompanied them to take photos and sign autographs, and chatted for a few more words before temporarily getting away. There were too many people, and it was impossible to play like zombie gigolo. Martin took Anne to the place where the main cast and crew members of the crew gathered, and formally introduced Anne to Daniel, Adja, Zomi, Craven and others. Anne was very happy to be able to expand her network and jump out of the Disney circle. When chatting with these people, she always held Martin's arm tightly and looked like Martin's real girlfriend. Daniel asked about Martin's new film. "I heard that you rented a studio at the studio and started preparing." Martin told the truth. "I just registered the studio and hired Brad, the screenwriter of Fast and Furious 2 and The Gremlins, to start adapting the script." Louise said that the preparations will be next year. Because Louise is a veteran, Daniel attaches great importance to her. Louise has already sent an invitation to Warner Brothers, and the studio will participate in the distribution. Martin said, "Louise and I have discussed that the distribution will continue to cooperate with Warner Brothers." Okay. Daniel is not in a hurry. He will wait until The Hills Have Eyes is released. If this film is successful, we will continue to cooperate. If it is not successful, Warner Brothers has other options. Craven asked, do you need a budget of $40 million? Martin said all these truthfully, it may not be enough. It depends on the specific situation of the platter. Anne stood aside, listening to Martin talking about tens of millions of dollars of investment with the senior executives of Warner Brothers and the Godfather level figures of Hollywood, and was secretly anxious. What about confession? Confession quickly. She kept muttering in her heart, I will agree after a little restraint. Anne thought that Martin would choose a special occasion like today to confess to her in public. However, there was no confession. The event officially began. On the curtain in the central hall of the banquet hall, a 1-minute and 15-second trailer of The Eyes and the Hills was projected. Unlike the official movie trailer, this section is almost entirely Martin's personal show. Walking alone in the desert, his wife and parents-in-law were killed, and his child was taken away. He went to rescue the baby with a stick and a dog to complete his revenge. Compared with Wes Craven's previous horror films, more action elements were added. As the protagonist played by Martin smashed the head of a pervert with a baseball bat, cheers rang out in the banquet hall. After all, it was an advertisement clip, so it was played quickly. A fan shouted, "Can you play it again?" The crew complied with their request and played it again. Afterwards, media reporters interviewed Martin, Adja, Craven and fan representatives. Martin interacted with fans and media reporters again. Compared with most stars, Martin was more humble and knew that language was an art, and he firmly controlled the rhythm of the entire event. Stars need style, but it is too early for Martin to talk about style now. It will not be too late to talk about style when he reaches the level of a quasi-star. At the end of the event, there was a lunch party, free food and drinks. Who doesn't like it? Near the end, Martin and Anne were interviewed together. A reporter asked, Martin, are you and Anne together? We are best friends. Martin often comes to visit the set and always brings me surprises. Anne's words were vaguely urging, we will understand each other and move forward together. Martin is a responsible and good man. He speaks the truth. Anne is my most important friend and my princess. To me, she is the bright moonlight in the dark night. Originally, Anne wanted to wait until The Hills Have Eyes was released to see how things would go, but what she had seen and heard recently made her unable to wait until then. Seeing that Martin had no plans to confess his love, she felt a little annoyed, but she warned herself to be reserved and not to be the first to speak. After the luncheon, the event officially ended, and the crew gave a gift to every fan and media reporter present. Martin chatted with Craven and others for a few words and left with Anne. Just as he got into the car at the side door of the hotel, he received a call from Vincent in Atlanta. Vincent was talking to him about the initial investment. Sophia and I are going to invest $6 million in advance. Martin specifically said, the first investment of $6 million? Vincent, this is a wise decision. Listen to me. Vincent roughly talked about the new plan he had recently discussed with Sophia. This is the first investment. The amount of subsequent investment depends on the profitability of the Hills Have Eyes project. I can guarantee that the subsequent investment will not be less than the income Sophia and I have earned from the Hills Have Eyes project. Martin must first have confidence. You are prepared to invest more than $30 million. Anne could not hear the content of the call, but she could judge from Martin's words and could not help asking, one investor invested $30 million? Martin nodded and pretended to be deep. They trust me. I'm under a lot of pressure. Anne did not say anything more, but fell into deep thought. The content is nothing more than the future and money. Chapter 166 Quasi-A Project. After packing up the filming equipment, Jody took off his helmet and prepared to return home to catch up on today's news. A girl suddenly came over and asked, are you a reporter? Jody thought she looked familiar and recalled that when he was filming Martin and Annie, he had seen her in Anna's crew. She seemed to be an actor. She asked, I have something to say. Laura said, I'm an actor and I know a lot of news in the industry. How can I contact you? Jody took out his business card and handed it to her. Call the number above. I will give you some compensation depending on the news value. This is the default rule of the industry, and Laura also understands it. She put away the business card and walked towards a car. There were also paparazzi there. Laura collected the contact information of more than a dozen entertainment reporters and paparazzi in one breath. Back to the Hilton Hotel, where they were staying, they waited for more than 2 hours before Annie came back. She walked briskly and looked very happy. She kicked off her high heels when she entered the door and couldn't help but spin and dance. She was in a good mood. Laura reminded, "Don't be happy too soon, he's not your boyfriend yet." This made Annie stop. Her smile faded, and a bit of sadness appeared between her brows. "I thought he would confess to me today." Laura analyzed. "You gave too little response." He felt unsure and afraid of failure. Annie came over and sat on the sofa, hugged her knees with both hands, feeling helpless. "I gave a lot of responses, and it was quite obvious." Laura said, "He may want to wait until he is more confident." "I can't wait for a long time, right?" Annie worried. "After the filming of this movie, I will go back to New York. If I don't stabilize the relationship, there are too many temptations in Hollywood, especially for high quality stocks like him." Laura nodded. "Yes, he looks very good and has a bright future. The only flaw is not a flaw. He can attract tens of millions of dollars in investment." She was going to be Annie's assistant, so she was anxious about what Annie was anxious about. "Since you have met him, Annie, why didn't you grab him earlier?" Annie looked at her. "What do you mean?" Laura said, "He is afraid that the confession will fail. You can take the initiative, such as confessing to him." "Isn't this a bad idea?" Annie hesitated. Laura asked, "Do you want to see him being snatched away by another woman?" Annie recalled the scene in the car. Martin is a potential stock that few people have noticed when he really shows his potential. Laura took out a stack of business cards. "You asked me to get the contact information of the reporter. I thought you were going to hold a confession ceremony." Annie nodded slowly, remembering Maher's instructions, took out her mobile phone, and went to the balcony to call her agent Maher. "I can't make decisions for you on this matter." Maher's words sounded nice, but his inclination was obvious. His future is generally optimistic. The key point is that he can find funds to participate in the platter, which is not something ordinary stars can do. And made up her mind. "I have collected some contact information of entertainment media." Maher praised. "Very good. You are making progress." She suggested, "The news of you and Martin's participation in the event has appeared on the internet. Wait for a while and wait for the next wave before launching it." And understood. "I know." The news related to The Hills Have Eyes and Martin then appeared widely in the media. The Wax Museum has not yet been taken off the shelves, and Anne has a big hidden Princess Diarist for this year. The attention aroused by the two people together easily achieved 1 + 1 greater than 2. Entertainment Weekly and The Hollywood Reporter also published news related to The Hills Have Eyes 30-second trailers, which are shorter than those in the promotional activities, have also been released on some TV stations. Martin goes to the studio every day to work with the crew's publicity staff and Warner Brothers publicity department to develop unconventional publicity plans. Things like television, trailers, posters and outdoor advertising are all conventional publicity methods. This time, there are no Paris and Kardashian to hype, but there are still many things that can be hyped. Martin might make a mess if he actually does it, but he is very good at coming up with bad ideas. The crew and the professionals of Warner Brothers can turn Martin's ideas into practical solutions. In December, Warner Brothers held a new round of screenings for The Hills Have Eyes. In addition to the company's internal staff, some theater managers were also invited. Most people believe that the quality and market response of this film will be much better than House of Wax. Warner Brothers is also investing in publicity resources, such as its own films. The patch advertisement of The Hills Have Eyes appeared in the opening advertisement of Ocean's 12. Later films such as Alexander the Great and The Signal also had related patch advertisements when they were released. On a brand new Monday, Martin came to WMA, and his agent Thomas was waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Seeing Martin, Thomas was slightly relieved, because Martin's first agency contract had expired, and he could choose to sign with any company or agent. Under normal circumstances, when the 1-year contract of a new artist expires, the agency will actively request a renewal, because in 1 year, you can't do anything in Hollywood, and you won't have much development. There are very few people like Martin. Thomas hurried to meet him. "Shall we go upstairs?" Martin nodded. "Let's go upstairs. Sign the contract early, so you can rest assured." Thomas smiled easily. "I'm most assured of you. Don't forget that we are a golden partner." The two went upstairs and came to the signing office. Martin found that the person who signed on behalf of WMA was actually senior partner Jim Witt. The latter shook hands with Martin. "A year has passed so quickly, and we are about to start a new cooperation." Martin smiled and responded, "Without the help of the company, I would not be who I'm now." Jim Witt said directly, after signing the new agency contract, "Martin, you will be a new talent that WMA focuses on training." Martin said, "I look forward to our closer and more pleasant cooperation." An assistant brought 3 copies of the agency contract. Thomas introduced, "The Screen Actors Guild has reviewed the contract and endorsed it. This is a necessary procedure." Martin sat at the desk, read the terms of the contract carefully, and signed it. According to regulations, the longest period of a brokerage contract is 3 years, and the maximum commission of the brokerage company is only 10%. It is not only the film remuneration, but also includes advertising endorsements, post-production share and portrait rights share, etc. Of course, the client's investment income is not included. Martin did not have the qualifications to ask for more, so he naturally signed a top-level contract, 3 years and 10%. After signing the contract, WMA sent a copy to the Screen Actors Guild for filing. Jim Witt shook hands with Martin. There were also assistants who came to take pictures. Thomas Hart finally settled down. Jim Witt said a few more words to encourage Martin, and quickly left the office. After driving the assistant away, Thomas closed the door, and talked to Martin. "Yesterday I met Mahadakshi from CAA. Martin thought the name sounded familiar. Thomas explained, "Anne Hathaway's agent, aren't you pursuing Anne? She came to me to discuss how to promote the publicity after you two are together." Martin said, "We are not together yet. Thomas has been paying attention recently. It's only a matter of time." He further said, "If you really want to be together, it's hard to say in the long run, but in the short term it will be helpful to attract media attention and expand your popularity." Martin was prepared. "You discuss the details with her. I have no objection." Thomas saw it very accurately. "Maha came to me, which means Anne has no objection. How long will it take you to win her over? I'm serious and responsible about my relationship." Martin looked particularly serious, "So, it will take some time." Thomas knew that Martin was a man who knew what he was doing, so he didn't urge him, and said, "On the other hand, I said last time that I would find you an important role in a quasi-A level production. Are there any clues?" Martin thought to himself, as expected, there is still oil in the squeeze. This person, you need to put more pressure on him to really bear the weight. Thomas took the initiative to shoulder the heavy responsibility. "Since the last time Martin mentioned Ridley Scott's big production, I heard an important piece of news that Martin Scorsese and Leonardo have officially contacted Warner Brothers." When Martin heard the names of these two people, he couldn't help but speculate. Thomas didn't stop talking. "They are preparing a new project. I can confirm that it is a multi-protagonist gangster film. If Warner Brothers agrees to participate in the compilation, The Hills Have Eyes will be a great success. Given your and Louise's many collaborations with Warner Brothers, we may be able to compete for important roles." Martin asked directly, "Do you know the specific content of the project?" "It should be an adapted movie. It is certain that it will be a gangster theme." Thomas has heard a lot of news. It's only a prototype at present. The screenwriter and script have not yet been determined, but Scorsese's gangster themes, like Craven's horror movies, are synonymous with success. Martin nodded slowly. "One of the 4 major directors in Hollywood. If he really gets an important role, it will raise the style." Thomas was more direct. "Directly raise the status." Martin asked, "Any other news?" "It is certain that this is a compilation project." Thomas said, "Brad Pitt's Plan B and Paramount Pictures are also interested in participating in the compilation." Louise's side. Martin shook his head. "She can help me speak on the Warner side, but I can't guarantee her participation in the compilation." Thomas said, "Then I won't have a direct say." He confessed, "The films Scorsese has directed recently were all produced by Graham King, a British man. I got all this information from his assistant, and I have a good personal relationship with his assistant. Martin asked again. I remember that Plan B is a company established by Pitt and Aniston. Who will be responsible for the specific business? Thomas was sure of this. Brad Pitt and Aniston are just shareholders, not responsible for daily operations. Martin thought for a moment and asked, how many resources can the company mobilize for me? Thomas said, I'm sure I can let Jim Witt speak for you. It was not difficult for Martin to make a decision. You try to make it work. You have to try your best to see if it works. Thomas vowed, I will mobilize all my connections to get you a chance. Chapter 167 Between People. There were very few viewers in the theater. Bruce watched the movie being shown, picked up some popcorn out of boredom, threw it into his mouth, and chewed it until it was crispy and fragrant. Martin picked up the Coke and took a sip. On the screen, Alexander commanded the Greek coalition to form a Macedonian phalanx and fight with the Persian army. The most important attraction of epic films is the war scenes. What is the standard for a good movie? Everyone has different judgments, but the standards of the studios are very unified, whether it makes money or not. Bruce couldn't stand the bloody and heartbreaking scenes of glass. I'm going to go out for some fresh air. Martin was not very interested in these either. Let's go. The two stood up and prepared to leave. Martin found that in addition to them, there were some people leaving the theater. The number exceeded a quarter of the audience in the theater. This is bad news for any movie. Martin had long forgotten what the movie in his previous life was like. Except for Angelina Jolie, it seemed that the movie didn't leave him any other impression. The two left the theater and walked towards the parking lot. Bruce said, I watched the DVD of King Arthur. It's much more interesting than this one. Martin thought for a moment and said, because King Arthur is bad but very commercial, while this one is more artistic. Bruce shrugged and said, maybe. If I had known it would be so boring, I would have gone to find Kim. It would be more interesting than watching a bad movie with you. Martin asked, Feng Yaojing? Kim only used a little bit and she screamed in pain. She washed for a long time and almost went to the hospital. Bruce wanted to lift his clothes again. You bastard. You actually want me to apply it there? Martin grabbed his clothes. Don't mess around. There's LAPD. Be careful of the magazine being emptied. He made a random suggestion. Kim used Feng Yaojing and became famous all over the world. Bruce gave him a middle finger. You're such a pervert. The two got in the car and went back to the apartment together. Martin was a little worried and called Louise. Drunkard, what are you doing? Louise whispered back. Spending time with my family. She asked back, what are you doing? Martin was thinking a lot. I just came out of the theater with old Bruce. Louise understood why Martin called. I know that the film's response is not very good. It's okay. I won't bother you. Martin took the initiative to hang up the phone. Sitting in the passenger seat, he concentrated on thinking, focusing on the relationship between people. Bruce accelerated the car and asked, do you think this film will fail? Martin said simply, so many people left the same theater midway, which always means something. Are you worried about Louise Mayer? Man, when did you have a conscience? Bruce said, I thought you left your conscience in Atlanta. Martin said, she is a multi-millionaire. I don't need to worry about her. Man, are you going to do something bad again? Bruce had a bad premonition. Martin was vague. There are eyes on the other side of the mountain. I'm worried that the bad luck will continue. Bruce remembered something. The coke that Robert transported arrived a few days ago. I rented a warehouse to store it and took some to the studio. You can go and drink a can. He deliberately said. Expired coke has a long aftertaste. Martin shook his head and said nothing. Brentwood, a famous wealthy area in Los Angeles. In a mansion on the top of the mountain, Louise stood in front of the window, put away her mobile phone, and overlooked the night view of Los Angeles in the distance. The status of the film Alexander the Great was actually determined before it was released. The only uncertainty was how tragic the failure would be. Martin was able to call at this time to ask about the relevant situation. Louise sighed and said, he still has some conscience. Footsteps sounded behind her, and a woman in her 50s came up behind her. Honey, are you worried about something? Louise turned around and smiled. It's about work. Don't worry, Mom. I can handle it. Mrs. Mel nodded slightly and didn't ask much. You just need to remember one thing. No matter what happens, your father and I will always be your backing. I know. Louise took her mother's arm. Come on, let's go for a drink. Mrs. Mel reminded, your drinking is getting more and more uncontrolled. Do you need me to send you to an Alcoholics Anonymity meeting? Louise said, it's not that serious. I just drink a glass occasionally to relax. The mother and daughter came to the small bar in their home and just opened a bottle of low alcohol sweet wine. Mrs. Mel asked, is the project not going well this time? Louise took a sip of wine slowly. I guess all the money I made this year will be lost. Business, it's normal to have gains and losses. Buffett can't guarantee that every business will make money. Mrs. Mel had also worked hard in the business world and was used to the ups and downs. Your career and life have been smooth since you graduated from USC, and encountering setbacks may not be a bad thing. Louise's face almost fell. Mom, do you wish I would hit you hard? Mrs. Mel didn't move her glass. I don't understand the big principles, but when you fail, it's easier for you to see who is trustworthy around you, who can face the wind and rain with you, and who will abandon you at any time. Louise put down her glass and thought carefully. Mrs. Mel picked up the wine and drank slowly. After Alexander the Great was fully released in North America, Martin paid close attention to the market response of the film. Some films have good reputations, but poor box office, and they can always slowly make back their investment by relying on long-term management. But the reputation of this film exploded on the spot. From film critics to ordinary audiences to industry media, all of them gave bad reviews. The IMDb score was 5.6, and the Rotten Tomatoes freshness was an outrageous 16%. As expected, Alexander the Great only earned $13.69 million in the North American opening weekend. The public production cost of the film was $155 million. Its failure was even more tragic than King Arthur and Van Helsing. It can be called the first Hollywood box office tragedy in 2004. All investors involved in the platter will face huge losses. The failure of an A-level big production will always have many impacts. In Sherman Oaks, in a villa on the South Hillside, Louise sat at the bar in the lobby, opened a bottle of whiskey, filled the glass, and drank it in one breath. The private mobile phone on the side rang at this time. It was Martin who called. Louise asked, "What's up?" Martin asked, "What are you doing?" Louise said, "I'm in a meeting. Don't bother me for now." Martin replied, "You go ahead and send me a message when you're free." Louise had just put down her phone when the business phone on the other side rang. She answered, "This is Louise Meir." "Hi, Louise, it's me, Feldman." The person on the other end spoke politely. "My Zero Degree Foundation participated in your fundraising at the time, and the funds were invested in your Pacific Pictures in batches to participate in Hollywood's film platter investment. The foundation is now in trouble, and the second and third phases of investment cannot be made. The first phase investment." How could Louise not understand what he meant? "Don't worry, I will return the first phase investment and the promised interest dividends to you within the contract period." Fermat laughed twice. "That's the best. I'll participate in your platter investment again when there is a suitable opportunity." Louise threw the phone on the bar, poured more wine, and continued to drink. Although she was mentally prepared, she still didn't expect the film to be so tragic. A few minutes later, the official phone rang again. It was also a foundation preparing to withdraw its investment. Louise's Pacific Pictures was somewhat like Relativity Entertainment Media, which was established by Wall Street funds. It raised funds from investors such as foundations and invested them in Hollywood film compilation projects to make profits. The difference was that Louise herself would also invest. If the compilation projects she invested in were profitable, or even if they just paid back, investors would come in an endless stream. It was normal for investors to withdraw their investment and cancel cooperation after such a tragic failure. Since the media officially disclosed the North American box office data last weekend, Louise received 7 calls in just a few hours, all of which were from investors unilaterally canceling cooperation. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still very annoyed. How could people feel happy when encountering such a thing? Louise drank one glass of wine after another, and a bottle of 40 proof whiskey soon ran out. At this time, her private mobile phone rang, and Kelly Gray called. Louise's face was gloomy. She pressed the connect button on the speaker. "Slut, you are not going to cooperate with me?" Kelly laughed crisply. "Pervert, I do want to abandon you, but I want to see you fail more times. You have a conscience." Louise decided to give her a reward. "Next time, I will not only let Martin turn on the speaker, but also turn on the live broadcast screen." Kelly was so angry that her teeth itched and said, "Aren't you and that bad guy preparing a new film and preparing to shoot in Atlanta? When you come, I have prepared a surprise for you." Louise said, "I like surprises the most." The two didn't say much. After hanging up the phone, Louise got up and took another bottle of wine and continued to drink. "Troubles can be dealt with tomorrow. At least you can get drunk today." Louise drank a few more glasses of wine. When she was about to get more wine, the housekeeper Mary suddenly came over and grabbed her. "You've had too much to drink. Don't drink anymore," Mary advised. "Your body won't be able to take it." Louise looked sober. "I'm not drunk. This is just a little. I know what I've had. It's okay," Mary said. "I'll help you go upstairs to rest. I'm really fine." Louise waved her hand and suddenly whispered something to Mary. Mary hurried to the hallway. Louise poured the wine and continued to drink. Mary picked up the phone in the hallway and dialed Martin's number. The call was picked up on the other end. "Louise?" Mary said. "I'm Mary, Louise's housekeeper." Martin found a place where no one was around and asked, "What do you want to say, Mr. Davis? If you have time, come and try to persuade her. Louise has been drinking since this morning." Mary spoke quickly and seemed very anxious. More than a dozen companies and foundations called to end their cooperation with Pacific Pictures and demanded a complete withdrawal of investment. Pacific Pictures may not be able to survive this, which is a big blow to Louise. She paused slightly. "There are still calls coming in. I'm worried that something might happen to her, but I can't persuade her." After saying this, Mary waited quietly for a reply from the other end. Chapter 168, Leaping Out of North America. The Volkswagen sedan whizzed past on the road and turned into the southern hillside area of Sherman Oaks. Martin slowed down a little. There was a girl walking a golden retriever in front of him, waving at him. Elizabeth Olsen saw Martin's car coming from a distance. Martin stopped the car on the side of the road and lowered the passenger window. "Want a ride?" Elizabeth shook her head and said with a smile, "Thank you. I didn't see you again when I woke up from my nap that day." "You're welcome." Martin waved his hand. "I have something to do. I'm leaving first." The golden retriever suddenly barked at the car. Martin sped away. Elizabeth held the dog and waved at the car. Martin's car arrived at the door of Louise's house. The automatic door opened and he drove to the open space on the side of the villa. Mary was waiting at the door. Seeing Martin coming quickly, a trace of relief flashed in her eyes. Martin asked, "Where is she?" Mary pointed inside. "She's still drinking. I can't persuade her." Martin nodded slightly, and when he passed by Mary, he glanced quickly and walked into the villa quickly. Louise was wearing a fitted dark business suit and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She was lying on the bar, pouring herself a drink. After finishing one glass, she went to get another bottle of wine, but a big hand held her hand down. Martin looked at the two empty bottles, one large and one small, and said, "Stop drinking." Louise burped, grabbed Martin's clothes, and pulled him to her side. "You're here just in time. Drink with me." Martin picked up the bottle, walked around the bar, went inside, took out 2 new cups, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and poured it into the cups. Louise rested one hand on the bar, supported her chin, and stared at Martin. "Why are you here?" "Mary called me." Martin put a glass of water in front of Louise. "I'm worried about you." Louise picked up the glass of water, didn't smell the alcohol, and put it down again. "Bad seed. I'm really going bankrupt." Martin said the same thing as before. "If you go bankrupt, I'll support you." In the past, Louise thought it was all a joke, but when Martin said it at this moment, she was confused. Martin drank a glass of water. "I want to drink. I feel uncomfortable without wine." Louise pushed the glass back and said half truthfully, "From this morning till now, do you know how many investors have called me and asked to end the cooperation? 15. Do you know what this means?" Martin did not take the wine and asked softly, "One failure has crushed you?" This is not the drunk woman I know. He pulled a chair over and sat opposite Louise. Can it be harder than when I was in Atlanta? I'm a scumbag from the slums, and I have made $1 million. It can't be harder for you to develop again than it was for me at that time. Louise stared at Martin. People always pursue success. Martin continued, there are also people who cherish friendship like me. Louise suddenly laughed and fell on the table. She was obviously very depressed today, but Kelly and Martin made her a little happy. When people are in trouble, even a ray of sunshine will make them feel particularly bright. Martin pushed the glass back again. Drink some water to sober up. Carry me upstairs. Louise opened her arms directly. Martin went around and hugged Louise upstairs. Louise leaned on his shoulder and suddenly burped. Martin was startled and said, let's go to the bathroom after we go upstairs to vomit. But Louise leaned close to his ear and said, don't worry, I get carsick and seasick occasionally, but I never get airsick. What to do when you are depressed? Just have a hearty flight. In the past, Louise thought Martin was both good looking and useful, but now she finds it better looking and more useful. Century City, Starbucks. Thomas waited for the target person. Ron Armas, the #1 assistant of Martin Scorsese's exclusive producer Graham King. Thomas and he are schoolmates and have known each other for many years. After learning that he became Graham's assistant, he has kept in touch. Ron pulled out a chair, sat across from Thomas, and said, so anxious? Thomas said, I wonder how many people are eyeing Martin Scorsese's project. He asked, any more specific news? I attended a meeting with Graham this morning. There were 2 screenwriters and directors from Hong Kong attending the meeting. Ron opened his briefcase and took out a disc. This movie is super popular in East Asia. Director Scorsese is very interested in it and plans to adapt it for the United States. Thomas took it. The disc was called Infernal Affairs, a police and gangster theme. Ron introduced, the story will be set in Boston, and the background of the characters is the gangs that Scorsese is best at. The 2 most important characters are undercover agents. One is an Irish gangster undercover in the police, and the other is an undercover agent of the police who infiltrated the Irish gang. The latter is the absolute protagonist, and Leonardo is confirmed to play the role. Thomas's eyes immediately focused on the undercover agent in front. Is the supporting actor suitable for my client? First of all, he must have excellent acting skills. Ron said clearly. Secondly, he must have a certain degree of fame. In recent years, Scorsese's crew has rarely used unknown newcomers. He is more accustomed to working with famous actors. He said directly, excuse me, your client Martin Davis is not famous enough. As long as the news of Scorsese's projects is released, there is never a lack of star-level actors. Thomas knew this, but there were not many quasi-A-level projects that he could really get in touch with. Scorsese's projects not only promote people, but also broaden Martin's acting range and role types. Similarly, the competition will be very fierce. Martin will have a new movie released after the new year, a horror thriller of Craven's type, and his fame will skyrocket. Thomas felt that it was far from enough. Ron, you participated in the 2 projects of Gangs of New York and The Aviator, and you are familiar with the operation of director Scorsese's crew. If Martin wants to fight for an important supporting role, is there any way to increase his chances of winning? Ron said the simplest and most direct way, as long as his acting skills are good, he brings money into the group, or he can get the support of major producers and investors. His chances of winning will naturally be high. Scorsese's gangster movies have high investments, and the returns, the investment return ratio is actually not high. Most of the profits come from long-term operations, and the investment pressure is relatively high. Faced with large investments, even artists will compromise. Thomas asked, is this how Leonardo established a long-term cooperation with Scorsese? Ron nodded. Titanic has a huge influence on the world. It completely changed Leonardo's star path. There are too many overseas funds willing to invest in Leonardo. He can always easily attract tens of millions of dollars in investment, and he has a strong appeal. Which director doesn't like such a leading actor? Thomas frowned. An investment of tens of millions? At least, don't forget the premise. The acting skills must be good enough. Ron smiled and said, look at me. I almost forgot the simplest way. If I can deal with Graham, Scorsese, Leonardo, everything will be okay. Thomas found that the difficulty was extremely high. Scorsese was not a client of WMA. Although Ari Emanuel tried to poach him several times, he failed. He asked, "You don't have a say? I'm at most an assistant producer and assistant director in the crew." Ron is very self-aware. If it's just a small role, I promise there will be no problem, but for the top 10 roles, I have no say. Thomas thought of how Martin did not abandon him in the face of an A-level production by the top director Ridley Scott, and he couldn't help but make up his mind. Whoever of those three likes men, I'll go find him. Ron had seen Martin's video materials. He was sunny and handsome, with a great figure. He said, "You want a client?" Thomas shook his head. "No, it's me. I'll do it myself." Ron looked at Thomas's receding hairline and shiny forehead and said, "Don't joke. Investment has reached this level, and it can't be solved by just selling the below." For the first time, Thomas felt that he was so useless. Ron reminded him, the script has not been written yet, and the crew will not recruit actors in the short term. Not many people know the news for the time being. Act early, otherwise there will be no chance at all. After the meeting with Ron, Thomas rushed to the next one. He invited a production executive of Warner Brothers to have lunch. From this executive, he got the exact news that Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston's Plan B Pictures had reached an agreement with Warner Brothers and would invest in Scorsese's new project. Its investment amount was second only to Warner Brothers and Leonardo's Appian-Way Productions. Thomas jumped up and down, almost selling his ass. Fight for it. There is still hope. Don't take the initiative to fight for it. There is no chance. At the same time, in the luxurious villa in Sherman Oaks, Martin was sleeping soundly on Louise's plump breasts, and his breath made Louise feel itchy, and she woke up early from her sleep. When Louise moved, Martin woke up too. He looked at the time and said, "Let's go out for dinner." Louise was too lazy to move. "I'll ask the kitchen to prepare it." Martin deliberately said, "You're bankrupt. I want to support you, so we should go out for dinner. You really know how to ruin the atmosphere." "I just threw away the troubles of the company." Louise said, "It's just that some investors ended the cooperation. It's not bankruptcy." Martin thought of the project Thomas mentioned and said half seriously and half jokingly, "I was thinking about coming up with some new recipes to make you happy so that you can help me get a good role in Martin Scorsese's project." Louise sighed, "There's no hope. I can't afford such a big platter for the time being." Martin raised his head, gave her a long kiss, and then said, "Then let's do a good job on the Wanted Order project. If it succeeds, it can help you get your money back." But Louise had other considerations. "During the New Year holiday, you will go on vacation with me to Hong Kong and Southeast Asia." Martin thought of a possibility. "Are you going overseas to attract investment?" The International Bartenders Association is headquartered in Hong Kong, and there will be an event there. Louise said roughly, "My father used to do business in the Philippines and Malaysia, and there are many wealthy people there who are willing to invest in North America." Martin understood. Beyond Alexander the Great, North America has the greatest influence. Wait, there is also the third chapter I'm writing. Chapter 169, The Appearance of True Love, asking for monthly ticket. Taking the disc from Thomas, Martin looked at the cover carefully. The characters on it were so familiar. He had watched the last two films on the disc less, so he didn't remember them very clearly, but the main plot of the first film was very impressive. This was one of the most popular Hong Kong films he had watched since 2000. It could be called the last glory of Hong Kong films. Gangster themes adapted from Hong Kong films. Thomas described the recent situation in detail. Martin had also watched The Departed and confirmed that what Thomas had inquired about was correct, such as the Irish gangs in Boston. Thomas asked again, "Pacific Pictures?" Martin said, "Louise and Pacific Pictures will focus on the compilation of Wanted for the time being. This project has greater hope." Thomas knew the priorities. "I'll try to find a way to Plan B." He specifically said, "For Scorsese's project, the audition result will have a greater impact on the role, but if the acting level is similar, there are too many factors that determine the result. Plan B will be the third largest investor, and I plan to contact the people from Plan B." Martin immediately thought of the two largest shareholders of Plan B, Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston. I can only contact the management of Plan B. Thomas said, I heard that Scorsese intends to invite Pitt to play the second leading role, but Pitt refused. Martin thought for a moment and said, I need a Boston accent teacher, and I also need the relevant rules and regulations and organizational structure of the Boston Police Department. Since he was trying to get it, he had to do his best. It would be best to have the development history of the Boston gang in the past decade. Thomas replied, I'll do it. After the new year, Martin will be 24 years old, and if he remembers correctly, Leonardo will be 30 years old. According to the background of the character in The Departed, he is more suitable for the age setting. These are not the determining factors. In Los Angeles, there are not too many teachers who teach different accents. Martin met a middle-aged female teacher who spoke Boston accent that afternoon, followed her to practice Boston area pronunciation, and received a lot of recording teaching materials. After the Hollywood accent, he started a new accent training. Many Hollywood crews also say 1,234,567 during live filming. For example, Depp's memory has long been destroyed by alcohol and flour, and the lines are all floating clouds. But Martin Scorsese's crew requires live recording, and the accent must match the character background. Thomas moved forward with a heavy burden, and made an appointment with the casting director of Gangs of New York and The Aviator in the evening. She has worked with Martin Scorsese twice in a row, and the possibility of continuing to work together is very high. Martin also has a date, and asked him to meet at Griffith Observatory in the evening, in the suite of the Hilton Hotel, in front of the makeup mirror, and put on makeup carefully and asked Laura, is it okay? Laura praised, you are so beautiful, and Martin is right, you are a real princess, and asked, are you ready? Laura came closer and said, just confess your feelings, leave the rest to me, the people have been notified, and asked again, do you think Griffith Park is a suitable location? It couldn't be more suitable. Laura said, there are Hollywood Hills there, and you can overlook the entire Los Angeles from the observatory. Celebrities often go there for dates. It is reasonable for reporters to take pictures of you confessing your feelings. And nodded, that's good. We have to leave a good impression on Martin. Laura pointed to the clothes on the hanger, change clothes, it's almost time, and chose a white shirt and slim jeans, deliberately dressed like a girl next door to avoid putting pressure on the man. Then, the two went downstairs and got on the hotel car to set off, and asked Laura to confirm, call the entertainment reporters and paparazzi again, don't make any mistakes. Laura took out her cell phone and made a call. On the other side, Bruce drove a Volkswagen and approached the Hollywood Hills. Martin looked at the Hollywood sign not far away and asked, have you notified them? Bruce said, I used a payphone to call American Gossip and other gossip entertainment newspapers and magazines, and also call Jodie's paparazzi. There must be a few of them going to the hills. He urged, the day before yesterday, I talked to Jodie, and she said that you must have new progress. Ordinary street auctions can't raise the price. Martin understood the business behind this. I think it's about time. Bruce knew the plan of this bastard. Can you be a human being? You have to let the woman take the initiative to confess your love. Martin said, this shows that I'm responsible. Arriving at the parking lot, Bruce parked the car, checked the time, and took a can of beer. Martin walked up the hill first, and he followed behind. Griffith Observatory is one of the iconic buildings in Los Angeles. Martin came to the park square in front of the observatory, looked around, and found that some faces in the crowd of tourists seemed familiar. The paparazzi and entertainment reporters are here. After waiting for a while, Martin saw Annie enter the square, and took the initiative to greet her. The paparazzi and entertainment reporters around had already noticed the two people, and followed them without any prior arrangement. At the edge of the square, Laura wanted to find a quiet place, and suddenly found a familiar person sitting on the bench next to her. Bruce also saw her and nodded slightly. What a coincidence. Laura smiled. What a coincidence. The two looked at Martin and Anne in the distance at the same time. Martin and Anne were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Martin turned his head and looked back, as if someone was calling him from behind. Anne saw him stop, so she could only speed up her pace. When Martin turned his head, she had already come in front of him, opened her arms, and threw herself into Martin's arms. Martin hugged Anne and did not hesitate at all, fearing that the high quality stocks in her hands would run away, and couldn't wait to say, "Martin, I have been thinking about you these days, let's go out." Martin adhered to the principle of a good person who does not refuse, does not take the initiative, and does not promise, and just nodded vigorously. Anne smiled happily, as if she saw a bright future, a future in money. She raised her head and closed her eyes slightly. In this situation, how could the good man Martin refuse maliciously? He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Not far away, flashes of light were lit one after another. The entertainment reporters and paparazzi were very excited. Now it was certain that Hollywood had another pair of dogs and bitches. As soon as the four lips touched, they only felt each other's warmth. Anne opened her eyes, separated her lips, and buried her head in Martin's arms. "I'm so happy." She twitched her shoulders hard, and she trembled in Martin's arms, as if she was too excited to control herself. Martin hugged her tightly and gently stroked her temples. The flash of light was always on. Anne was worried that she could not take a picture of her face, so she adjusted several angles in succession so that the camera lens could take a picture of her perfect profile. What a love that makes people envious and jealous. True love should be like this. Finally, the two separated. Anne's beautiful big eyes looked at Martin without any scumbag, and there was only one person in her eyes. Martin's fingers gently stroked Anne's cheek, and he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. "Annie, do you know? I saved the earth in my last life." Anne didn't understand. "Saved the earth?" Martin said again. "That's why I got the goddess's look back in this life." Anne pursed her red lips at the sweet words. At this moment, she couldn't tell whether her heart was touched or her acting skills exploded. She was completely immersed in the feelings. She kicked her long legs and threw herself into Martin's arms. No longer caring about the plan, she took the initiative to raise her head and asked for a kiss, and they kissed for a long time. At the edge of the square, Laura gently wiped her tears, deeply moved. With a snap, Bruce opened the beer and thought to himself, "This is the Martin Davis who conquered the female producer with his hard power." Laura said excitedly, "The princess and the prince are finally together." Bruce just nodded mechanically. Snow White and the prince? I remember that in the first version of the fairy tale I saw, the prince was not a good person. He was really bored and couldn't help but imagine that in the future, Anne would play Snow White and Martin would play the prince with some kind of fetish. It would be very exciting to shoot according to the first version of the fairy tale. The two people in the square ended their long kiss, interlocked their fingers, and walked towards the observation deck of the Griffith Observatory. Bruce followed automatically. Laura also followed. Martin pulled Anne forward and walked quickly. "Let's go see the night view of Los Angeles," and announced to the whole of Los Angeles that Martin Davis and Anne Hathaway are together. And followed closely beside him, and at this moment, she really only had Martin in her eyes. The two entered the observatory, walked through the hall with a smile, and went up the stairs together. After walking a few steps forward, Martin saw that there was no one, suddenly turned around, and lowered his head. Anne stood on tiptoe, and kissed Martin on the face. When they came to the corner of the stairs, Anne slowed down. "I'm tired." Martin pointed to the upward stairs and turned around. "I'll carry you." "Yeah." Anne was very happy, climbed a few steps up, jumped on Martin's back, and hugged his neck tightly. Martin carried Anne all the way to the observation deck. There was no one on the platform at this time, and the two came to the edge of the observation deck together, opposite which were the 9 extra large letters of Hollywood. Martin put Annie down, opened his hands like a trumpet, and shouted to the people below, "Thank you, Annie. Thank you for your favor to me." Annie stood close to Martin and shouted loudly, "Anne Hathaway loves Martin Davis. Forever." Someone came up from below and heard their shouts, and they were not surprised. This place is also a holy place for couples in Los Angeles, and young couples often come here to go crazy. Martin and Annie snuggled together, admiring the night view of Los Angeles, and talking in a low voice. After a long time, they went downstairs together. When passing by the bathroom, Annie said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Martin nodded. Annie went into the bathroom and saw Laura, and she withdrew from her emotions. The latter asked, "Is there any news to expose?" Annie whispered a few words, and soon came out of the bathroom, and went outside with Martin. Laura waited for a while before slipping out of the bathroom, came to the outside of the planetarium, found a familiar paparazzi, and went over. The paparazzi directly handed her $50. Laura said, "Do you know why Annie is so excited?" Martin said that he saved the earth in his previous life, which earned him Anna's favor in this life. Here are the third updates. Please vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Send You a Little Star. In Beverly Hills, Jody rode a motorcycle, turned to the main entrance of the Hilton Hotel, and stopped beside the flower bed. Taking off her helmet and holding up her camera, she just saw Martin and Anne get out of the car and walk into the hotel hand in hand. Jody instinctively pressed the shutter of the camera, thinking, "Don't come out, the couple is going to spend the night together." These paparazzi are more anxious than the parties involved for gossip news. After waiting for more than half an hour, Martin still didn't come out. Jody found a place to sit down, and while waiting, she thought about how to write gossip. Soon she thought of a suitable title. Martin Davis holds hands with Hollywood princess Anne Hathaway. This is what love should look like. Jody is a dedicated paparazzi. Not only does she take photos, she also runs a gossip column on an entertainment website. When she saw that the person didn't come out for a while, she took out a pen and a notebook, found a place under a street lamp, and started writing a short essay on the spot according to the idea just now. Those who work hard will always be rewarded. After a while, a tall figure suddenly blocked the light above her head. Jody quickly closed the notebook to prevent her colleagues from copying her ideas. When she looked up, she saw Bruce's rotten face. "What's up?" she asked. Bruce didn't say anything, but hooked his finger. Jody packed up her things and followed Bruce into a car. On the way, she wanted to turn on the recorder again. Bruce said, "You go back, I'll find someone else." Jody took out the recorder and disassembled it into parts under Bruce's gaze. Bruce opened the car door and got in. Jody got on the passenger seat. Bruce took out a memory card and put it on the armrest box between them, saying, "Photos of Martin and Annie in the hotel." This was taken by him. Jody nodded, picked it up, and put it away, leaned over to Bruce, and his hand went straight to the zipper of his pants. Bruce looked at the flat buttocks lying down, and his heart was calm. He pushed Jody back. "Don't use your rotten tricks to harm a good person like me. I won't be corrupted by you." Jody stood up and looked at Bruce. Compared with the person opposite, she felt noble for some reason. "What do you want?" Bruce was not excessive. $100 for hard work, and the article you write must be inclined to Martin. Jody took out all the cash on her body and stuffed it all into Bruce. "I will." Bruce counted it and found that there were only more than $80. He didn't care. "Martin will not come out until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Go back and have a good sleep." Jody opened the door and got out of the car. She walked to the motorcycle alone, put on a helmet, and returned to the rented house, but did not go to bed immediately. Instead, she rushed to finish the manuscript overnight and posted it on the website column with the photos she took and provided by Bruce. There were still many photos left, so she called the paper media she cooperated with and sold the photos to them. In the morning, Laura got up early, picked up the camera, waited by the door, and watched the situation of Annie across the street through the peephole. After returning from Griffith Observatory last night, Martin stayed in Annie's suite. In the middle of the night, Annie sneaked over here, feeling sweet but tired. She said that she was tortured by Martin so much that she hid for a while to rest. There was movement over there. Laura opened the door a little, stretched out the camera lens, and aimed at that place. She had practiced several times last night and was familiar with it. Annie's suite door opened. Martin came out of the room, and Annie, wearing pajamas, chased to the door from behind. The two of them, one in the room and the other outside the door, first looked at each other affectionately and then kissed passionately. Laura pressed the shutter of the camera and took pictures one by one. Martin held Annie's hand. "There is work at the studio. I can't accompany you. Take care of yourself." Annie came over again and kissed Martin on the face. Work is important. After all, his work is related to her future. We were in a hurry last night. Martin apologized. I didn't prepare anything. Anne's face flushed just right. You performed very well. Very perfectly. Martin smiled. I will prepare a special gift for you later. Anne couldn't help but be surprised. Really? Martin nodded. Of course. A surprise. He looked at his watch. I have to go. Anne leaned on the door frame and watched Martin walk into the elevator room with his head turned back every few steps. Surprise? What surprise? Anne couldn't help but think. A luxury car? Exquisite pigeon eggs? Or a set of luxury jewelry? The door across the room opened and Laura popped up and raised the camera in her hand. Anne waved at her and told her to do it quickly. Laura returned to the room and dialed the numbers of the entertainment media and paparazzi she had collected, preparing to sell the photos of Martin leaving Anne's room. Anne closed the door, picked up the phone, called the agent Maha, and told the agent the latest progress between her and Martin. Maha said, I will talk to Martin's agent directly. Just like two people getting married on the other side of the Pacific Ocean is not just a matter between two people, two stars getting together is also not just a matter between two people. On the other side, Martin went downstairs and called Bruce. When he arrived at the hotel entrance, Bruce just drove over. Martin got in the car and said, let's go to Warner Studios. Bruce drove away from the hotel and said simply, there are a lot of news about you and Anne on the internet and in entertainment newspapers. It's very popular. Martin asked, what's the reaction on the blog? Your fans are discussing it very enthusiastically. They think you and Anne are a good match. Bruce paid special attention to it this morning. It attracted a lot of Anne's fans. It's very lively. I guess they want you to treat Anne well. Martin had some expectations about this. There is a difference in fan culture on both sides of the Pacific Ocean. Here, stars' love affairs don't have that much impact on fans. Of course, there are also crazy and brainless fans. Bruce continued, Thomas called you, but your phone was turned off, so he called me. He said that you should keep a good rhythm with Annie, extending the time from 1 week to 10 days, preferably until The Hills Have Eyes is released. If a small part of the popularity is converted into market data, you will make a lot of money. Martin nodded slightly, took out his phone and called Thomas. After the call was connected, he said a few words briefly and mentioned an important thing. Annie's agent Maha asked me for an interview. She said Annie mentioned it to you. Martin said, Annie told me last night you should go and talk to Maha. Annie simply said last night that the two of them were getting a lot of attention together and the agency had specifically contacted her. If she and Martin were to be together, there were some things that needed to be discussed. Martin agreed of course. Just after hanging up the phone with Thomas, Daniel, who was responsible for the promotion of The Hills Have Eyes at Warner Brothers, called again and discussed with Martin that gossip could effectively increase the exposure of The Hills Have Eyes. The seemingly simple relationship between the two involved interests from all aspects. Bruce was so confused. This shabby circle is full of shit. Martin said, it's essentially no different from the marriages of political families. Bruce remembered something. For example, Schwarzenegger married a woman from the Kennedy family. Martin asked, I'm going to give Anne a special gift. What do you think is good? What does she like? I think she must be interested in jewelry, luxury cars and luxury goods. Bruce repeated his old words. Get her a big diamond. I heard that some people make artificial ones, which are purer and more beautiful than natural ones. Martin shook his head. This is too ordinary. Let me think. I got it. How about giving her a star? Bruce didn't want to talk to this person anymore. Martin has always been a man of action. He does it as soon as he thinks of it. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Harris' number. Martin. Give me a star that is easy to observe. It's called Anne Hathaway. Yes, the princess. Make the star map and certificate more exquisite. Use the most high-end materials. Yes. It should be high-end and classy, highlighting the high style. Mail it to me after it is done. Harris agreed immediately. Martin easily solved the gift problem. Romantic and unconventional. This time he gave stars. Next time he could give real estate. Last time he mentioned to Harris about developing the moon project. Compared with the beach villas, this is much higher end. After all, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Coming to the Warner Studios The Hills Have Eyes studio, Martin participated in a new promotion meeting for the film. Because the preview of the theater managers was recognized, the leading actor Martin himself was very popular, plus the previous film was a great success, and with the golden signboard of Wes Craven, The Hills Have Eyes can be opened in about 3,300 theaters in North America. In addition, the Wax Museum will be off the shelves around January 20th, 2005, and Warner Brothers will release the DVD at that time. The DVD disc being pressed has an advertisement for The Hills Have Eyes. Martin then followed Craven and Adger into the producer's office. Craven took some documents and handed them to Martin. Take a look. Newly printed top secret information. Martin sat in the chair and looked carefully at the documents in his hand. The paper was a little old, with a red seal of top secret on it, and the logo of the United States Atomic Energy Evaluation Agency on the top. Adger was also watching. Will it not cause trouble? Craven smiled. No, it's just a little similar. In fact, there is no such organization. We made it up. Martin remembered a sentence often said in Hollywood, as long as you don't blacken the eyes, you can blacken other departments and institutions. That's right. Craven said, these are just trivial matters. No one will care. We are not just making fake news. The posters and the first version of the advertisement have been released. After the public sees it, they will quickly associate it with movie promotion. Adger asked, viral marketing? Craven simply said, a kind of viral marketing. Martin's idea. In the past few months, there has been a lot of controversy about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. The political struggle caused by the election has also caused a split in the media. Some people have come out to expose that Iraq only has laundry detergent. The crew and Warner Brothers adopted Martin's idea and combined it with the current social situation. Now the public is paying special attention to weapons of mass destruction. We are adding fuel to the fire. Let me talk about The Departed. First of all, I think the Hong Kong version is better, far better than the American version. Personally, I don't know much about the gangs and social environment in the American version, and it looks boring. But this movie is highly praised in North America. Before The Wolf of Wall Street, it was Martin Scorsese's highest grossing movie. North American critics called it Martin Scorsese's best movie besides Goodfellas. It seems to be around 50th on the IMDb 100 best movies. Chapter 171 Black Material. When I was in Atlanta, I liked surfing the internet. Martin was actually talking about his past life, but thinking about certain types of news seen on the internet. Some things are not limited by nationality. I found an interesting thing. When male netizens get together to chat, they often can't avoid two things. Adger asked curiously, which two things? Martin raised a finger, women, discussing beautiful women. He raised a second finger, the establishment of the government, or more precisely, discussing social current affairs. Craven is old and has relatively little contact with the internet, but he often gets together with a group of men. Yes, a group of grown men get together, and the topic is either women or recent hot events. Adger completely agrees. When I was young, I often discussed with people on the internet how to get rid of that bastard in the Elysee Palace. Craven understood what Martin meant. Compared to normal social hotspots, the public is actually more interested in the black material in Washington. Hollywood especially likes to make conspiracy theories about Washington. Why? It's not that we are hostile to Washington, but the audience likes to see these. Washington is full of black material that cannot be seen in the light, and all the shady dealings come from Washington. Martin said, if these are released, keyboard warriors, that is, netizens who like to discuss social current affairs, will definitely pay attention to them and discuss them, and even take the initiative to discuss with others. If I were a keyboard warrior, I would be excited just thinking about the top secret black materials of Washington and the Pentagon. Craven and Adger both laughed. The former had rich experience in film promotion. I have discussed with the people of Warner Brothers, with a cycle of 15 days, divided into 3 stages in total. To avoid the backlash of viral marketing, we will link it with the movie at the beginning of the second stage. You are all experienced professionals. Martin was only responsible for giving advice. I'm just a keyboard warrior who can only talk. AGS said, I hope to attract more keyboard warriors to pay attention to our movie. Martin checked the time. At noon. The smokehouse. I will treat you. The steak and pianist there are good. Craven asked, do you like the pianist there? This kind of thing can't be joked about. The pianist is a man. Martin pointed to his chest. I'm a man and I like women. The three left Warner Studios together and went to the restaurant opposite to enjoy lunch. The publicity plan of The Eyes Across the Mountain was recommended in an orderly manner. In addition to the formal publicity, the first step of the viral marketing plan was officially launched before Christmas. At the end of September this year, the report released by the Iraq survey group led by the CIA and participated by 1,400 international experts was fruitless, becoming a key event in the election between the donkey and the elephant, and the aftermath has continued to this day. Although Americans don't care much about things outside North America, the election still caused a lot of trouble. On the internet, there are many netizens who search and pay attention to weapons of mass destruction. Ted, who works in Manhattan, goes to the portal website Yahoo to check related news every day. Before the Christmas holiday, when Ted was surfing the internet, he suddenly found new news about weapons of mass destruction in a prominent position on the Yahoo homepage. The Secret of American Weapons of Mass Destruction. Ted clicked on the webpage, and the bold words under the title instantly caught his eye. It is not certain whether Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, but the United States must be the country with the most weapons of mass destruction in the world. The article lists the 3 major nuclear test bases in the United States in detail. Then, a series of secret documents were disclosed. The documents with multiple photos were all stamped with top secret. The contents were all related to the Nevada nuclear test site, involving the top secret content of the military's closure of the Nevada nuclear test site, such as the nuclear tests causing the disappearance of an indigenous tribe, thousands of residents suffering from cancer, deformities of themselves and their offspring, etc. There was a URL link behind it, saying that if you want to see the specific content, you can log into this decryption website. Conspiracy theories have always had a market, and even people who don't believe in conspiracy theories will be curious to take a look at this kind of content. Ted immediately clicked on the link, and a website called Nevada Nuclear Test Decryption appeared on the computer screen. On the picture on the homepage of the website, some veterans who had served in the test site held up SOS signs and protested in Washington, demanding compensation. There were their names on it, as well as a video of a veteran named Dave Critt being interviewed by the media. Dave accused the military of concealing the authenticity of the test nuclear radiation, which brought them terrible health problems, such as he suffered from severe lipomas, and took off his clothes on the spot to show them in front of the camera. Ted almost vomited. The lipoma on the back of this veteran was nearly as big as a grapefruit. It's terrible. Ted murmured and continued to read. There were also interviews with residents near the former Nevada test site. Due to long-term radiation exposure, their health was also worrying, and they had to move away from their hometown. Below were their physical examination reports and photos of some of the seriously affected people. Many people had scary appearances due to tumor lesions. When Ted saw this, he couldn't help but log on to MSN and forwarded the website to an interest group he joined. There were young people who paid attention to social current affairs. In Martin's words, they were all keyboard warriors. They also had the common characteristics of male keyboard warriors all over the world. They liked to discuss social current affairs and give advice. Such groups are also the most likely to believe in various conspiracy theories. After Ted sent the link, he left a special message. Everyone, take a look at this website. It discloses a lot of information about military nuclear tests. Then, he sent the link again. The group became lively all of a sudden. Many people ran to see the website. Just like the silly netizens in Martin's previous life group sent some kind of quarter code, and it was uncomfortable not to look at it out of curiosity. Another group that Ted joined flashed a message prompt. He opened it, and found that someone had sent the same URL. This person also posted some pictures and photos of documents that he had not seen yet. In the 1990s, personnel from an atomic energy evaluation agency disappeared in the Nevada nuclear test area. The person typed quickly. The data shows that when their bodies were found, they were already highly decomposed. They were killed with sharp objects. Some photos were found in the camera they left behind. Ted clicked on the photo and looked carefully. The image on it was blurry, but he clearly saw some deformed people. It looks so scary. Are these real? There were all kinds of things in the group, but there was one thing in common. These guys all went to those websites to look up the information. Such black material websites aroused everyone's interest. Come back to discuss after reading. Ted also went back to continue reading. In the photos of the documents with the top secret seal, a considerable part mentioned that there were still people living in the nuclear test area. In the past 6 years, 2 groups of frontline collectors from the US Atomic Energy Evaluation Agency have disappeared, and the bodies of the latter group have not even been found. Of course, some people also thought of one thing. Could it be that a related movie is about to be released? Viral marketing is nothing new, but similar news and links have appeared on several portal websites, large forums and well-known blogs in North America. The decryption website spreads from person to person like a virus. Near Warner Studios, there is a company that undertakes film and television publicity outsourcing. In an office that can accommodate nearly 20 people, a publicity team is busy sitting in front of the computer. They took over the publicity outsourcing of The Hills Have Eyes at the beginning of the month and are responsible for network promotion. The team members mainly promote the website of Nevada nuclear test decryption on portal websites, forums, blogs and related groups of chat software such as MSN, guide online public opinion, and attract as many people as possible to watch it. Daniel from Warner Brothers came to take a look. The team leader reported the real-time data to him. The website was officially launched the day before yesterday, and the number of views has exceeded 300,000 as of today. Daniel asked, "What are the expectations?" The person in charge thought for a moment and said, "This kind of website that reveals the so-called dirty secrets of Washington is particularly attractive. Judging from today's situation, it is not a problem for tens of millions of people to see the website before it is released." Daniel reminded, "Master the rhythm and pay attention to the relevant network dynamics in a timely manner. After the New Year holiday, we will push into the second phase. Every day, the Nevada Nuclear Test Secrets website will update some new content. For example, in 1982, a large number of indigenous people near the nuclear test site sued the Washington authorities and the military and were ruthlessly suppressed. The relevant lawyers' letters and video materials were exposed. Warner Brothers publicity is professional enough and well prepared. What they can't do themselves can be outsourced. In the face of interests, you can always believe in the power of capital." On Christmas, Annie returned to New York, and Louise had to spend the holiday with her parents. Martin could only drag old Bull and Mean to Antonio's Christmas Eve party together. The party requires tickets, and Martin and the other two each brought a bottle of wine. Antonio sat in front of the Christmas tree on the rooftop, looking cheerful like a super fat Santa Claus. Martin and the other two sat at the same table with him, and Mean brought 4 glasses of wine over. The 4 of them chatted while drinking. Antonio suddenly said mysteriously, "Have you heard about it? The radiation leaked from the Pentagon's nuclear test in Nevada has caused thousands of people to get cancer, and it is said that there are also deformed people." Mean automatically answered, "Yes, I heard about it, and I also checked that decryption website. Washington and the Pentagon are too dark and don't treat ordinary people as human beings." Bruce glanced at Martin and continued, "In the eyes of the upper class, ordinary people are consumables. If they are gone, they can be recreated. If they cannot be recreated, there will be a large number of immigrants." Antonio asked, "Old Bruce, you have been a soldier. Does the Pentagon really do this?" "I don't know." Bruce raised his hand and pointed at his head. "If I knew, I would have been shot to death." Martin was very curious. "Who did you hear it from?" Antonio answered first. "I heard it from the 3 tenants on the first floor. They have been discussing it these days. Mean has recently worked in the studio of Warner Studios. I heard it from the people in the studio cafe, and I checked it online. A tenant on the first floor heard it and came over to join in the fun. I'm in a music tutoring class, and the boys in the class have been discussing this recently." A guy passing by automatically answered, "A lot of people in my MSN groups have posted this." Martin thought to himself, the so-called dirty stuff about Washington and the military is really attractive. 2 updates today. Chapter 172 Worried. On Christmas Eve, most of the tenants who stayed behind came to the rooftop for a party. Bruce specifically went to a few male circles and found that many people were discussing Nevada's dirty laundry. Mean spoke eloquently. Based on my 20 years of experience in following Washington, there must be an inside story in this matter. He looked at Martin and Antonio and said, "Boss, Anthony, this is what I think. Will the Pentagon conduct biological weapons experiments there? Create a humanoid weapon that has no sense of pain and only knows how to kill crazily?" Martin picked up the wine glass and said, "It's a waste if you don't become a screenwriter." Mean smiled embarrassedly. "I'm helping Brad adapt Wanted recently, and I'm a little influenced by him." Antonio patted his basketball-like belly and asked Martin, "Are you going to be the male lead again?" Martin nodded. "Almost. A new movie will be released in early February next year, and there will be another movie to be filmed later. I will be the absolute protagonist in both. You've become a big star. It's not appropriate to live here anymore." Antonio was very considerate of himself. "I'm not trying to drive you away. If a paparazzi offers me 6 figures to install a pinhole camera in your room, I can't refuse." Mean said, "You're so direct." Antonio turned to look at Bruce, who was walking back. "I want to make money, but I'm afraid of perverts." Martin took a sip of wine and said, "Don't worry, old Bruce won't blow people's heads off." Antonio moved his butt and thought to himself that I'm not afraid of a headshot. He said, "If you want to change houses, you can come to me, and I'll introduce you." Martin was curious. "Do you have a property to sell?" "No." Antonio raised his head, "But I know a lot of rich people." He stated a fact. "Don't forget, when I was a millionaire, you were still a bunch of poor guys." Mean looked at Anthony, who was as fat as a bull, and then looked at himself, who was handsome and elegant. Society is really unfair. Why are the rich always these greasy old men? Martin drank a glass with Antonio. "No problem. I'll find you when I need to buy a house." Bruce came back. Jessica and Emily followed and toasted with Martin. "Merry Christmas." Martin raised his glass. "Merry Christmas." Jessica finished her drink and said, "There is a package from Atlanta. I will pick it up for you." Martin nodded. "I will go and get it later." At 10 o'clock, Mean was ready to go back to his residence. Before leaving, he said to Martin, "Boss, you paid the fine for me. No matter what, as long as you need me, in a word, I'm yours." Martin pushed him. "Go back quickly. What do I need you to do?" Bruce put his arm around Mean's neck and joked, "Just your mouth and tongue." Mean said seriously, "I will lick anyone you ask me to lick." He glanced at Antonio. "The fat landlord is fine." Martin waved his hand and said directly, "When I need you, I will not be polite to you." Mean left the top floor first. After a while, Martin and Bruce went downstairs together. Jessica and Emily followed. Martin went to get the express and stood at the door. Jessica went into the living room to get it. Emily, who was petite, stood at the entrance, looked up at Martin, and suddenly asked, "Martin, don't you have a date tonight?" Martin replied casually, "No." Emily lowered her voice and said, "You can stay here. Jess won't object." Jessica came over with the package and heard it. She neither agreed nor refuted. Martin shrugged, and he squeezed me dry. When she returned to New York, he took the express from Jessica and went back to his apartment. Emily closed the door and asked, "Does he look down on us?" Jessica was young, but her mind was more active than Emily's. "You and I worked at the Hills Have Eyes studio on his recommendation. Strictly speaking, we are his employees." Emily didn't understand what he meant. Jessica was helpless and patted Emily's chest. "Your brain is all here." On the other side, Martin returned to the apartment. Bruce was surprised. "You're back." Martin found a wallpaper knife and unpacked the package, but he said something else. "You are my manager, who specializes in doing bad things." The first sentence sounded very pleasant, but the second sentence made Bruce want to draw his gun. "Because you are a bad person who always does bad things. So, I need an assistant to manage the blog, communicate with fans, and handle daily affairs." Martin asked, "This position is very important. Who do you think is suitable?" Bruce thought of Kim Kardashian and Paris Hilton. The former was as glorious as she betrayed, and the latter was as embarrassed as she was. He thought for a while. I think Jessica is more suitable. She has simple social relationships, a little brains, and is easy to control. Martin said, she has studied at an art school and worked hard in Hollywood. She is also a little smart. It is more suitable than hiring a stranger. Keep a proper distance, especially in relationships between men and women. Bruce suddenly thought of a sad thing. Isn't that what he did? He was drunk by his former boss, and then he left quickly. It was because he was a good person and Vincent treated him well, so he didn't target his former employer. Martin opened the package, and inside was a gift from Harris, a crystal star, a copper plate with rhinestones, and a high-end certificate. This set, plus the mailing fee, would cost at least $100. Bruce looked through it, and the more he looked, the more interesting it was. Give me a set, I'll give it to Kim. Martin said, when she gets excited, will she ask you to make a movie? Bruce looked heavy-hearted. Soon, I've decided to make a movie with her, and we'll say goodbye after the movie. You're going to be a world-class celebrity. Martin had no doubt about this. Kim Kardashian, who had awakened, was definitely a master of hype. He exclaimed, maybe she'll be more famous than another Bruce, a world-renowned top celebrity. Bruce said, of course I have to control it, I won't show my face. Martin lost interest. No face? No fun. Bruce asked Martin to make a star gift, and then said, you should go to bed early, I'll go to Kim to spend Christmas. Martin sadly discovered that he had become a lonely man. Fortunately, before going to bed, I received a call from Louise. Thank you for your Christmas gift. You're welcome. It's specially prepared for you. Martin said specifically, the bartender master can not only create original recipes, but also improve existing recipes. The improved recipes of 3 classic cocktails are more suitable for modern people's tastes. He mailed Christmas gifts to not only Louise, but also his friends in Atlanta such as Kelly Gray, Elena and Lily, including partners such as Vincent and Sophia. Louise found that she hadn't prepared a Christmas gift for Martin. Thinking about Martin's various heartwarming actions after the failure of Alexander the Great, she whispered, I will take over the preliminary preparations for Wanted. You can prepare for the role with peace of mind, and leave all the chores to me. Well, we will leave for Hong Kong City the day after tomorrow, and all the expenses will be on my side. Martin smiled. It feels so good to be kept. Louise said, not only you and me, but also Angelina Jolie. Martin was surprised. Why is she going to the annual meeting of the Bartenders Association? Does she want to be a bartender too? Louise simply said, Julie is going to Cambodia, and will transfer in Hong Kong City. Martin had a vague impression that some of the children adopted by Julie were from Southeast Asia. He thought about it for a while and said, you are in charge of Wanted personally, so it's a good opportunity to invite Julie to play Fox. You have read Brad's script outline. The cool girl is very suitable for Julie. Louise was surprised. You still dare to invite her? The market response to Tomb Raider 2, Mobile Killer, and this one is very average. Are you sure she can make a comeback? Strictly speaking, Julie had messed up 3 movies in a row. If Mr. and Mrs. Smith had failed, she would have been basically finished in Hollywood. But Julie made a comeback with the scandal with Pitt. What's more frightening is that Julie has no public relations, and all responses come from herself. Martin said, her salary will definitely go down, right? Louise said, I'm sure. I invited her with $5 million, and she will be grateful to me, but her appeal. I heard that Julie was involved with Pitt when she was filming Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Martin could only say this, scandal is not necessarily a bad thing. If Julie exposes it herself and joins the film company to hype it up, audiences often only look at the popularity, regardless of whether it is a scandal. Louise said directly, you are gambling. Martin said, in fact, I'm the first protagonist. If she becomes popular, it will be icing on the cake. If she doesn't become popular, she won't become a burden. He thought more. Besides, if she doesn't expose it, we can expose it for her. Louise has seen a lot of such bad people and bad things. She thought from a Hollywood perspective, if Julie takes Pitt away, and you intervene as a third party, and take Julie away, wow. She became excited. It's exciting to think about it. The movie must be a hit. Martin asked, "Do you think it's feasible?" Louise thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible, so she said, "I will have a good talk with Julie when I meet her." At the same time, at a party in Century City, Thomas met Anne Hathaway's agent Maha. The two took the initiative to find a quiet place to chat. Maha said directly, "Anne and Martin are tied together. They are very popular with the media. They are both relatively young. We need to keep a close eye on some things for them." Thomas thought that his man was more clear-headed than anyone else, but he agreed with Maha's words. "I have communicated with Martin and he agreed to cooperate." Maha was relieved. Anne is the same. She emphasized, "Anne is still very young, and so is Martin. They are both in the rising period of their careers. You must tell Martin well, and take protective measures. I don't want Anne to get pregnant. Martin will do it well." Thomas believes Martin in this regard. Next, let's discuss the rhythm and plan of the two people's exposure. They must not be out of the media in public view, and they must not cause disgust. The two agents are worried about their client's love. Chapter 173, Ways to Fight for a Role. At Los Angeles International Airport, Julie held a little boy who was less than 4 years old and entered the VIP lounge with her assistant. Louise waved. Julie went over, greeted Martin and Louise one by one, and sat opposite. Martin glanced at the boy with black hair and yellow skin and asked, "This handsome boy?" Julie introduced, "My son, Maddox. This time I went back to Cambodia mainly for him, and by the way, I can be alone." Martin understood that this was Julie's Cambodian adopted son. Louise said, "He is as cool as you. When he grows up, he will definitely be a handsome guy like Martin." Julie glanced at Martin and said with great approval, "It would be great if he could be half as handsome as Martin." The little boy was shy and buried his head in Julie's shoulder, not daring to speak. Louise didn't like children very much and had no interest in entertaining them. She asked directly, "The film failed. It seems that you have taken a lot of pressure. You actually went overseas to escape." Julie patted the child's back gently and smiled, "Not as stressful as you. Is everything okay over there? Just a dozen investors terminated cooperation." Louise downplayed it. Only she knew how much pressure she had. "I can only look for investment overseas." Julie said, "As far as I know, there are a lot of people overseas who want to invest in Hollywood. Some people even use Hollywood films to make scams, which can easily attract funds." Martin glanced at Louise first, as if considering her, and then continued, "Are Cambodians interested in investing in Hollywood?" Julie thought for a moment and said, "There should be some. I haven't noticed it." She looked at Louise. "With your work experience and qualifications, as long as the project is good, it will be no problem to attract investment." Louise turned to the topic that Martin was concerned about. "I have a project in hand and would like to invite you to participate." Julie was quite surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I will mess it up again? I have failed 3 times in a row." Louise's words were equally sweet. "We have been friends for many years. We can't just watch you fall. We should help you if we can." She said the nice words first, and then said the ugly words, "Of course, my project can't afford such a high salary. It is extremely rare in Hollywood for someone to be willing to help in difficult times." Julie said, "I'm almost losing confidence myself." Martin knew his own status and just listened without saying anything. Louise continued, "Let's fight together and tell Hollywood that we are far from finished." Julie handed her son to the assistant and asked, "What specific project?" Louise said, "An action gun battle movie, adapted from The Wanted of Dingneo Comics. Martin is the male lead, and you are the female lead." Julie said, "I will take a look at the script later. As long as the script and the role are fine, other things are not a problem." Alexander the Great failed. Although the most unlucky actor was Colin Farrell, she was also implicated. It is difficult for her to have other suitable opportunities in the short term, unless Mr. and Mrs. Smith is successful next year. Louise said, "I'll have someone talk to your agent later." Julie glanced at Martin and remembered that he had a movie coming out soon. If it was successful, she would accept it. By working with a successful person, maybe she could get rid of her bad luck. If she failed, she could only reject Louise's kindness. She was already in a difficult situation and couldn't fall into the abyss without even a chance to turn over. Louise changed the subject again. Are you familiar with Cambodia? Julie glanced at her son, her eyes full of love. I have set up a foundation there, and the King of Cambodia is going to grant me the title of honorary citizen. Louise said, next time I have a chance, I will go over and take a look and contribute. After chatting for a few more words, it was time to board the plane, and Martin and Louise went to the first class cabin. The two seats were next to each other, and after lowering the partition in the middle, it was also convenient to lie together and talk. Louise took Martin's arm and rested her head on it, saying, as long as the eyes on the mountain succeeds, Julie won't be a problem. She saw that Martin had an earphone on one ear, so she took it off and listened. Boston accent? Martin said simply, Scorsese's new project is a gangster film adapted from the Hong Kong film Infernal Affairs. Leonardo is the first protagonist, and I want to fight for the second protagonist. Louise returned the earphone to Martin. This is indeed a good way to raise the style, but you will face very fierce competition, and it will be difficult to win. Martin said, the easiest way is to bring money into the group. Louise turned her head and glanced at Martin, guessing what he was thinking. Without more than tens of millions of dollars in funds, don't even think about it. Martin took the initiative to say, so, rich woman, I can only count on you and let you support me again. Louise was dissatisfied. When you need me, call me rich woman, and when you don't need me, call me a drunkard, a pervert and a slut. That's you. The first part is serious, isn't the second part to add interest? Martin emphasized, that's Martin Scorsese's gangster film, a sure win. Louise shook her head slowly. Scorsese's movies, like Quentin, have never been known for their box office success. They need offline operations to recover their profits. Bad seed. Do I need to remind you? Time cost is also a cost. Besides, Pacific Pictures doesn't have that many investors anymore. Martin was silent for a moment, but he was thinking about the process of promoting Zombie Gigolo in Atlanta. At that time, he jumped up and down, and finally put together a plate, after pulling the upper and lower parties. When I was a small actor in my previous life, I saw too many examples of producers who were at a loss, and used one party to fool the other party, and then used the other party to fool the first party. Bill Gates' son-in-law is a joke, but similar cases are not uncommon in the film industry. Louise knew Martin a little bit, and asked, bad guy, what bad idea are you coming up with? Don't drag me into doing bad things. Martin asked, what about using other people's money to help you make money? Are you so kind? Louise didn't believe him. What's in it for you? Martin said frankly, several $1 million in salary and a role in Scorsese's crew. Louise just looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Martin said, your Pacific Pictures has been established for almost 10 years, right? It has participated in the filming of many films during this period, and the Pacific Pictures logo can be seen in the opening credits of many films. Louise sighed. Mostly they are low and medium investment movies, A-level platters. The only time it was messed up, you told me last time that you wanted to jump out of North America, jump out of the area most affected by the failure of Alexander the Great, and attract investment overseas. Martin thought about it carefully. What if you add the names of Martin Scorsese and Leonardo? What about attracting investment with their projects? Louise has participated in many platters, and she understood what Martin meant. As soon as she heard it, Pacific Pictures attracts investment in their name, and then you take the investment to the crew, and you sit to get a role? Martin said, I have definite information. The crew will be established in February. That's a movie starring Leonardo. I believe there must be many people willing to invest. Pacific Pictures can get management fees and profit commissions, and use other people's chickens to lay its own eggs. Louise has also been considering overseas investment recently. After thinking for a moment, she said, it can only be done overseas, preferably not in Europe. With Leonardo's appeal, once the Hollywood studio is established, and the news comes out, it won't be difficult to attract investment. Who dares to underestimate Jack's appeal? Martin made up for the gaps with your operational ability. Even if investors want to visit Hollywood and the crew, you can take them to Warner Studios and there will be no problem dealing with them. Louise still had some confidence. It's no problem. She had already started to think about how to operate For this project, Scorsese is cooperating with Warner Brothers, and it won't be difficult for me to get the formal materials from the crew. Since it's an investment, I can ignore the time cost. Martin knew that his current fame and appeal were not enough. To be more precise, he had not established a brand, so he could only rely on Pacific Pictures. Louise looked at Martin, but in this way, you owe me a big debt again. My dear, think about it in a different way. Martin is very self-conscious now. Although he has enough physical capital, he lacks brand capital. In the future, when I become famous and become a movie star with market appeal, you can use my reputation to attract investment. Louise laughed at first, then shook her head. When that time comes, you will abandon me. Martin put away all his impropriety and asked very seriously, in your eyes, am I this kind of person? Louise wanted to say yes, but suddenly fell silent. The failure of Alexander the Great made her experience unprecedented setbacks. Most investors abandoned Pacific Pictures, but Martin and Kelly did not. Although she knew that Martin was a complicated person, she felt much better about Martin than before, and said, let's talk about the future later. The flight arrived in Hong Kong smoothly. Louise called Pacific Pictures at the airport and asked the company to contact Warner Brothers immediately to express its intention to invest in Martin Scorsese's new project. It is normal to talk about it for several months when it involves an investment of tens of millions of dollars. The International Bartenders Association sent someone to receive them, and the two of them stayed in a luxury suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. Martin was very conscious and acted as a silent male companion. Together with Louise, he met the chairman of the Bartenders Association and several senior bartenders. The subsequent International Bartenders Conference will be attended by bartenders and senior drinkers from all over the world, and the conference will be held in a famous convention center. Martin specifically asked the chairman's assistant for a meeting schedule and guest list, and went back to the room to read them carefully. Louise also came to the study to prepare to write a plan. Seeing Martin looking through the information very seriously, she asked, why are you looking at these? I came up with the idea, so of course I have to contribute. Martin said, see if there are any potential customers in it. Louise said, very conscious, keep working hard. After looking through it, Martin found several key targets, and through Louise's relationship in the Bartenders Association, he got more public information. There should be a third chapter later, and it is being coded. Chapter 174 Action Objectives. Last year, a bartender rose in Los Angeles. With her genius creativity and skills, she created many new cocktails such as paper airplanes, penicillin, expansion screws and Italian cannons. Hundreds of people gathered at the venue. The chairman of the International Bartenders Association was ready to present an important award on the podium. She is Louise Mayer, a new master. She is a new legend in the bartending industry. Therefore, we will officially grant her the title of master and present her with a special contribution trophy. He raised his voice. Welcome Louise Mayer to the stage. Martin stood up and applauded. Louise stood up and hugged him tightly. She excitedly bit his ear and said in a voice that only two people could hear, thank you. At this moment, she smiled very brightly. There is nothing more proud than this in life. Movies are just work, but bartending is a hobby. Louise, wearing a long skirt, strode towards the podium. Martin motioned the people around her to stand up. The number of new cocktails created by the international bartender Louise last year was astonishing. The bartenders around her stood up one after another, leading the people in the entire venue to stand up. When Louise came on stage and received the emerald trophy in the shape of a wine glass, most people in the venue stood up and applauded. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely warm. Louise raised the emerald trophy, her eyes slightly moist, and stood in front of the microphone and said, thank you to my assistant Martin. Without him, I would not have achieved what I have today. In addition, I brought 2 new cocktail recipes, Godmother and Overturned. There are also 3 modified recipes for classic cocktails. You are welcome to taste them at the cocktail party later. The participants were either bartenders or experienced alcoholics. Hearing this, they applauded even more enthusiastically. Louise came down from the stage and countless bartenders greeted her along the way. In recent years, there are very few new cocktails that have been widely circulated and can be called classics. Louise created many of them last year. Louise came back and handed the emerald trophy to Martin. Half of it is yours. Martin deliberately said, I'm honored that half of it is mine. Louise was excited at this time and hugged Martin for a long and passionate kiss. Martin saw that Louise was very excited and simply gave her a wet kiss. After a long time, the two separated. Louise said, I suddenly have an idea. Martin saw her butt sticking out and knew what position she wanted to use. You don't want to make a biopic about yourself, do you? Louise was so shameless that she nodded repeatedly. Yes. As the only female bartender, in a few years, I will definitely be the queen of bartending. That is a world-class legend. If you make an autobiography of me, the actress can win an Oscar for Best Actress. Martin asked, I will play myself. No, you can't be there. Absolutely not you. Louise realized a key problem. I'm the queen of bartending, not the queen of scams. When the cocktail party started in the evening, Louise's excitement passed, and her mentality gradually returned to normal. She never mentioned making a personal biopic again. She personally demonstrated several new cocktails, taught a group of bartenders, and gave up the bar. A large number of people came to greet Louise, and Martin accompanied her to socialize. According to the names of people and the information he had read last night, he looked for targets. Unexpectedly, the target person took the initiative to come and say hello. The chairman of the board came over with a dark-skinned middle-aged man, followed by a girl in her 20s. Ms. Mel, Mr. Davis, this is Mr. Wu Meoting from Myanmar, and this is his daughter, Miss Wu Dan. The chairman of the board specifically said, Mr. Wu is a jeweler, and the jade used in the trophy this time was all sponsored by Mr. Wu. Louise and Martin shook hands with Wu Meoting politely and greeted Wu Dan. Both of them can speak relatively fluent English. The two sides chatted about cocktails for a while, and the Wu father and daughter each got a cocktail that Louise had just mixed and then went somewhere else. Martin glanced at Wu Meoting again. While no one was coming over, Louise asked, is there a problem with him? This was one of the people Martin had focused on last night. I read his information last night. To be more precise, he is a jade mine owner. Suitable potential investor? Louise could only think of this because she didn't know much about Myanmar. Martin introduced, many wars in Myanmar are fought over jade mines. The mine owners are actually small warlords or agents supported by warlords. They may rise this year and fall next year. Even if they can keep their family business for a long time, they like to arrange a more secure path for their descendants. Louise understood. He invested in the film industry? Martin nodded. Yes, the public information I read yesterday showed that he and his only daughter are shareholders and directors of a film and television production company in Hong Kong. Jade seems to be most recognized in East Asia and Southeast Asia, and Hong Kong is an important consumer market. Louise said, you have a heart. Martin said, although my brain is not very good, I have taken a closer look at several people related to the film and television industry. Louise nodded, yes, you are very hardworking. Martin told the truth. If I had a background like yours, I would never start a business, and I would have been living a life of idleness and waiting for death. He saw that there was no one around Wu Meoting, so he said, I will try it out, and if it doesn't work, I will withdraw. Louise encouraged him. Your current efforts are related to your bright future. This is very similar to what Martin often said to Thomas. Those who bully others will eventually be bullied. Martin took a glass of wine, turned around, and quietly came to Wu Meoting's place. The two of them happened to bump into each other. Hi, Mr. Wu. Martin said with a smile. That jade trophy is very unique. This oriental green jewelry gives people a sense of noble beauty. He asked, I heard that there is also a top-grade imperial green jade? Wu Meoting replied, it is quite rare and very precious. Martin asked, does Mr. Wu have it? Louise will soon attend a premiere red carpet, and I'm going to give her a special gift. An imperial green heart-shaped pendant would be nice. I don't have any in stock. Wu Meoting heard something that interested him in Martin's words. Premiere? Movie premiere? This is what Martin was waiting for. Louise and I are not just bartenders. She is the boss of Hollywood Pacific Pictures, and I'm a Hollywood movie star. I don't know if you have seen House of Wax. I'm the male lead. Soon I will have a movie that Louise invested tens of millions of dollars in to be released. Wu Meioting didn't care much about Hollywood stars, but he looked up to the boss of a Hollywood film company. I didn't expect Ms. Mel to be so outstanding. Martin knew that Louise was the key. She is the youngest female multimillionaire in Hollywood and one of the most successful female producers. She attracts investment from all over the world to shoot movies. She is an outstanding businessman and artist. Thinking of Wu Meioting's only daughter, he added, she is also an outstanding alumnus of the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts. After The Big Ship, Hollywood movies became popular all over the world. Wu Meioting was quite curious about Hollywood, attracting investment from all over the world. Martin smiled and said, Hollywood is an open film and television production center. It absorbs talents, technology, and funds from all over the world to shoot one wonderful film after another, promote the development of film art, and give back to all investors. There are many filmmakers in Hong Kong working hard in Hollywood. Wu Meioting said. Jack Chen. Martin said, Kung Fu is very impressive. He sighed. I have seen many Hong Kong Kung Fu movies, the early Shaw Brothers, the later Huang Fi Hong, Jack Chen's Police Story series, and John Woo's action gun battles, etc., which are classics. Being able to say this, Wu Meioting looked at Martin with admiration. It is indeed a classic. My daughter and I are both movie lovers. It's a pity that the Hong Kong film market has shrunk, and there are few good works in recent years. Martin continued, many filmmakers from Hong Kong have gone to Hollywood to develop their careers, and most of them have done well. Compared to Jack Chan and Jet Li, I can only be considered a nobody. And John Woo, Tom Cruise specifically asked him to direct Mission Impossible 2, and even asked him to design the gun battle scenes himself. Mr. Yuen Woo's action guidance team was the key to the success of the Matrix series. He didn't even mention those who failed, as if Hong Kong people could succeed by going to Hollywood. Wu Meioting has investments in Gang Cheng Film Company and is interested in Hollywood. He asked, Ms. Mel, are you here, not just to attend the bartender conference this time? To attract investment. Hollywood produces too many movies a year, and most of them need to be solved through platter. Martin briefly explained the concept of platter. Louise is going to invest in a big project this time. I wonder if Mr. Wu has heard of the two Gang Cheng filmmakers Zhuang Wenqiang and Mei Xiaohu. Wu Meioting nodded. I know them. Martin thought to himself, the project is related to them. Warner Brothers bought the adaptation rights of the Gang Cheng movie Infernal Affairs, and is preparing to shoot an American version. Wu Meioting recalled, I seem to have heard of it. Martin continued, the American version is directed by Martin Scorsese, and starring Leonardo DiCaprio, one of the 4 major Hollywood directors. Wu Meioting was not interested, but very interested. Leonardo in Titanic? Yes, that's them. Martin said the key. Louise's Pacific Pictures is ready to participate in the investment, and has already contacted and negotiated with Warner Brothers. The total investment in the film may be around $100 million US, so Louise and I are out this time, ready to find like-minded investors. Wu Meioting immediately understood why the other party came to him. Martin said this, took out Louise's business card, and handed it over. If Mr. Wu is interested, you can contact us. Wu Meioting thought about it for a moment and accepted it. While Martin was looking for other people, Wu Meioting left the cocktail party, called his attendants, took out his mobile phone, and started making calls. He knew Zhuang and Mei, but he was not familiar with them, but someone in the film company who participated in the investment could contact them. The next morning, Wu Meioting received detailed news and relevant information faxed from Los Angeles. 3 more updates are sent. Please vote for me. Chapter 175. Something unexpected happened. There were several fax documents on the desk, and Wu Meioting looked through them carefully. Nowadays, many Hong Kong movie stars and behind-the-scenes personnel work in Hollywood, so it is not difficult to obtain relevant information. First, there was the information of Martin Davis, who he had contacted last night. He has starred in 2 theater movies, both as the male lead, and his scandal with Disney Princess Anne Hathaway has been a hot topic. Wu Meioting looked at the clippings and confirmed that it was the young man he had seen last night. Then there was the bartender Louise Mayer, who was the owner of Pacific Pictures. Pacific Pictures had participated in many film compilations released by Warner Brothers, and the Pacific Pictures logo could be seen in the opening of the DVDs that his subordinates found according to the list. Many films that had participated in the investment had been successful, but the latest one, Alexander the Great, had a poor market response. But Wu Mei-ting didn't take it seriously because she was going to participate in the film projects of Leonardo and Martin Scorsese. Zhuang and Mei personally replied to the friend Wu Mei-ting asked for help, saying that Pacific Pictures has always been a partner of Warner Brothers and has officially contacted Warner Brothers in the past few days to negotiate investment in Martin Scorsese's new project. Nowadays, Hong Kong films are not very popular. The market is small, there are few audiences, there are few projects, and few projects have started. Wu Mei-ting knows his own business. Myanmar can still be maintained, but it is only a matter of time before it collapses. Even from the perspective of risk sharing, all resources cannot be concentrated in Myanmar and Hong Kong. There must be an industry that can make his daughter live a rich life. At Wu Mei-ting's age, it is inevitable to consider future generations. He found the contact information left by Martin yesterday, called the above number, and invited Martin and Master Louise to have afternoon tea together. It was on the 45th floor of the Four Seasons Hotel. The kumquat afternoon tea there was very good. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Martin and Louise came down from upstairs and arrived on time on the 45th floor. Wu Mei-ting and his daughter had already booked a private room and were waiting inside. Unlike last night, Wu Mei-ting was much more polite this time. Before the afternoon tea came up, he gave Martin and Louise a gift. Martin had a full green bracelet. Louise had a full green bracelet. Martin didn't know much about jadeite. It was not particularly good in terms of water quality, but it was worth more than 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. He kicked Louise lightly, and Louise said, "It's too expensive." Wu Mei-ting smiled and said, "It's just a small token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect." He went straight to the point. "In addition to my jewelry business, I also invest in movies in Hong Kong. In fact, I have always wanted to go to Hollywood. My daughter is also curious about Hollywood. Last night, I heard from Mr. Davis that you have a movie coming out soon. Would my daughter and I have the honor of attending the premiere?" Martin and Louise exchanged glances quickly, and then he took over the conversation. "The movie will be released in early February, and the premiere will be held at the end of January. You two can go to Los Angeles at any time. After I go back, I will ask the crew to send you a formal invitation." Wooden was very happy. Great. Like many people of this era, she is full of curiosity about Hollywood and America. Wu Mei-ting pushed the gift to the two again. "Please accept it." Martin took the two gift boxes and put them away. Afternoon tea was served. The atmosphere on both sides became much warmer. During the tea, Wu Mei-ting specifically talked about Hong Kong filmmakers in Hollywood and revealed his intention to invest. Louise naturally would not refuse, and the two agreed to discuss in detail after attending the premiere of The Hills Have Eyes in Los Angeles. Martin was more focused on answering Wooden's curious questions. An hour later, the two sides left. Martin accompanied Louise upstairs. They won't feel comfortable spending the money unless they see it with their own eyes. Louise asked, "It involves an investment of more than tens of millions of dollars, and there is the Pacific Ocean between us. If it were you, would you feel at ease?" Martin specifically reminded, "You must be prepared to deal with it." Louise took it very seriously. Pacific Pictures has already started preparations. "Don't worry, I have handled similar combinations many times." She then asked, "Are you planning to go back to North America tomorrow? I also want to stay here with you." Martin said affectionately, with guilt in his eyes, "But Warner Brothers needs to take more promotional photos, so I have to rush back." Louise didn't force it. "I'm going to Cambodia. Julie has contacted some people." Martin said, "You have to be careful. Southeast Asia is not like North America." Louise pointed back, "The bodyguards have been following us." Martin noticed it when he was in Los Angeles and suggested, "Let's go out and see the night view of the port city." "No, I'm not interested." Louise grabbed Martin and walked quickly forward. "You owe me a large debt again. Go back and pay it back." Martin, who owed a debt, had no money, so how could he repay it? 30 is really like a wolf. After coming to Hong Kong City, Martin spent the rest of his time paying off debts, except for participating in the organizers' activities and soliciting investments. Fortunately, his bull is strong enough. The next morning, Martin and Louise came to the airport, boarded their respective flights, and left Hong Kong City almost at the same time. When they came, they flew first class and went back to economy class alone. Martin had no place to reason. After returning to Los Angeles, Harris called as soon as he arrived at the apartment and said that the New Star Express had been sent. Martin dragged his suitcase to the door of the apartment. Antonio was sitting under the parasol as before. "Didn't you go to East Asia? You're back so soon." Martin took out a peace locket and handed it to Antonio. "It's for you, a souvenir." Antonio said, "You're so polite." Martin shrugged. "I'm afraid you'll sell me to the paparazzi." "Don't worry, I won't sell you without $100,000. Antonio was not tempted much. "You're not worth that much money in the short term." Martin was helpless. "There's no way. I'm not even worth a fraction of Julia Roberts' twins." Last month, Big Mouth gave birth to twins, and many gossip entertainment magazines offered millions of dollars to buy photos of the children. Martin dragged his suitcase upstairs and passed by the door diagonally opposite. When the door opened, Jessica came out with a parcel. "Martin, from Atlanta." Martin took the parcel and handed over 2 peace lockets. "Little souvenirs for you and Emily." Jessica was surprised. "I have one too." "Great. Thank you." "Martin, what's going on at the studio?" Martin asked. "They called me back suddenly." Jessica said, "It seems that some of the promotional photos are not suitable." Martin nodded and prepared to go back. He remembered something else and said, "Is the work going well?" Jessica said quickly, "Much better than before, with a stable income and more opportunities." Martin said directly, "If you want, you can transfer to my studio after the film is released." Jessica was stunned for a moment, then understood. "You hire me?" Martin said, "I need an assistant. The specific work content is similar to what you do. Please consider it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it." When Jessica was in the most difficult time, she once considered going to the north and developing in the valley. She didn't care about dignity without money. She replied, "I do." Martin nodded. "I'll let old Boo talk to you later." "Okay," Jessica said. Martin returned to the apartment, and Jessica returned to the apartment. They found the clothes and props they bought last year, put them in a box, and prepared to throw them away. This was what she and Emily planned to use to seduce Martin. Martin opened the express box, and there was still a human sculpture inside, but it was different from the horn material before, and it became a stone sculpture. It was still a clown shape based on him. Martin picked it up and looked at the soles of the feet. Lily Carter's name was engraved under each one. It seemed that the carving skills had improved again. Martin put them all away and put them together with the horn carvings and crocodile tooth pendants. Wait a few months and take them out to give to Anne. Maybe then it will become Anna. No matter who it is given to, Lily Carter is a top art carving master. Master Lily's works alone will be enough for Martin to give for a long time. Martin decided to wait for Wu Maoting and his daughter to come to Los Angeles and then purchase a batch of ordinary jade from him to give to Lily and Alina to stimulate Lily's subjective initiative. As for the labor fee, Martin hasn't asked her for the portrait rights fee yet. Bruce came back from outside at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Martin asked him to go up to the rooftop for a drink and told him about Jessica. Bruce lay on the rooftop railing and said, "Leave it to me." Martin was most confident in Bruce and briefly told him about Hong Kong City. "In a while, there may be investors from Southeast Asia coming to Los Angeles. Pacific Pictures may need someone to cooperate. You can communicate with them in detail." "Man, I really admire you." Bruce didn't know what to say. "You cheated and deceived people in Asia." Martin knocked on the metal railing. "This is called giving people investment opportunities. A win-win situation." Bruce said, "I understand. A win-win situation. You and Louise win twice." Martin didn't want to talk about this stinky shit anymore, so he changed the subject. "How are you doing over there? Did you take the video?" Bruce sighed. "Something unexpected happened." Martin was puzzled. "Isn't everything under your control?" "This afternoon, when I was resting at Kim's place, her sister came." Bruce recalled that the girl was also a tall and curvy type among ordinary women. She is taller than Kim. Martin immediately understood what was going on. Old Bruce, be a decent person. Don't be a bad person. Don't do bad things. We are sisters. Bruce said disdainfully, who do you think I learned this from? I stay next to a bad person every day. What else can I do except learn to do bad things? Martin was too lazy to refute. After the last practice, Bruce gradually became familiar with the entertainment industry. Don't worry, I will see the actual situation first. The next morning, Martin rushed to Warner Studios to cooperate with the crew and photographers to take new promotional photos. At the same time, he asked the crew to send a formal invitation letter to Wu Maoting and his daughter for the premiere. The crew's regular publicity was completely centered on the male lead, and Martin began to get busy with work. Before the new year, he stayed with the crew almost every day and participated in various regular publicity activities. 2005 came like this. Just after the New Year holiday, Annie returned to Los Angeles from New York. Martin prepared a surprise. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.